Hey guys, what's up? Today we're listening to Jujutsu Kaisen. That time a random OP being transferred the soul of a... So sit back, relax, and just enjoy the ride. And hey, if you're new here, hit that subscribe button. And if you're one of the OGs, welcome back. You already know, it's about to get real.
Chapter 1, The Lazy God and the Unlucky Boy. They call me omnipotent. I call myself bored. That's how it all began. Somewhere beyond the concepts of life and death, a being sat on an endless white chair in an endless white void. He had no face, no eyes, no mouth, just a featureless white body, holding a glowing pad like some divine office clerk. Next, he said lazily, voice dripping with exhaustion. A glowing circle appeared before him as a transparent human flickered into existence. Number 5318007, the being announced, scrolling on his pad. Huh? Where am I? The newcomer stammered, eyes wide in disbelief. Dead, replied the being flatly. Sleepwalked off your balcony. Now then, tell me, why should I give you a second life? Dead? What the hell are you talking about? Are you pranking me? Where are the Kamer? Noisy. With a flick of his hand, the soul vanished into nothing. The white being sighed deeply. Just how many of these idiots do I have to deal with? I have infinite power, yet I'm stuck here managing dead people. Oh, it's an important job, the balance of the world depends on it. Screw that balance. Let the world collapse for all I care. The air rippled as the void began to quake under his tantrum. Then a golden light burst open in the middle of the room. The featureless being immediately straightened in his seat. What's going on here? Asked a cold, divine voice from the light. My amazing and super fun job that I totally love doing, sir, the being said quickly. What brings you here? We felt a disturbance. You wouldn't be the cause, would you? Me? He gasped dramatically. Never. I was simply, passionately doing my duties. If anything, I might be too devoted. Enough nonsense. Do not harm the souls. The balance depends on it. As the golden light faded, the white being slumped back in his seat. The balance depends on it, blah blah blah. Balance my foot, he muttered mockingly. Whack tua. He tapped his pad with irritation. Next. Another soul appeared. Number 5318008. A transparent boy materialized mid-scream. Stop. What are you doing? I'm a man. I know you're a man. Why are you yelling that? Anyway, let's see. The being mumbled, scanning his pad. Ah. Died at 10 years old. Huh, dead? The boy whispered, trembling. Yup. Cause of death, got stuck in a washing machine. Your uncle tried to help, pulled your pants down, and right before, well, that happened, an earthquake hit and the house collapsed. You died instantly. The boy's face turned crimson as he hugged his knees, mortified. Weird death, the being said casually. Don't get many like that. He leaned forward. Now then, number 5318008, why should I give you a second life? Can you really do that? Not surprised? No panic? Refreshing. Most souls scream. Well, I'm transparent, so I guess I'm dead. And this place doesn't exactly look like Earth, said the boy cautiously. Finally, someone with brain cells. The being sighed in satisfaction. So then, why should I reincarnate you? I died young. Babies die younger. Try harder. I died in a weird way? Seen weirder. One guy tried to prove humans could charge phones by putting his cylinder in a wall socket. Do I have any reason better than others? The being tapped his chin. Not really. You're average. Slightly unlucky, maybe cursed with bad relatives. My number's 5318008, right? Yes. When you type that in a calculator and flip it, it spells boobies. The featureless being froze. You know what? That's stupid enough to amuse me. Approved. Wait, really? Yeah, I'm bored. You're the most tolerable soul I've met in centuries, he said, snapping his fingers. The boy's form began to shrink into a glowing wisp. Memories vanish, karma reset, fun factor added, now go. Will I return to my old body? Asked the boy nervously. Nope. You're going somewhere new. Let's see. He scrolled his pad rapidly. AOD? Nah, too much death. DXD? Hell no, you're a kid. Ooh, JJK. That'll be fun. The golden pad shimmered as the god grinned for the first time in ages. All right, off you go. Let's see what kind of chaos you bring to the Zenin clan. Maybe I'll finally get some entertainment out of this dull existence. The boy tried to speak, but his soul was already dissolving into light. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Jujutsu Kaisen world, a small child stirred awake on a futon embroidered with gold threads. His body felt heavy, his mind hazy. "Where am I?" he murmured softly, his voice that of a 4-year-old. He blinked at the ornate room around him, tatami mats, sliding doors, and the faint scent of incense. Then he caught his reflection in a polished mirror, short golden hair, fair skin, and sharp, almost regal eyes that didn't fit his tiny frame. He frowned in confusion. Who am I? A flood of memories slammed into his mind, clan gatherings, cursed techniques, arrogance, cruelty. None of them were his. Outside, distant voices echoed through the hallway, proud, harsh, commanding. "Naoya-sama, breakfast is ready," called a servant. The boy blinked at the name, tilting his head slightly. Naoya? He didn't understand why, but the sound felt heavy, as if the name itself carried a weight he didn't deserve. Somewhere beyond existence, the featureless being watched with amusement. And thus begins. That time a random OP being transferred the soul of a random kid into the insufferable trash of the Zenin clan. He chuckled to himself. What do you mean the title's too long? Chapter 2, The Heir Who Forgot Himself. A small child stirred awake on a futon embroidered with gold threads. His body felt heavy, his mind hazy. "Where am I?" he murmured softly, his voice that of a 4-year-old. He blinked at the ornate room around him, tatami mats, sliding doors, and the faint scent of incense. Then he caught his reflection in a polished mirror. Short golden hair, fair skin, and sharp, almost regal eyes that didn't fit his tiny frame. He frowned in confusion. Who am I? A flood of memories slammed into his mind, clan gatherings, cursed techniques, arrogance, cruelty. None of them were his. Outside, distant voices echoed through the hallway, proud, harsh, commanding. The paper door slid open with a soft shfft. A middle-aged servant bowed deeply. "Naoya-sama, breakfast is ready. The clan head awaits." He hesitated. Naoya, that name again. He stood shakily, his little feet padding over the cool floor. The servant straightened, eyes lowered, yet the faint tremor in his voice betrayed unease, fear even. He followed the servant down a long hallway lined with calligraphy and ancestral portraits. The faces in those paintings all had stern expressions, piercing eyes, and countless weapons displayed like trophies. Every corner screamed of pride and legacy. Finally, they reached a large chamber. An older man sat near the head of a long table, a cup of tea resting beside him. His posture was relaxed, but his presence filled the room, quiet dominance that came not from volume, but from certainty. The boy stopped short. He knew this man, not from his own memory, but from the ones that didn't belong to him. Naoya Zenin. His father. "You're late," Naoya said without looking up. A future head of the Zenin clan should at least know punctuality. The boy hesitated. "Sorry." That single word made Naoya finally glance up. His sharp eyes narrowed. "Sorry," he repeated, as if tasting the word for the first time. "Since when do you apologize?" The boy froze, unsure what to say. He looked down, fiddling with the sleeve of his robe. "I just didn't mean to make you wait." Naoya studied him in silence for a long moment, the air between them heavy with unspoken judgment. "Sit," he said finally. The boy obeyed. The meal was simple, rice, miso, grilled fish, but his appetite was gone. Still, he forced himself to eat, aware of his father's gaze on him the whole time. Normally, the boy in these memories, the real Naoya, would talk constantly, mocking servants or bragging about his future as clan head. But this new Naoya sat quietly, eating in measured bites, occasionally glancing up with uncertain eyes. It didn't go unnoticed. Naoya poured himself more tea. "What's gotten into you? Cursed energy training too tiring?" The boy shook his head. "No. I just don't feel like talking much." "Humph," Naoya muttered. "First manners, now modesty. Next you'll be thanking the servants." "I already did," the boy said honestly. That made Naoya pause mid-sip. His sharp eyes flicked toward the servants lined along the wall, who quickly looked away. Naoya set his cup down slowly. "Don't tell me you're sick." "I'm fine," the boy said softly. For a moment, the clan head simply looked at him, and then, in an almost imperceptible shift, his tone softened. Eat well. Training begins again tomorrow. I won't have my son looking frail before the elders. Yes, father. The words came naturally yet foreignly, as if borrowed from a memory of someone else's child. Naobito gave a final nod, rising from the table. If this is your idea of rebellion, Naoya, it's a strange one. Then he was gone, leaving the room in silence. After breakfast, the boy wandered the Zenin grounds. Sunlight filtered through the bamboo, casting dappled shadows on the stone paths. He passed a few older children sparring with wooden swords, their shouts echoing in the courtyard. They didn't greet him. They didn't even look at him, only stopped for a moment, whispered, and continued. He couldn't tell if they feared him or hated him. Maybe both. In the garden, he sat by the koi pond, hugging his knees. The water rippled faintly as fish brushed the surface. The reflection that looked back at him, golden-haired, perfect, unblemished, felt wrong. It was as if he were wearing someone else's skin. He touched his face uncertainly. Naoya Zenin, that's who I am now? The name tasted strange on his tongue. A gentle breeze stirred his hair. The koi circled lazily beneath the surface, unbothered by the turmoil above. For a long while he stayed there, a small boy in a golden robe, staring into a pond that refused to tell him who he truly was. And though he didn't know it yet, that quiet moment of stillness would be the last peace he'd have for a long time. He glanced to his side, watching the older men sparring with each other in the name of training. Why are they so brutal? Do I have to fight like them too? What kind of mess have I gotten myself into? Naoya thought, a sigh escaping his lips. Chapter 3, First Day of Training. Morning came too early. The boy, Naoya, was woken by a servant shaking his shoulder lightly. Naoya-sama, it is time for morning training. He sat up, groggy, hair sticking up in every direction. Training? It's morning. People sleep in the morning. The servant froze. Why yes, but your father said if you're late again, the punishment. I'm up. Naoya scrambled out of bed, nearly tripping on the futon as he tried to put on the heavy training robe. Why is this thing so stiff? It's like armor made of bedsheets. The servant looked like he wanted to laugh but wisely didn't. By the time Naoya reached the training yard, the sun had barely risen. The courtyard was enormous, stone tiles, bamboo-lined walls, and several older clan members already sparring under the watchful eyes of the elders. Naobito stood at the center, arms crossed, his expression unreadable. You're late. I woke up late? Naoya offered weakly. Excuses already, Naobito muttered. Come here. Naoya stepped forward, feeling the gazes of the older clan members prick at his skin. Some looked curious, others amused. Naobito's gaze finally met his. Today, we focus on cursed energy manipulation. You must learn to harness the power within you. Naoya nodded, though uncertainty gnawed at him. He had no recollection of ever learning to control cursed energy. The concept was foreign, abstract. Naobito demonstrated the basic stance, feet shoulder-width apart, knees slightly bent, hands held in a specific position. Naoya mimicked the movements, trying to focus, but his mind wandered. You must feel it, Naobito instructed, frowning as he watched the boy struggle to perform the stance correctly. Sighing, Naobito corrected his form with his stick and asked, Why do you think this form is necessary? Because that's how it's done, replied Naoya. Immediately, soft snickers erupted from the older trainees. The elders and Naobito's glare landed on the said trainees, silencing them at once. Naobito looked back at his son, who was staring up at him with a clueless expression. The cursed energy within you is the manifestation of your negative emotions, fear, anger, hatred, irritation, and so on. The more uncomfortable you are, the higher the chances of feeling this energy, explained Naobito, giving a sharp smack with his stick on Naoya's hands, which were starting to lower. Ow! Naoya winced in pain, earning another glare from the Zenin Clan head. Try to get a feel of your cursed energy, ordered Naobito, his gaze firm. Naoya nodded seriously and closed his eyes. All right, energy of frustration within me. He muttered. He scrunched up his face in deep concentration. Seconds passed. Then a faint grrkkh noise escaped his stomach. Naobito's brow twitched. Are you hungry? Maybe the cursed energy is in my stomach? Naoya said hopefully. Hearing this, the older trainees snickered again until the elders and Naobito silenced them with a single glare. Shaking his head, Naobito sighed and looked back at the boy. Again, he ordered. This time, focus properly. Naoya tried again, taking a deep breath. This time he felt something faint, a dull, restless pulse deep inside, but it fizzled out as soon as it appeared. Nothing happened. Did it work? He asked, peeking one eye open. No, Naobito said flatly. Oh. For a long moment, Naobito just stared at him, expression unreadable. Finally, he sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. You've never acted like this before. What's going on with you, boy? Naoya tilted his head. Maybe I hit my head? This time, the clan head face-bombed, not knowing how to respond to his son's words. The training continued, and by the time it ended, Naoya's arms felt like noodles. He collapsed onto the grass, breathing heavily. A servant hurried over with a towel and a cup of water. Naoya-sama, are you all right? Define all right, Naoya muttered, staring up at the sky. Do people normally train before breakfast every day? Yes, Naoya-sama, the servant said hesitantly. Oh. He sipped his water, thinking. Then everyone here is insane. The servant froze again, unsure whether to agree. Naobito's shadow fell over him. You complain too much. Naoya looked up sheepishly. I think I'm allergic to expectations. Naobito's lips twitched, just slightly, the closest thing to amusement he ever showed. Then you were born into the wrong family. Naoya smiled faintly, though he didn't know why. Yeah, seems like it. Naobito frowned at his words. You are weak, he stated bluntly. Weakness is unacceptable. Naoya looked up at him, confusion flickering in his eyes. I don't know how to do this. I can't feel any of it. Naobito's expression softened ever so slightly. Then you must learn. The Zenin clan does not tolerate failure. Later, as the sun climbed higher, Naoya wandered back toward the pond from the previous day. His body ached, his hands and legs slightly bruised from the stick smacks, but his mind was strangely quiet. He knelt by the water again, watching the koi drift lazily beneath the surface. The reflection that looked back at him was still unfamiliar, sharp eyes, fine features, but the faint dirt smudges on his cheeks and the awkward smile made it feel a little more real. But soon that awkward smile vanished as he remembered his father's words. The Zenin clan does not tolerate failure. What did that mean for him? He thought about it for a while before coming to a grim conclusion. A clan so brutal that they bruise and bleed during training would definitely be far crueler to me if I turned out to be a failure, Naoya thought. He clenched his fists, frustration bubbling within him. He didn't understand why he couldn't access the cursed energy that everyone else seemed to wield effortlessly. But that didn't stop him. He vowed to himself that he wouldn't give up, not until he mastered cursed energy. Growl! Suddenly, his stomach roared from hunger. Maybe he'd start after breakfast. After breakfast, the day continued for Naoya much like his morning, meaning more training. By midday, he had started to seriously suspect that cursed energy was just a hoax made up by a bunch of mentally ill people who enjoyed torturing children. That night, long after dinner, the household had grown quiet. Moonlight spilled gently through the paper doors, casting pale shadows across Naoya's room. He sat cross-legged on his futon, hands resting on his knees. His arms still throbbed from the endless training, but he decided to give it one final push before going to bed. All right, let's try this again, he whispered to himself. He closed his eyes, focusing on his breathing. He remembered Naobito's words, the cursed energy within you is born of negative emotion. So he tried to feel it, the frustration of failure, the irritation toward the people who'd been drilling him since morning, the dull ache of his bruises. Slowly, those feelings gathered in his chest, heavy and raw. Something flickered inside him, faint but real. A warmth that wasn't warmth, a pulse that wasn't a heartbeat. Naoya's breath hitched. There you are, he murmured. The air around him seemed to stir. His hands trembled as a faint shimmer, like ripples in hot air, danced briefly around his palms. It lasted only a moment before vanishing, but his eyes widened in awe. He had done it. Even if it was weak, even if it barely showed, it was his. Naoya exhaled deeply, collapsing back on the futon with a tired grin. Finally, he whispered to himself. Ding 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 ding. Cursed energy unlocked. Naoya's eyes snapped open, confusion flashing across his face. Have I finally gone mad? He muttered. But before he could think further, a glowing screen suddenly appeared in front of him, floating in midair. Name, Naoya Zenin. Title, Body Stealer, Possible Zenin Air Curse Technique, Locked Cursed Energy, 449/450. STR, 10 Dex, 7 Vit, 30 Int, 15 Luck, 10. Extra points, 0. Achievements. Naoya stared blankly at the strange screen for several seconds, his face completely unreadable. Finally, he gave a slow nod, clicked the close button and muttered, "Yeah, definitely losing it." Then he rolled over and went to sleep. Chapter 4, The System Unveiled. Morning came too early. The first rays of dawn crept through the paper screens, bathing Naoya's room in a pale golden glow. The boy, Naoya, sleeping awkwardly in his futon, was woken by a servant lightly shaking his shoulder. "Naoya-sama, it is time for morning training." He groaned softly, rolling onto his side. His entire body ached, shoulders, legs, even fingers. "Training, more like torture. Every inch of my body hurts," he muttered. "You are gifted, Naoya-sama. Other people can't even move after their first day of training." Naoya got to his feet, only to fall face first because of the soreness in his legs. "Ugh, so this is what being gifted feels like. Tastes like blood," he muttered in pain. "And Naoya-sama?" the servant called out in panic, preparing for the worst. "Ugh, just help me," groaned Naoya. The servant immediately picked him up, noticing a trickle of blood running from Naoya's nose. The man paled in horror, while Naoya simply wiped it away with his sleeve. "Do you think they'll let me skip training because of this?" Naoya asked. The servant remained silent. Sighing, knowing what the silence meant, Naoya decided to let fate take its course and walked out of his room. Last night's memory came flooding back, that brief, shimmering flicker of cursed energy dancing across his palms, followed by a floating blue screen that had nearly scared him into passing out. Had it really happened? Or had exhaustion finally broken his mind? He rubbed his eyes and muttered half-seriously, "If this is what going insane feels like, it's surprisingly organized." By the time he arrived at the courtyard, the clan's early morning training had already begun. Older Zenin children sparred fiercely, their wooden weapons cracking through the air. To Naoya, it looked less like training and more like a sanctioned brawl. At the center stood Naobito Zenin, calm and composed, his kimono fluttering lightly in the breeze. His sharp gaze immediately found Naoya. "You're late." "I was meditating," Naoya offered quickly. "On your futon again?" Yes." A long sigh. "Stand properly." The boy obeyed, moving beside his father as they began their morning drills. Naobito corrected his stance with sharp taps of a wooden stick, his tone calm but merciless. "Your feet are uneven." "Again." "Your breath is shallow." "Again." "Stop thinking and feel it." Naoya gritted his teeth at his father's complaints. "Did you make any progress yesterday?" Naobito asked, eyeing his son. "I got a grasp of it, though it vanished the moment it appeared," Naoya replied. "Show me." Naoya nodded, trying to recall the feeling from last night. Soon, a faint wisp of cursed energy appeared on his palm. The nearby trainees halted, watching the young boy with growing curiosity. The elders did the same, some smiling, some frowning, but one thing Naoya could feel clearly was the awe in their eyes. Naobito smirked at the sight of the wisp and lightly tapped Naoya's hand with his stick. "Ow!" And the wisp of cursed energy vanished instantly. "You lack control," stated Naobito. "Well, duh," replied Naoya, only to receive a sharp smack on the palm. "Congratulations, Naoya-sama. Gaining a grasp of cursed energy in just a day, the Zenin clan is sure to flourish." "Indeed." "Congratulations, clan head," added another elder. One by one, the instructors and elders began buttering up Naobito. Naobito, however, merely snorted. "Humph, don't inflate his ego. He only just learned manners yesterday. Why are you all lazing around? Get back to training." "A little praise wouldn't hurt," muttered Naoya, earning a glare from his father. The other instructors and elders quickly scattered, returning to their duties. Naoya, focused once again, suddenly felt a hand rest gently on his head. It was Naobito, who gave a rare, brief pat. Widening his eyes, a small smile appeared on Naoya's face. And the wisp of cursed energy vanished again. "Smack!" "Again," barked Naobito. "Who do you think is responsible for me losing focus?" Naoya thought bitterly, giving his father a side eye. And just like that, the training continued. Still too wild, Nobito muttered. Your control is non-existent. Breathe deeper. Feel, don't force. Naoya groaned. I'm feeling a lot of pain right now. Does that count? Nobito's eye twitched. You talk too much. Finally, Nobito lowered his stick. That's enough. Naoya straightened, panting, sweat running down his temple. You call that training? I call it
Wait. Hold up. Stop for a sec. Look, if you've already made it this far into the video and you're still here, come on, subscribe, bro. All right. I see you rolling your eyes. I'm moving. I'll get out of the way now so you can get back to the good stuff. But seriously, stick around and finish listening. It's worth it.
child abuse. Nobito's brow twitched. Your mouth moves faster than your technique. Then at least I'm good at something, Naoya muttered, earning another glare. Nobito stood over him, arms crossed. You improved slightly. Slightly. Naoya cracked an eye open. So, can I have breakfast now? Nobito sighed. You complain more than you train. I call it expressing my suffering creatively. The faintest ghost of a smirk tugged at Nobito's lips, gone as quickly as it appeared. Get stronger, Naoya. As his father walked away, Naoya stared up at the blue sky, exhausted but proud that he had felt it again, that flicker of cursed energy, a bit stronger this time. After the grueling session, Naoya dragged himself back to his room, collapsing face first onto his futon. Cursed energy, he muttered into the pillow. More like cursed misery. Still, curiosity gnawed at him. That strange glowing screen from last night, the one that appeared after he finally managed to summon cursed energy, was it real? He sat cross-legged, took a deep breath, and whispered, All right, if I'm crazy, then let's confirm it. And as if summoned. Ding, the faint ringing echoed again. A translucent blue window shimmered into existence before his eyes. Name, Naoya Zenin. Title, Body Stealer, possible Zenin heir. Curse technique locked. Cursed energy, 440/450. STR 10. Dex 7. Vit 30. Int 15. Luck 10. Extra points 0. Achievements more plus. Naoya blinked, rubbing his eyes. Okay, so it wasn't a dream. He tapped through Achievements tab and another small box unfolded. Achievements. Survived 1 year. 1 point, collect. Had a meal. 1 point, collect. Walking on all fours. 1 point, collect. Naoya blinked in surprise. Deciding to test it out, he clicked on one of the collect buttons. A soft chime rang again and extra points increased from 0-1. Naoya's brows furrowed. So it's real. And it gives me points for achievements? He looked back at the list and noticed a change. Survived 2 years. 1 point, collect. So it's a progressive achievement, he murmured. He clicked a few more times. The soft chime rang again and again and extra points rose from 1-4. He leaned back against the wall, thinking, Is this thing judging my life like a video game? After a long pause, he snorted. Well, at least someone's keeping track of my suffering. After fiddling with the system for a while, Naoya gathered a few insights. 1. Some achievements had levels like age or walking with progress bars for the next stage, e.g., walking/running 1 kilometer. 2. It recorded basic milestones too, eating, drinking, speaking, but those had no levels. 3. The points per achievement remained the same, no matter the level. After collecting all possible achievements, Naoya glanced at his stat screen again. Equals. Name, Naoya Zenin. Title, Body Stealer, possible Zenin heir. Curse technique locked. Cursed energy, 440/450. STR 10. Dex 7. Vit 30. Int 15. Luck 10. Extra points 18. Achievements. Should I use these points now? Muttered Naoya. After more fiddling, he came to know few more things. Equals. Name, Naoya Zenin. Title, Body Stealer, possible Zenin heir. Curse technique locked. Cursed energy, 440/450. STR 15 plus 5. Dex 10 plus 3. Vit 30. Int 15. Luck 12 plus 2. Extra points 8. Achievements. There was a 10-point limit on stat upgrades per day. When he tried to add more, the screen flashed red with a message. Reached point up limit for today. Time required to assimilate changes, 23:59 HR. So I can only add 10 points per day, thought Naoya, staring. So guys, on a side note, if you see smile face, like and subscribe, ignore it. You know I am re-uploading some videos, so ignore then. Now LRTs continue. At his hands. Did that work though? I increased my strength by 5 points, not much but still 50% more than before. He eyed the tatami mats beneath him. Do it, an intrusive thought whispered. He stared at his fist, then back at the mats. But before he could act on it, salvation arrived. Naoya-sama, breakfast is ready, called the servant from outside. Immediately, Naoya's mind shifted tracks. He jumped to his feet. Here I come, he said cheerfully, closing the translucent screen before walking out. Chapter 5, First Clan Meeting. The morning sunlight spilled softly across the Zenin estate, warming the tiled roofs and casting long shadows across the stone pathways. Naoya sat at the breakfast table, chewing on grilled fish while occasionally sneaking glances at his father. Naobito ate silently, his posture impeccable, movements deliberate. Every sip of tea seemed to carry the weight of discipline. Naoya, on the other hand, had the posture of someone being punished by existence itself. His muscles screamed from the morning training, his arms trembled faintly from overuse, and yet, compared to yesterday, he felt just a little lighter. Maybe it was the stat points, maybe it was psychological, or maybe he was just getting used to pain. He didn't care which. Progress was progress. When Naobito finally finished, he spoke without looking up. Training continues after breakfast. Naoya sighed. Can't we just call it a day and say I learned the value of suffering? A sharp glare shut him up instantly. The morning sunlight spilled softly across the Zenin estate, warming the tiled roofs and casting long shadows over the stone pathways. Naoya sat at the breakfast table, chewing on grilled fish while occasionally sneaking glances at his father. Naobito ate silently, his posture impeccable and his movements deliberate. Every sip of tea seemed to carry the weight of discipline. Naoya, on the other hand, had the posture of someone being punished by existence itself. His muscles screamed from the morning training, his arms trembled faintly from overuse, and yet, compared to yesterday, he felt just a little lighter. Maybe it was the stat points, maybe it was psychological, or maybe he was just getting used to pain. He didn't care which. Progress was progress. When Naobito finally finished, he spoke without looking up. Training continues after breakfast. Naoya sighed. Can't we just call it a day and say I learned the value of suffering? A sharp glare shut him up instantly. A short while later, they stood once again in the courtyard. The morning air was cool, the faint scent of bamboo drifting across the grounds. Around them, other Zenin trainees sparred fiercely, their practice weapons colliding with dull thuds that echoed like a heartbeat of violence. Naobito stood at the center, hands folded behind his back. Begin. Naoya took his stance. His movements were awkward at first, but his footing was firmer than yesterday. He focused on his breathing, slow, steady, like Naobito had taught him. Your stance has improved, Naobito noted quietly. Wow, actual praise, muttered Naoya. The wooden stick cracked against his shoulder. Don't speak. Ow, yelped Naoya. He continued, channeling his cursed energy, trying to summon that faint shimmer from before. The emotion came easily this time, irritation, exhaustion, defiance. The air rippled faintly around his hands. It wasn't bright or stable, but it was there. Naobito's eyes narrowed slightly. Better. Naoya exhaled shakily, sweat dripping from his brow. Feels like I'm trying to squeeze fog. Control comes from discipline. Discipline comes from pain. You're learning. Great. I must be very disciplined by now, Naoya muttered. Another light smack followed. And yet your mouth remains undisciplined. Watching the boy struggle to stabilize his cursed energy, Naobito frowned slightly. He's actually become meeker. Has the pressure of training been too much for him? Well, he's still a kid. Probably just another phase, he thought, shaking the concern off. A few hours later, Naoya's small mass of cursed energy finally started to stabilize. Seeing that, Naoya smiled, only for a stick to smack his thigh. His posture immediately broke, but this time the cursed energy didn't dissipate. Good. You can maintain it now. That's the first step to controlling cursed energy, said Naobito with a small nod. Naoya wanted to complain but knew it would result in another hit, so he wisely stayed silent. Now let's move to the next step. Naobito showed both his palms. Cursed energy gathered on one of them, forming a small glowing sphere. Then, slowly, it moved from one hand to the other. Did you get that? Asked Naobito. You made the cursed energy crawl from one palm to the other, replied Naoya. I meant, did you understand how I did that? Asked Naobito flatly. Oh. No clue, said Naoya bluntly. Naobito stared at his son for a moment, unsure if this was politeness or stupidity. After explaining the technique, Naobito stepped back and observed as Naoya tried to replicate it. No matter how hard he tried, the cursed energy refused to move an inch. Training lasted until afternoon. When it finally ended, Naoya collapsed on the ground, panting. You've improved slightly, Naobito said, turning away. Don't let it make you complacent. Don't worry, Naoya groaned. I'm way too miserable to feel complacent. While they spoke, two older trainees sparring nearby lost balance. One accidentally pushed the other with too much force, sending him stumbling straight toward Naoya. Noticing the large boy hurtling toward him, Naoya panicked. As if responding to his fear, cursed energy flared faintly around him, trembling violently before fizzling out. I'm gonna be a pancake, thought Naoya, bracing for impact. Naobito, watching from nearby, sighed. He gathered that much cursed energy and still didn't dodge. He flicked a small burst of cursed energy at the falling trainee, sending the boy sprawling harmlessly to the side. Thud! Naoya blinked. The pain never came. He opened his eyes to find the boy on the ground and his father staring at him sternly, before another flick of cursed energy smacked him on the forehead. Ow! Move away if you're about to be hit, Naobito said flatly. Sorry, just suffering from the pain of training, said Naoya, rubbing his forehead, only to get flicked again. Just because you have good control doesn't mean you need to show off, grumbled Naoya. Naobito smirked. Then learn to control cursed energy soon, he replied, walking away. Nearby, several clan members whispered among themselves. Naoya-sama already showing cursed energy at his age, the heir to the Zenin bloodline indeed. Though his control still seems unstable. Naoya's ears twitched. He caught every word. I'm literally 4 years old. What do you people want from me? He thought bitterly. Meanwhile, the boy who nearly crushed him was now yelling at the one who pushed him. Do you want me dead? Throwing me towards the clan head. I told you it was an accident. If I died, my parents would've. Naoya watched them bicker, then decided he'd suffered enough second-hand stupidity for one day. Later, back in his room, Naoya sat cross-legged on the futon and exhaled slowly. His hands trembled faintly as he raised them, focusing. A flicker of cursed energy danced across his fingertips before fading again. He frowned. Still not stable. A translucent blue screen appeared before him with a soft ding that he skimmed it. Same numbers, same stats. Name, Naoya Zenin. Title, Body Stealer, possible Zenin heir. Curse technique locked. Cursed energy, 445/450. STR, 15. Dex 10. Vit, 30. Int 15. Luck 12. Extra points 8. He sighed. So it's not going to hand me power on a silver platter. Figures. The achievements tab glowed faintly, but no new entries appeared, just the same milestones: walking, speaking, unlocking cursed energy. Guess I'll have to earn the next one the hard way. He closed the screen and lay back, staring at the ceiling. It hurts like hell, groaned the kid, feeling pain course through his body. He rolled up in his futon and screamed into his pillow to vent. A little while later, a servant came to call him for lunch. At the mention of food, Naoya stood up, stretched, and walked out, noticing that despite harsher training, the pain wasn't as bad as before. Seems like the extra stats did help, thought Naoya with a small smile. During the meal, Naobito spoke suddenly. After evening training, wash up and come straight to the main hall. We'll be having a clan meeting. Naoya looked up from his rice bowl, gave a small nod, and went right back to eating. Naobito stared at him for a moment, tempted to smack him, but decided against it. The boy was working hard after all. Eat well. The evening training will be harsher to make up for the missed slot due to the meeting, said Naobito. Naoya looked at him in disbelief. Are you sure you're my father? He thought, then turned toward the servant behind him. One more, said Naoya, holding out his empty bowl. The servant blinked in surprise. Just a few days ago, this same boy had thrown bowls and cursed the staff. Now he was calmly asking for seconds, fifths actually. The servant refilled the bowl and handed it back. This version of the young master was much better. Training has really disciplined the boy. May the clan head push him even harder so he grows into a great man, thought the servant. A shiver ran down Naoya's spine that he didn't know why, but it felt like someone had just wished for his suffering. Eat some meat too. A growing body needs meat, said Nobito, signaling for the servants. Bring 2 plates, said Naoya, focusing back on his food, making Nobito and the servant exchange looks of disbelief. Wha? Mumbled Naoya with his mouth full, noticing their stares. Nobito sighed. Don't talk with your mouth full. I should arrange etiquette classes for him, thought Nobito. Another shiver ran down Naoya's spine. Again, someone's definitely wishing for my suffering, he thought grimly. In the evening, after finishing his training, Naoya washed up and got dressed before being led toward the meeting hall by one of the servants. When they arrived, the servant bowed and stepped aside, sliding open the door. Immediately, Naoya felt dozens of gazes fall upon him, some curious, others indifferent. Under those watchful eyes, he walked into the room, scanned the gathered clan members, and quickly found his seat. His father sat further ahead, near the center, surrounded by elders and senior members of the Zenin Clan. Once everyone except one person had arrived, the meeting began. Naoya glanced at the empty seat beside him, wondering who was missing, but quickly turned his attention back to the front when he felt his father's glare pierce through him. The Gojo and Geto clans' influence is on the rise, one elder began. Well, the 6 eyes and infinity manifested in the Gojo heir. It was bound to happen, another replied. It's the Geto clan we should be wary of. They didn't waste a moment in forming ties between their heir and Gojos. It's not just that. Rumor has it the Geto clan's heir also manifested one of their core techniques. Nobito fell silent. 2 heirs in the same generation awakening ancient clan techniques. If handled poorly, it could completely disrupt the current balance of power. His gaze drifted toward Naoya, who was barely keeping his eyes open, fighting to stay awake. If only this idiot son of mine awakened an ancient technique, thought Nobito dryly. The elders, following Nobito's gaze, turned to look at Naoya as well. Some looked at him with deadpan expressions, a few chuckled, but most wore clear annoyance. Naoya-kun, called Toji Zenin, one of Naoya's uncles. Huh? I'm awake. I was just meditating, said a startled Naoya, straightening up. Is the meeting boring you? Asked Toji in a cold tone. Kind of, but I can handle it, replied Naoya while rubbing his eyes. The entire hall fell silent. A vein throbbed visibly on Oji's forehead. Feeling the tension rise, Nobito was just about to step in when another man spoke. How's your training going, Naoya? Asked Junichi Zenin, a tall, muscular man with a long scar across his face. Though older-looking, he was actually Naoya's cousin. It's going well, I guess. Though it's a bit much for a small child like me to handle, replied Naoya. Really? Unlocked your curse technique yet? Asked Junichi. No, not yet. It's only been 2 days since I started training. I see, said Junichi, his tone deliberately casual. The Gojo clan's heir unlocked his technique the moment he was born. Whoa, really? Lucky him, said Naoya, genuinely impressed, and a little envious of someone who didn't have to go through daily clan torture, training to awaken power. Even the Geto clan's heir awakened his technique too, added Junichi, watching closely. He'd heard the boy had a quick temper, perfect for provoking. Good for him then. Is there a problem with them unlocking their techniques? Asked Naoya, genuinely confused. Junichi's expression hardened. His attempt to rile Naoya had failed miserably. Naoya, called Nobito, a small smile twitching on his face. For once, his son's newly awakened manners were saving him. Yes? Naoya turned toward him. Your cousin just means that you should work hard and unlock your technique soon, said Nobito quickly, trying to defuse the tension. Oh. So that's what he meant. You're surprisingly caring despite how you look, said Naoya with a bright smile. Nobito immediately regretted speaking. I take it back. My son's an idiot. Junichi froze for a moment, then his expression turned icy. Being mocked for his looks by a child, and that too in front of the whole clan, was beyond humiliating. Don't worry about that, Junichi said coldly. Naoya, is that how you speak to your elders? Get out and kneel with your hands raised, barked Naobito, hoping to cut the situation short before it escalated. Naoya looked at his father in disbelief. What did I even do? Then realization dawned. Oh, he sighed. Knowing his father, this was a light punishment. He stood up obediently. Sorry for the earlier comment, he said politely before walking out of the hall. The servant guided him to the koi pond and instructed him to kneel. Naoya sighed deeply as he looked at his reflection in the water. It's seriously not cool to punish such a pitiful child, he muttered under his breath. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught sight of a man standing nearby, looking in his direction. Their eyes met and the stranger's lips twitched in amusement. After a few seconds, Naoya frowned. Who are you? The man's brows lifted slightly, surprised, before he started walking toward him. Interesting, he muttered, crouching down beside Naoya and dipping his feet into the koi pond. Name's Toji, said the man with a faint smirk. Chapter 6, The Black Sheep. Well, let me apologize for the misunderstanding in the previous chapter. I mentioned that there was a Geto clan, only to later realize that Geto wasn't from a clan at all. So moving forward there will be no Geto clan in this FIC. Alright, with that out of the way, let's begin. Name's Toji, said the man, his voice low and amused, eyes half-lidded yet sharp, like a predator that had just spotted something curious. Naoya blinked, staring at the stranger who had the confidence to sit by the Zenin estate's koi pond as if it were his backyard. Toji? Naoya muttered, the name tugging at the edge of his mind. Wait, aren't you? Yeah, Toji cut in with a smirk. The failure of the Zenin clan. No cursed energy, no blessings, no respect. You could say I'm the black sheep that got away. I was gonna say my cousin, Naoya said flatly. Toji chuckled. Naoya looked him over from head to toe, well-toned physique, visible muscles, a ruggedly handsome face. You don't look like a failure, Naoya said honestly. Ha, Toji let out a short laugh. Guess your eyes still work fine. But don't say that too loud, the idiots in the clan won't like it. So what's a runt like you doing here, kneeling this late at night? Asked Toji. Got punished for making fun of one of my cousins during the clan meeting, replied Naoya, unbothered by the admission. Ah, right. The meeting was tonight. Toji tilted his head. You weren't there? Naoya asked curiously. Meh. Those guys don't like me anyway. I was only invited out of formality. So who are you? Toji asked, his tone casual. I'm Naoya. And what does that tell me? Whose runt are you? Toji asked bluntly. Naobito Zenin. Ah, that old man pretending to be clan head. Pretending? Naoya asked, tilting his head. The clan head hasn't been officially decided yet. The old geezer's letting each candidate manage things for 6 months, a test basically. Your old man's turn must be up right now. Is that so? Naoya nodded in understanding. Yeah. Anyway, how'd you notice me earlier? Toji asked suddenly. What do you mean? When I was standing there, how did you notice me? Toji pointed at where he'd been earlier. Naoya tilted his head in confusion, clearly not understanding. Seeing his expression, Toji smirked. Sharp senses for a kid, he thought. Even seasoned jujutsu sorcerers struggled to detect him thanks to his heavenly restriction. Yet this 4-year-old had caught him sneaking around the compound. So who'd you embarrass in front of everyone? Toji asked, changing the topic. Junichi Nii-san. Huh, that trash brother of mine. What did you say? Toji's grin widened with interest. Feeling slightly relieved that Toji didn't seem close with Junichi, Naoya recounted what had happened at the meeting. Toji burst into laughter. Great going, kid. That bastard really does have an ugly face. Don't laugh so loudly, Toji Nii-san. If they find me, they'll increase my punishment. Naoya hissed in panic. Toji froze for a moment. It was the first time in his life a clan member had called him something other than trash or failure. Much less Nii-san. He looked up at the night sky, a faint smile tugging at his lips. But wouldn't it be funny if I messed things up for you? Toji said suddenly, glancing at the kid beside him. Naoya's eyes went wide with panic. Please don't. I'm already tired from the training. Training, huh? So you've reached that age. How old are you? 4. Damn. I really don't care about clan business, didn't even know you existed. What are you doing here anyway? Naoya asked. Went out to the city, hooked up with some chick. Just got back, Toji said proudly, flashing the marks on his neck. Naoya blinked. What are those marks? You got injured? Did the girl beat you? Toji's smirk vanished. He stared at the kid, questioning his life choices. Right. 4 years old. Do you know about birds and bee? What are you doing here? The cold voice cut him off. Naoya froze. He recognized that tone immediately. Toji, on the other hand, groaned in annoyance. Sup, old man, greeted Toji lazily. Nobito said nothing, his cold gaze fixed on him. Toji met it without flinching. Yeah, typical Zenin behavior, he thought. He glanced at Naoya, who looked like he was silently praying to every deity that his punishment wouldn't get worse. Then Toji grinned. Naoya's gut dropped. He had a bad feeling about that smile. Your spawn told me he hates your training, Toji said casually, pointing at Naoya. Looks like you haven't disciplined him enough. Naoya's eyes went wide. No. That's a lie. Toji Nii-san is ly. He tried to stand, but his exhausted legs gave out. With a yelp he fell forward, straight toward the koi pond. Nobito moved instinctively to catch him but stopped when Toji grabbed Naoya by the collar and lifted him up. Don't go swimming so late at night, Toji said with a smirk before flinging him to the side. Yua! Naoya screamed, eyes shut tight, bracing for impact, only to find himself safely in his father's arms. Ahhhhhhh. He kept screaming anyway, until he realized he wasn't falling anymore. Opening one eye, he looked up to see Nobito staring blankly at him. Hello there, Naoya greeted weakly. Nobito sighed and set him down, turning toward Toji, who was laughing so hard he could barely stand. Your kid's funny, old man. I'll give you that, Toji said, still chuckling before his expression hardened. Then he looked at Naoya. Change that. He won't survive this den of snakes with that attitude. I'll make sure of that, Nobito said coldly. You don't need to meddle in affairs that don't concern you. Toji shrugged. He was used to the Zenin arrogance by now. He gave the kid one last look. Naoya waved timidly and Toji's lips curved in a faint smile, gone as quickly as it came. When Toji disappeared into the shadows, Naoya quietly tried to sneak away too. But a firm hand landed on his shoulder. Go kneel. Your punishment isn't over yet, Nobito said. Slumping in defeat, Naoya returned to the koi pond, kneeling again with his hands raised. I don't want those hands lowering for 2 hours, Nobito ordered sternly. Naoya's shoulders twitched. He turned to protest and froze when he saw his father's glare. Child abuser, he muttered under his breath. Naoya flinched upright, hands raised higher. Nobito stayed a while then left, instructing a servant to keep watch. Why is my luck so bad? Why do I suffer so much? Naoya groaned. Dink, kneel for 1 hour, 1 point, collect. Hearing the familiar chime, Naoya opened the screen and tapped collect. This isn't enough compensation for my suffering, he grumbled, before slowly dozing off, still kneeling. Chapter 7, Progress and Problems. The first rays of sunlight crept through the paper windows, gently illuminating the Zenin estate. Birds chirped softly outside, their cheerful melodies completely at odds with the pitiful figure kneeling beside the koi pond. Naoya Zenin. Still in the same position as last night. His head hung forward, drool sliding down his chin, arms trembling slightly even in sleep. The servant who had been assigned to watch him sighed for what felt like the 100th time that night. Young master, it's morning. Naoya's head jerked up, eyes half open. 5 more minutes. He mumbled weakly. You've been kneeling for the whole night, young master, said the servant. Huh. Naoya muttered, still half asleep. He glanced forward, noticing the familiar koi pond. Oh, he murmured before closing his eyes again as his body wobbled forward. The servant immediately moved, catching the boy before he fell into the pond. That woke Naoya up instantly, and he finally realized what was going on. He tried to stand, but his legs wouldn't move. He tried to put his hands down, but the stiff muscles screamed in protest. I can't feel my arms, Naoya said with a dumb look on his face. He tried lowering them, only for pain to shoot through his shoulders. Ah! Damn it, they've turned to noodles. The servant quietly pretended not to hear the young master cursing under his breath as Naoya stumbled to his feet. He winced, stretching his stiff body before mumbling, At least it's over. That wish was short-lived as he soon spotted a familiar figure behind him, looking at him with a cold, unreadable gaze. "Let me live," pleaded Naoya, begging his father for mercy. "Go rest. We'll train after breakfast," said Naobito before walking away. "I'm going to start a union," Naoya muttered as he hobbled back to his room, his steps wobbly and dramatic, like a war veteran who'd seen too much. Inside his room, Naoya plopped face first onto his futon. The warmth of the bedding almost lulled him back to sleep. But he decided to shake his drowsiness away, remembering what he had noticed on his way back to the room. He lay on his back and stared at the ceiling, willing the system to appear. Dink! The translucent blue screen appeared before him the moment he thought about it. So my stats go up naturally as well. I don't need points for that. Reasonable, I am growing naturally after all, muttered Naoya. He then looked at the timer that still had an hour left before he could add points. He opened the Achievements tab to check if there were any new rewards to collect. Walk 1 kilometer on 2 legs, 1 point, collect. Naoya clicked collect and heard the soft chime. He then checked the list of ongoing achievements. Run 1 kilometer on 2 legs, 1 point, 0.58/1 km. Kneel for 10 hours, 1 point, 7/10 HRS. Walk 1 kilometer on 4 legs, 1 point, 0.3/1 km. Walk 10 kilometers on 2 legs, 1 point, 1/10 kilometer. After going through the list, these were the only achievable ones for now. Sighing in annoyance, he closed the tab and waited for the timer to run out so he could assign his points. Though while waiting, he slowly drifted off to sleep. "Naoya-sama, breakfast is ready," called a voice from behind the door. Hearing no response, the servant opened the door and peeked inside, only to find Naoya fast asleep. After being shaken awake, Naoya was now seated at the breakfast table with his father, who, as always, looked like the embodiment of discipline. Naoya, on the other hand, felt soreness all over his body, though it wasn't as bad as in the morning. While chewing his food, he silently opened his status screen. He stared at the screen for a while before he allocated his points. Giving one last look at his stats, he mentally sighed as his gaze fell on the 0 next to extra points. "I'll need to earn more soon," thought Naoya. From the side, his father and the servants were watching him with puzzled expressions. The kid was already on his 8th bowl of rice and showed no signs of stopping. Naoya, oblivious to their thoughts, simply ate, worrying about his stressful future. Later that day during training, Naoya noticed that he had made progress in manipulating cursed energy. He was now able to move a ball of cursed energy from one hand to the other, and even summon 2 such balls simultaneously, though the latter was slower. Naobito looked at his son with his usual cold gaze, though inwardly he was quite satisfied with the progress. "All right, you will learn something new today. Practice your control during your free time," said Naobito. Naoya looked at his father and asked without hesitation, "When do you even give me free time?" The stick landed cleanly on his hand, making him wince in pain. "I give you plenty of rest," said Naobito flatly. Naoya wanted to protest but decided that was a bad idea. "Now you'll work on your cursed energy output. The amount a Jujutsu sorcerer can release at a time almost certainly defines what rank that sorcerer is. You might have a lot of cursed energy, but being unable to utilize it won't make you a high-rank sorcerer," said Naobito in his strict tone. Naoya nodded in understanding. Naobito gestured to a servant, who brought him a stick. Planting it in the ground, Naobito took 10 steps back and gathered cursed energy in his hand. With a wave, the energy shot forward and struck the stick, sending it flying. "I controlled my output, but that's the gist of what you'll be doing," said Naobito. "That's it?" asked Naoya. "No stance, no build-up, nothing?" "That's it," replied Naobito. Naoya nodded and moved away from the stick. He copied Naobito's actions, gathering cursed energy in his hand before flicking it forward. Nothing happened. The energy didn't leave his hand at all. Naoya frowned at the rippling energy over his palm and flicked again. Still nothing. "Make it so that the cursed energy leaves your hand by the end of the day," said Naobito and walked away. Today's training didn't require him to pay special attention to form, so Naobito decided to handle clan affairs. Training his son was important, but clan leadership took priority. Naoya watched his father leave and thought he could take it easy today. However, knowing his father, he immediately scrapped that thought. He was probably being watched already. Naoya continued trying for hours. No progress. Frustrated, he looked at the nearby trainees sparring and walked toward one of them. "Hey, Nii-san," called Naoya. "Huh? What is it, Naoya-sama? Do you need my assistance?" the older boy stammered. A Zenin calling him Nii-san didn't sit right with him. "Can you fire cursed energy from your hands?" asked Naoya. "Yes, I can do that easily," said the boy, realizing what Naoya wanted. "How do you do that?" "I have been trying to fling it off my hands like father, but it's not working at all," said Naoya, demonstrating his sticky cursed energy. The older boy now knew his guess was correct and was about to answer the young Zenin. However, before he did, he looked at the instructors and elders around him, wondering if he was allowed to do so. After getting a clear nod from one of the elders, the boy sighed in relief and looked back towards Naoya. "Naoya-sama, firing cursed energy is the final step of this training. You need to master the first step first." "What's the first step?" "Being able to gather and mold cursed energy without direct contact," explained the boy. He raised his palm, gathering cursed energy until a small orb formed, floating slightly above his skin. Cursed energy is tied to negative emotions, and since you're the source of your emotions, it clings to you. You should learn to make it detach while maintaining control. Naoya nodded and gathered cursed energy in his hand and tried to follow what the older trainee showed him, only to fail at that. "It's difficult," he muttered. "It should be," said the trainee. He drew his wooden sword. "Perhaps you should start by coating an object. The longer the object, the better, and then slowly move forward from there," said the boy as he coated the wooden sword in cursed energy before releasing most of it, only leaving some at the tip of the sword. Naoya nodded. He looked around looking for a sword too, only to see none was in sight. He was about to ask the servant to bring him once before his gaze fell on the stick that was impaled in the ground. "It's longer than the sword," muttered Naoya, looking at the stick that was bigger than him. Pulling it off the ground, Naoya used his energy to coat the stick in it, and almost instantly the energy moved, coating the stick completely. Tice garnered surprised looks from onlookers. They were not expecting the young boy to be able to do so in the first try. After all, that trick too demanded a fair bit of control. Naoya smiled, seeing that he was able to at least do that, and then tried to imitate what the older trainee showed him. Hours passed by. Most of the trainees were gone for their break. It was lunchtime after all. However, there stood a single boy who continued to train diligently. "Stay there, damn it!" yelled Naoya in annoyance. He had improved from his first try, but he still couldn't stabilize the cursed energy at the tip of the stick. And although the servants have informed him that his lunch was ready, the young Zenin didn't move from his spot. He felt like he was close to mastering that trick, and him finishing early meant that he could take the rest of the day easy since his father was not there to monitor him today. Unbeknownst to Naoya, Naobito was looking at the training ground with a satisfied smile on his face. He was confused why his gluttonous son was not present for lunch, but seeing his determination while being on the training ground made him happy. For such a diligent son, he promised himself to train him hard. This one might be worth investing in, thought Naobito. Naoya felt a shiver went past Hu's spine. Again? Who is wishing for my suffering? Thought Naoya before focusing back on the training. A few more hours passed as the sun began to set. Naoya still stood on the training ground, now with a triumphant grin. At the tip of the stick floated a stable orb of cursed energy. "Finally! I'm free for today!" he shouted joyfully. Dropping the stick, he fell onto the ground, smiling. A familiar voice spoke from behind. "Sleeping on the ground? Punished again?" Naoya turned and saw Toji. "No, just finished training." "Nisan, where are you coming from?" "Your clothes are disheveled," Naoya noted. Toji looked at himself, his kimono indeed messy. "Hooped my brother's ass after he charged at me," he said with a smirk. "Why did you two fight?" "I laughed at him for being made fun of at the meeting." "This won't come back to bite me, right?" Naoya asked worriedly. After all, it was him who embarrassed Junichi. "It probably will." "Best of luck," Toji said casually. "Why?" "It's the Zenin Clan. Most of them are moody babies," Toji shrugged. "I won't die, right?" Naoya asked nervously. "Who knows?" Toji replied, and Naoya caught the underlying meaning. Toji looked at the panicked kid. He could almost see the gears turning in his head. "Nisan," Naoya called suddenly, eyes lighting up with a plan. "What?" "I don't like that look," said Toji warily. "You said that you beat your brother, right?" "Hooped his ass were my words, but sure," replied Toji. Then be my bodyguard and save me from danger, said Naoya as he slowly walked towards Toji and looked at him with puppy eyes. Huh. Toji didn't know why, but he almost felt a bit of pity after seeing those eyes. Too bad for Naoya, Toji too was a cold-blooded Zenin. Huh, no. Too bothersome. Eh? Please. I am nowhere near strong to save myself if I get attacked by Junichi Nii-san. Sounds like a you problem. You dragged me into this. Me? You were the one who mocked his ugly mug. I just fan the flames. Please, Toji Nii-san. Save your adorable younger cousin. Where's he? Let me kick him in the face and make him less adorable. Toji deadpanned, looking around. You're mean, Nii-san. Glad you noticed, said Toji with a smirk. Toji smirked, seeing the pouting young Zenin. He looked at him for a while before he picked up the stick from the ground. You know what would be funny? Asked Toji. What? Asked Naoya. If you beat the crap out of my trash brother yourself, said Toji, grinning maliciously. I don't like where this is going, muttered Naoya, slowly backing away. Toji's grin widened. Want to learn the art of ass-whooping from me? No thank you. I already train enough, Naoya said, backing several meters away. Oh, too bad. Maybe I should tell my brother you called him worse than trash for losing to a failure like me. When did I say that? Asked Naoya. You didn't. But he doesn't know that, replied Toji. You are blackmailing me. I am blackmailing you, Toji confirmed without shame. Why? To cause some chaos in this den of snakes, said Toji as he hurled the stick at Naoya with some force behind it. Widening his eyes in surprise, Naoya immediately stepped aside. The stick whooshed past him and impaled a nearby rock. Seeing that scene, Toji smirked. I was right. His senses are sharp, thought Toji. Naoya, on the other hand, looked at the stick that was stuck in the rock with horror. One moment of delay and he would have been skewered. What the hell is wrong with this clan? Thought Naoya in panic. Come here at midnight, said Toji, walking away without waiting for an answer. Naoya slumped to the ground. Why me, God? What have I done wrong? So much suffering. Have some mercy. Ding. As if answering his prayer, the familiar chime rung. Curse technique unlocked. Chapter 8, They Like Cute Names. Naoya blinked in surprise. What do you mean I unlocked my cursed technique? Thought Naoya, not feeling any changes within his body. The moment he thought that, information came rushing into his head, knowledge about his technique imprinting itself into his mind. Naoya stood still for a while, feeling a slight migraine from the sudden rush of information before sitting down once again to process what he had just learned. System, thought Naoya. Ding. Name, Naoya Zenin. Title, Body Stealer, possible Zenin heir. Curse technique, Projection Sorcery active. Cursed energy, 557 of 630. STR 20. Dex 13. Vit 35. Int 30 plus 10. Luck 15. Extra points 0. Achievements more plus. Underscore 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 underscore. Naoya looked at his status screen with a pondering expression. He had awakened his curse technique, the same one as his father's, and because of the new knowledge that came with it, his INT stat had increased by 50%. He stood up and tried using his curse technique just as the information in his head instructed him to. The moment Naoya activated it, his surroundings seemed to slow down. He began seeing possible movements and paths, choosing which ones to follow before moving. Naoya felt his speed increase dramatically, every movement smooth and efficient. Once he stopped, he smiled in satisfaction. According to his newfound understanding, he could split a single second into multiple frames, performing predetermined movements seamlessly. The movements couldn't be too exaggerated, but he could still make himself do things that were normally impossible, like jumping over 4 meters and landing back within that same second. Currently, he could move at 12 frames per second, though he knew this would improve with more familiarity and better physical conditioning. From what he remembered, his father could move at 24 frames per second, and he is called the fastest sorcerer of the current era. All right. It's a good technique. If nothing else, it'll help me run away from dangerous situations. Let's collect the achievement point and take a bath, said Naoya, clicking on the achievements window to collect the point for unlocking his curse technique. However, he didn't receive a point for it. Curse technique unlocked, 10 shadows technique, collect. Naoya looked at the screen with a dumbfounded expression. He rubbed his eyes and looked again, still the same reward. Isn't this the ancient clan technique all the Zenins are obsessed with? Naoya gulped, temptation whispering in his mind to press collect. But he hesitated. Jujutsu sorcerers only ever had one curse technique. He had never heard of any exceptions. What would happen if he clicked it? Would his current technique be replaced? Or, best case, would he somehow gain both? Worst case, would his body collapse under the strain, leaving him crippled? He didn't know. After pondering for 15 minutes, Naoya sighed and stared intently at the screen. This system has helped me so far and hasn't done or tried to do me any harm. He muttered. The allure of the ancient clan technique was simply too tempting for a 4-year-old to resist. With some hesitation, he clicked on collect. A soft chime rang in his head before a splitting migraine struck. Ack! Warning, brain overload. INT too low. Switching curse techniques. A red message window flashed before him, and the pain gradually subsided as new information about the 10 shadows technique forced its way into his mind. Naoya studied the new status screen. His INT had increased again, but what truly caught his eye was the curse technique section. It seemed he possessed both techniques within his body, though he could only use one at a time. Switching between active and inactive allowed him to access either technique freely. Then his eyes fell on the Achievements tab. Gain 2 cursed techniques 1 point, collect. Now that was a familiar kind of reward. He clicked collect without hesitation. Without wasting another second, Naoya stood up and formed a hand seal, channeling cursed energy. Divine dogs. His shadow darkened and stretched outward. 2 wolves, 1 black, 1 white, emerged from the shadow. Woof! Woof! The 2 wolves barked in unison, greeting their summoner. Naoya's expression melted into a bright smile as he crouched down and extended his hands. The wolves immediately came closer, sensing his intent. So cute! He exclaimed, patting their heads eagerly. Oh! Both wolves cried in bliss, their tails wagging happily. Naoya stopped reluctantly, much to their disappointment. I'd love to keep playing, but I need to rest. Training with Toji and I-san starts at midnight, Naoya said, his tone full of regret. All right, let me introduce myself to you guys. I'm Naoya. Please protect me and stay by my side from now on. Woof. Woof. Good boys. Calling you both divine dogs doesn't sit right with me. Naoya began pondering. Jet black demon and pure white angel, he declared dramatically. Both wolves lowered their ears, giving him puppy eyes. How can you guys do puppy eyes? Ugh, fine, I'll think of something else. After several cool and definitely Chunibyo names that were all rejected, Naoya was out of ideas. Cupcake and frosting, he finally said. This time, both wolves wagged their tails. So they like cute names, thought Naoya, relieved. All right, from now on, your cupcake Black Wolf and your frosting White Wolf. The 2 barked happily before jumping back into his shadow. Naoya then tested switching between his curse techniques and was thrilled to find he could use both seamlessly. The wolves remained unaffected, still responding to their names even after he switched. Satisfied, Naoya headed home, took a bath, and went straight to bed, only waking up when a servant came to call him for dinner. During dinner, Naoya suddenly remembered something. Father, he called. Naobito, still chewing elegantly, glanced at his son. I unlocked my cursed technique. Cough. Cough. Naobito choked violently on his food. Servants rushed to his side with a glass of water. After calming down, the acting clan head looked at Naoya seriously. The nearby servants shared the same look. Depending on what technique Naoya had, the clan's power balance could shift dramatically. What technique do you have? Asked Naobito, hoping it was something significant. If his son's technique was strong, his position as the future clan head would be far more secure. Projection sorcery, began Naoya. Naobito frowned slightly. It was a strong technique, his own, but not influential enough to sway the elders. And the 10 shadows technique, Naoya finished. What? Say that again, Naobito said, his voice low and disbelieving. Projection sorcery and the 10 shadows technique, Naoya repeated calmly. You unlocked 2 techniques? Yes. And you can use them both? Yes. Naobito stared at his son, wondering if this was some kind of joke. Are you sick? No. Did you dream about unlocking 2 techniques? Naoya sighed. It was better to show than argue. Divine dogs. 2 wolves leapt from his shadow and landed behind him. Naobito and the servants froze, eyes wide. Then Naoya recalled the dogs and switched techniques, using projection sorcery to appear behind his father in an instant. Naobito barely managed to track the movement. The Zenin clan truly is blessed, Naobito murmured, a satisfied smile forming. Do you believe me now? Naoya asked. Naobito nodded, his smile widening the more he replayed what he had just seen. His future as the clan head was now guaranteed. Bring me some sake. This calls for celebration. Inform the servants, there will be a banquet tomorrow, ordered Naobito. As you wish, a servant replied, hurrying to prepare. Good news should be shared quickly, thought Naobito, already planning how to use this revelation to solidify his standing. I'll have guards placed around him at all times. This boy will be targeted by those snakes soon enough. Unaware of his father's scheming, Naoya simply ate in peace, determined to make up for skipping lunch by eating double.
Hey there, novel lovers. I know it's not the usual thing, but if you enjoy what you're hearing, please like and subscribe. Okay, shameless plug over. Now, let's get back to the listening.
Chapter 9. Learning how to talk is important. Dinner was quiet, almost awkwardly so. Naoya sat across from Naobito, eating silently as the acting clan head downed sake with visible joy. Every now and then he caught a few glances from the servants, whispers spreading like wildfire about the little heir who had apparently awakened not 1, but 2 techniques. He wanted to shout that it wasn't exactly awakened, but more like accidentally discovered while trying not to die. But arguing at the Zenin dinner table was about as suicidal as juggling live grenades, so he kept eating. Once dinner ended, Naoya was about to collapse onto his bed when a familiar shadow appeared outside his window. Wake up, runt. Time for some ass-whooping classes. Hearing the voice, Naoya didn't reply. He immediately closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. HM? Strange. Was the brat too tired after training that he went to sleep? Muttered Toji. Well, can't be helped. Let's shit-talk everyone on the kid's behalf, said Toji in a jolly tone. Coming, coming. Naoya immediately shouted, jumping out of his futon and grabbing his training clothes. Once changed, Naoya opened the door to see Toji standing there with a toothy grin. How do you do, prodigy of the Zenin clan? Asked Toji. So you heard, replied Naoya flatly. Yup. And if I had to guess, the people who needed to hear it already have. Your old man made sure of that, said Toji as he started walking, Naoya quietly following behind. What do you think will happen now, Nii-san? Asked Naoya. More respect and buttering up are to be expected. The clan might increase your budget too. Harsher training, more responsibility, oh, and some scheming, backstabbing, maybe even an assassination attempt or 2, you know, the usual. Naoya stared blankly. I hate this clan. Welcome to the club, Toji chuckled. The new prodigy of the Zenin clan saying such words was almost poetic. Well then, let's start, said Toji, taking a few steps back. They were now in a secluded courtyard, a part of the estate rarely visited by servants or clan members. Toji had chosen this area since he lived nearby. Being labeled the failure of the clan had its benefits, people tended to avoid him. All right, let's see what the Zenin prodigy can do, Toji said, cracking his neck. I never called myself a prodigy. Sure you didn't. But everyone else in the clan is calling you that. Naoya groaned. He was reminded once again that being called a prodigy only made him a bigger target. So what are we doing? He asked. You learned cursed energy control? Asked Toji. Naoya nodded and raised his hands, showing the faint glow of cursed energy coating them. What are you showing it to me for? I can't see cursed energy, said Toji flatly. He couldn't see cursed energy, but he could sense it, courtesy of his heavenly restriction. Naoya lowered his hands awkwardly, unsure how to respond. Little brat's pitying me, Toji thought with mild amusement. Who the hell called this kid foul-mouthed and rude? Did you know cursed energy can enhance physical strength? Asked Toji. Naoya shook his head. Haven't reached that stage yet, huh? Naoya nodded. Well, that makes things difficult for you, said Toji with a grin. What are you planning? Naoya asked, slowly backing away. Nothing much. Just some physical conditioning, that's all I can really teach you, said Toji as he picked up a pebble. See this pebble? Naoya squinted. It was dark, but he could just barely make it out. He nodded. I'm going to throw it. You either catch it or dodge it. Before Naoya could reply, Toji flicked the pebble without warning. Naoya's eyes widened as a sense of danger spiked through his body. He immediately ducked, hitting the ground just in time to dodge the first shot. Then another pebble hit his forehead. Ow! Lesson 1, don't celebrate mid-fight. Hey! Take it easy on me. I'll die. I can't reinforce myself with cursed energy yet, not to mention it's night, I can barely see the stones, complained Naoya. Your foes won't stop just because you're tired. They'll attack when you're distracted or weakest. That's how this cursed world works. Either get strong soon or get killed. Toji gathered a few more pebbles. Naoya fell silent. He wanted to complain, but Toji's words hit hard. The Zenin clan was cruel, and Toji was living proof of it. If someone as strong as Toji could be treated like dirt, what chance did a weak child like him have? Ready for round 2? Toji asked, smiling ear to ear. You're the worst teacher. Yet you're learning, Toji said with a lazy grin. Hours passed. Naoya practiced sensing his attacks, enhancing movement speed, and even a few attempts at projection sorcery's frame-splitting, though each attempt ended with him either tripping, falling, or crashing into something. Toji really liked to smack his head and knock him down whenever he used his technique. When he finally collapsed onto the ground, chest heaving, Toji stood over him with an amused expression. Better, he said. Still weak, but at least you're not hopeless. Naoya's eyes twitched. I'll take that as a compliment, barely. Toji chuckled, stretching his arms. Rest up, kid. You'll need it tomorrow. Why? The clan's hosting a banquet. Big names coming. And I've got a feeling you'll be the main attraction. Naoya groaned. Oh great. Can't wait to embarrass myself in front of the entire clan again. Please do. I will really enjoy the chaos, said Toji. Will you be attending? Asked Naoya hopefully. I will get the invitation. Though most probably I won't attend, said Toji, remembering the sneering looks of the clowns of Zenin Clan. Please attend. I don't know anyone there. Father too will probably be busy dealing with the big shots. Naoya pleaded. He wanted to have an insurance that he won't get attacked out of nowhere, and who would be better than the macho hunk in front of him. No thanks. I don't have a habit to babysit, said Toji, rejecting Naoya. Besides, you should interact with the clansmen more. It would be better for your future if you don't interact with me in front of clansmen, especially at a place like tomorrow's banquet, said Toji. But you are nicer than the people from the clan. That's a low bar to pass. Still, you should learn how to talk to new people and get them on your side and be on their good side. As things stand, you will probably be the clan heir and one day will take charge of the clan, said Toji. Eh? I'll have to do that. I don't want to. It's too depressing to work with the clansmen every day, said Naoya, complaining. He had seen how clan meetings go, and to do that on a daily basis because he suddenly got important. There was no way he was going to do that. Toji looked at the kid with a faint smirk. An actual prodigy of the clan, so hell-bent on not being the clan heir because the clan looked so depressing. Now that was comedy if he had ever seen one. Just shows how much of a hellhole this place really is, thought Toji, but soon shook his head. Still, you will have to bear the burden of being born in this shitty clan, said Toji in a calm voice. Naoya looked at Toji, not thinking that the man could say something that deep. And if not for the clan, you should still know how to talk to others. It helps in getting cute girls, said Toji with a smirk. My life's at stake here, and you're talking about girls? Naoya deadpanned. Trust me, brat. You'll thank me later when you're motorboating some girl, said Toji. What is motorboating? Asked Naoya in confusion. What's motorboating? Naoya asked innocently. Toji froze, staring at him, then face-bombed. Right. 4 years old. Well, imagine there's a girl with a nice pair of, Toji began, giving Naoya a lesson that he would never forget. While Naoya trained, the Zenin estate was far from peaceful. In a dimly lit hall, several clan elders gathered, their voices low but sharp. So it's true? The boy displayed both projection sorcery and traces of the 10 shadows. That's absurd. 2 techniques can't coexist in one body. It must be a fluke. Fluke or not, the servants saw it, and Naobito hasn't denied it. Tension filled the room. Some looked uneasy, others calculating. Such a child could shift the balance among the clans, one elder murmured. If he truly masters both, even the Gojo clan won't be able to maintain their position. And if he doesn't? Another sneered. He'll become a threat to our own order. You've seen how Naoya behaves, arrogant and impulsive. Before the discussion could escalate, the door slid open. Naoya Zenin entered, his presence instantly silencing the room. His gaze swept across the gathered elders, calm yet heavy with authority. I see you've all heard the news. How touching that you're so worried about my son, he said coolly. No one dared reply. We cannot ignore this, Naoya. Two techniques in one person, it's absurd. No one in the clan's history has shown this before, Toji Zenin said sharply. Across from him, Chojuro Zenin crossed his arms. And if it's true? Would you rather suppress talent out of fear? This isn't fear, Toji snapped. It's about control. The boy is unstable. Undisciplined. If left unchecked, he could bring disaster upon the clan. Disaster? Chojuro shot back. It's been generations since a 10 Shadows user appeared. It's our chance to rise above the other clans and you call it a disaster? Tell me, Toji, are you wishing for the clan's downfall? Oji's eyes blazed. Watch your tongue, Chojuro. Don't forget your place. Enough, Naoya interrupted. You all speak as if the child's existence is a curse. He's my son and the future of this clan. I'll handle his training personally. One elder hesitated. And if he loses control? If the cursed energy consumes him? Naoya's lips curved into a cold smile. Then I'll be the one to end him. The room went silent. Even the cicadas outside seemed to stop. The message was clear, no one would interfere. As Naoya left, Toji leaned toward Chojuro. You'll see soon enough. That child will either destroy us, or give me the chance to take control when Naoya falls. Chojuro's eyes narrowed. You've always been a vulture. And you've always been naive, Toji replied, standing up. Pray that boy doesn't prove me right. He left, seething, while the faint echoes of his footsteps vanished into the night. Chapter 10, First Friend. Morning came sooner than what Naoya would have liked. With sunlight filtering weakly through the paper screens, faint golden patterns painted across Naoya's futon. He cracked an eye open, immediately regretting it. His entire body screamed in protest. Ugh. I think Toji Nii-san broke my spine, he groaned, rolling onto his side. Even that felt like punishment. The moment he tried to stretch, pain shot through his limbs. His first training session with Toji had left him more bruised than he could count. A knock came from the other side of the door. Naoya-sama, the clan head requests your presence after breakfast. Of course he does. Naoya muttered, dragging himself out of bed. Because why would anyone let me rest when I'm dying? He went through his morning routine half-conscious, occasionally wincing in pain from slight movement that he inevitably made. Breakfast was oddly peaceful. Naoya was reading a report while sipping sake, yes, in the morning, and didn't comment on Naoya's sluggish movements. Afterward, the two walked together through the clan estate, their steps echoing softly against the wooden floors. You look dead, Naoya said without looking up. Thanks, I feel dead, Naoya replied dryly. Good. That means the training worked. I don't see you or others in this much pain. Are you guys not training seriously? Naoya snorted. That's called discipline, Naoya replied, glancing at him with a smirk. And by the way you're talking, you really lack it. You know, showing some concern wouldn't hurt, Naoya said sarcastically. You'll get hurt plenty once you become a jujutsu sorcerer and fight curses. Better get used to pain sooner rather than later. Naoya blinked. That logic is very concerning, father. Naoya smirked faintly. Get used to it. Today's banquet isn't going to be any easier. Rest up till then. Don't embarrass yourself, and definitely don't embarrass the clan. Ha, like the clan needs my help doing that. Naoya muttered. That immediately earned him a glare, making him stiffen up. The Zenin Clan is one of the most prestigious and influential families in both the jujutsu world and the common world. Others know better than to get on our bad side. It would be wise for you to learn the same, Naoya said, his tone turning cold. Naoya gave a small nod. Speak. Understood, Naoya replied quickly. Naoya cast one last glare at his son before walking away. Naoya sighed in relief as soon as his father disappeared from sight. Close call. He thought, slowly making his way back to his room. Once inside, he summoned Frosting and Cupcake from his shadows and cuddled the huge fluff balls, much to their amusement. "If nothing else, this technique is worth it just for giving me these cuties," he murmured, burying his face in Frosting's soft belly. Cupcake barked loudly, demanding attention. Naoya and Frosting turned to see the black wolf lying on his back, belly exposed. Naoya smiled and gave his belly a few scratches before lying down against the black fur. Naoya stared at his stats. He had improved a lot, but somehow the danger around him only seemed to increase. He looked at his single extra point, wondering where to invest it. He'd thought about saving them until he reached 10, since that was the limit he could hold at once. But at his current level, saving might cost him his life. Toji had warned him about assassins and unseen threats. If even a single point could make a difference, he'd use it now. No matter how I look at it, I should put it in strength, he thought. That'll help me fight or escape if needed. He briefly considered dexterity, but without weapons or tools it didn't seem useful yet. Luck was tempting, it wouldn't show immediate gains, but having Lady Luck on your side could turn battles around. Still, it wasn't something he could train or rely on naturally. After giving it some more thought, he decided to add that point to strength. Slowly but steadily that stat will increase, and he believed that he had better survival chances with strength. Once he was strong enough to not die easily, then he can focus on luck. After adding the point, Naoya turned off the system and laid back down. "Cupcake, Frosting, protect me while I'm asleep. Keep an eye out for anything suspicious," he murmured. The wolves barked in affirmation, turning alert. Smiling softly, Naoya closed his eyes. The wolves curled closer to him, their warmth a silent promise of protection. By evening, the Zenin estate was unrecognizable. Lanterns hung from every archway, servants hurriedly moved trays of food and sake, and the faint sound of shamisen strings echoed across the courtyard. The Banquet of Shadows, a gathering of the most influential sorcerers and clan heads from Kyoto and Tokyo, was underway. Naoya stood awkwardly near one of the central pillars, dressed in formal black robes with a golden sash. The outfit was uncomfortable, the collar too tight, and the weight of attention unbearable. Everywhere he looked, people were whispering. "That's the boy, isn't he? They say he awakened 2 techniques." Naoya resisted the urge to roll his eyes. "Great. I'm the freak show attraction." He tried to maintain a neutral face, scanning the crowd. He recognized some of the Zenin elders, Oji, Chojuro, Jinichi, along with a few unfamiliar faces from outside clans. One of them, a silver-haired man, was laughing loudly with Naobito. That must have been a Gojo representative. Because of course, Naobito had invited them. Along with the man, Naoya could also see a child around his age standing with the man looking bored. That must be the heir of their clan, thought Naoya. While checking out the surroundings, Naoya's eyes met with Naobito's, who was now surrounded by a few important-looking people. "Naoya, come here," called Naobito. Naoya wanted to sigh. He was already feeling pressure from the countless gazes upon him, that coupled with his fear of someone out of nowhere killing him made his stomach hurt. Still being the prodigy of the Zenin clan, Naoya put up a smile on his face. "This is my son, Naoya," Naobito said. "Naoya, these are the current pillars of the Jujutsu world, the Gojo clan's Masahiro Gojo, the Kumo clan's Shinjiro Kumo, and the Inumaki clan's Arita Inumaki. Nice to meet you, Gojo-san, Kumo-san, Inumaki-san. I'm Naoya Zenin," he greeted respectfully. The 3 nodded, studying him with curiosity. After all, he was the star of the evening. "Nice to meet you as well, Naoya-kun." "Hey, introduce yourself too," said Masahiro Gojo, nudging the boy beside him. "Gojo Satoru." "Nice to meet you," said Satoru in a bored tone, not at all affected by the glare his father was giving him for the lackluster greeting. Naobito, for once, felt grateful that his own son wasn't that brazen. "Naoya, keep Satoru-kun company," Naobito said, gesturing for them to leave. Satoru glanced at his father for confirmation, and upon receiving a nod, turned back toward Naoya. "Oh, before I forget, this is for you," Satoru said, handing over a bag. Naoya took the bag curiously and found a well-wrapped gift box inside it. Surprised by the sudden gift, his eyes glimmered in excitement. It was after all the first gift that he had ever received. The Zenin clan was rich, sure, but warm? Not so much. Seeing the excited boy, Satoru smiled in content, giving a smug smile to his father. It was after all his idea to take a gift for the kid. Masahiro coughed and looked away, pretending not to notice. Naobito, meanwhile, frowned slightly. He needs to learn composure, thought Naobito. The two kids then slowly walked away from their fathers as Naoya looked towards Satoru. Thank you for this, said Naoya holding the gift. You're welcome. It's a remote-controlled car, by the way. What's that? Naoya asked innocently. You don't know R/C cars? Satoru looked genuinely shocked. No. All right, come on. I'll show you, Satoru grinned. Naoya nodded and led the kid a bit further away from the banquet, though not that far since being in sights of the adults was also important. Naoya put the box on the ground as both him and Satoru started tearing the gift wrap. Once out of the wrapping, Naoya looked at the box and was amazed. Inside it was a bright red car, almost half Naoya's size. Seeing that reaction, Satoru felt proud of his choice and then started tearing the box. Once the car was out, Satoru checked for the batteries before placing the car on the ground and handing the remote to the blonde-haired guy beside him. Here, what do you think happens when you press that? The car moves? Naoya said uncertainly. You told me you don't know what it is? Asked Satoru. It's a car. What else would it do? Retorted Naoya back, answering with common sense. He didn't know what R/C car was, but he knew what a car looked like and what it does. Looking at the remote in his hands, Naoya instinctively understood what the remote was for and pushed the button forward. He pressed the button and the car zoomed forward. Naoya jumped in surprise, eyes wide with childlike wonder. Satoru chuckled. The two spent a while playing until a loud growl came from Naoya's stomach. That was a loud noise, said Gojo in surprise. He had never heard such a loud noise come from someone's stomach. Naoya laughed sheepishly. With all the servants busy, he'd only managed to eat 4 servings at lunch, clearly not enough. Let's go eat something then, said Naoya in excitement, already enjoying Satoru company. Ding, a soft chime echoed. Achievement unlocked, make 1 friend. Plus 1 point, collect. Naoya, surprised by the sudden notification, paused for a moment. He made his first friend today. That realization made him smile even more. Satoru looked at Naoya's bright smile for a bit before he smiled back. He liked this boy's company. People interacting with him because of ulterior motives was nothing new to Satoru, so the genuine feeling that he got from Naoya was very refreshing for him. Let's go then. Let me see how good Zenin family's cooks are, said Satoru. Oh, it's amazing. You'll love it, Naoya promised. The two boys happily walked back to the banquet area and went straight to the table lined with foods, though in between that Naoya handed the gift that Satoru gave him to a servant and asked them to place it in his room. The two soon grabbed plates and started filling it with what they like. You sure can eat, Naoya, said Satoru in disbelief, looking at the mountain of food piled on Naoya's plate. Naoya, with his mouth full, looked at Satoru's plate and snorted. He chewed what he had in his mouth and picked up some veggies from his plate before putting them in Satoru's. Eat your veggies too. Only eating meat and sweets are bad for the body, said Naoya. Satoru stared at the green pile and carefully separated the veggies from the meat. I won't, he declared dramatically. You should though. Father says that veggies contain power to repel curses and not eating enough of them will attract them more to you, said Naoya. Satoru's eyes widened. He didn't know that. No wonder his father, mother, and rest of the servants in his house tried so much to make him eat his vegetables. Wait? Why am I worried? I am strong. Let them come, said Gojo, realizing who he was before happily eating the food he liked. Naoya looked at Satoru in envy. He too wanted to be that strong that he can dismiss danger like it was nothing. What do you usually do all day? Satoru asked once he'd finished eating. Wake up. Train. Breakfast. Train. Lunch. Train. Dinner. Sleep, Naoya answered casually. Gojo turned silent after hearing that. What do you mean train? Thought Satoru in shock. Satoru blinked. Apart from training and eating, what else do you do? I take a bath and go to toilet as well if that's what you are curious about. Sometimes training time is switched with studying time as well. Naoya said, matter-of-factly, not thinking much about it. After all, that's all what he did at his home anyway. Don't you play with friends or something? Naoya shook his head. No one close to my age is here in the clan. I also don't have any friends here. Satoru turned silent. This felt too sad to him. I will be your friend, declared Satoru. Hee, thank you. Let's get along, friend, replied Naoya with a smile and extended his hand to shake Satoru's. Satoru grabbed Naoya's hand and shook it with as much force as he could to convey his feelings. The two smiled brightly and they continued their conversation. "What about TV?" asked Satoru. "What's that?" asked Naoya back. "A square box with a screen. Video and sound came out of it. You can watch movie and anime in that," explained Gojo to the best of his ability. "Never seen one. Maybe there's one in another part of the estate." "What's anime?" "Forget it. What about games?" "I used to play tag with some servants when I was young," said Naoya. "You are younger," Satoru exclaimed. "What about manga?" "Before you ask. It's a book with pictures and stories inside it," said Satoru. "Oh. You mean newspapers and textbooks? We do have those. I can't read properly yet, but I like the cartoons that come in the newspaper." "Textbooks are boring though," replied Naoya. Satoru blinked in surprise. Never in his life he had expected that he would meet such a poor soul from a rich family. That day he finally realized how fortunate he was that he was born in Gojo clan instead of the Zenin clan. "Naoya, I will invite you sometime to my home." "Let's have tons of fun then," said Satoru with a fire burning in his eyes. He promised himself at that moment that he will make sure that his new friend Naoya experiences youth. Chapter 11, Spear of Affection. 1 year had passed since the banquet, when many from the Jujutsu world had gathered at the Zenin estate. Since then, Naoya's father had only gotten stricter with him, and with his training. The clan hadn't liked the fact that Naoya had gotten friendly with Satoru Gojo, the heir of their rival clan. That alone was enough for Naobito to double down on discipline. His term as the probationary clan head had ended long ago, and his brother Oji now handled clan affairs, making it even harder for Naobito to grant Naoya any leniency that a single mistake could cost him his seat as the next head. So Naobito, now relatively free, made sure Naoya improved. And boy he did. Currently resting in his room after dinner, Naoya looked at his status screen as he did every night. Looking at his stats he smiled. His training with both Naoya and Toji increased both his physical and jujutsu prowess by a lot. His projection sorcery, thanks to his father's expertise, improved a lot. Now he could move at 20 frames per second, faster than most seasoned sorcerers. Even Naobito had been shocked at his son's natural affinity with the technique. At Naoya's age he couldn't have achieved half as much, though to be fair he hadn't had anyone to guide him either. Still, Naoya had proven he was more than a genius. He was a genius who worked hard. Something rare in the jujutsu world. His other technique had also seen progress, albeit modest. After completing his exorcism ritual, Naoya had successfully gained his second Shikigami, Rabbit Escape. It hadn't been too difficult. The moment the rabbits were summoned, Naoya had immediately jumped at the marked one, the leader, before the horde could scatter. Subduing it secured his victory. Naoya liked this Shikigami a lot. Why? Because right now he was lying on his futon buried under a horde of tiny rabbits snuggling up to him. "You understand it now?" he asked the empty room, grinning. Jokes aside, the Shikigami was immensely useful. As the name suggested, Rabbit Escape could summon a horde of rabbits, weak individually but perfect for distractions and cover during retreat. As long as the main rabbit survived, the horde could respawn infinitely. That main rabbit was also adorable, a small, white fluff ball. Though naming it had been an ordeal. The rabbit had refused every cute name Naoya came up with until, finally, it accepted one. "Mao," meaning Demon Lord, Naoya called, still half buried in fur. The rabbit leader hopped onto his futon and tilted its head innocently. "Go back in. I need to go train." The rabbit nodded, and one by one the smaller ones leapt into Naoya's shadow. Mao gave a tiny salute before jumping in as well. "Such a cute Demon Lord," Naoya chuckled. Cupcake and Frosting, his ever-loyal divine dogs, came forward and affectionately nuzzled him before retreating into his shadow too. Naoya sighed. Another night of torture, he sat up and picked up the short sword lying beside him within arm's reach. It was a cursed tool, a gift from Naobito on his birthday. Its name, Shursui. A grade 3 cursed tool, plain in appearance but well-balanced, perfect for Naoya's hand. Shursui was light, easily concealable, and it helped him enhance his dexterity slightly. The first time Toji had seen the sword, he made it his life mission to beat to educate Naoya in every form of weapon combat imaginable. Swords, nunchucks, staffs, spears, even guns once. Naoya still had nightmares about that day. Though he constantly complained that Toji only enjoyed tormenting him, which Toji happily confirmed, the results were undeniable. His stats had skyrocketed and the achievement points kept piling up. It was as if Toji were a walking torture achievement generator. Naoya stored Shursui in his shadow, a trick he'd discovered by accident. Once, during training, he'd barely dodged a staff Toji threw at him, and it had landed near his shadow. When Naoya summoned his rabbits to block Toji's next strike, the staff simply vanished, pulled into the shadow space. Toji had immediately suggested they could use that to smuggle drugs and make a fortune. Too bad Naoya wasn't allowed outside the estate. Not that he even knew what drugs were, but if he did, he'd definitely decline the offer. Stepping outside his room, Naoya scanned the area before heading to the secluded training grounds at the edge of the estate. Toji was already there, casually twirling a wooden spear at blinding speed. Watching him, Naoya couldn't help but wonder why such a man was looked down upon. Give him a cursed tool, and Toji could annihilate grade 1 curses with ease. Sadly, the clan's standards were different. A mystery Naoya didn't care to solve. Yo brat. Ready for another dose of tough love? Tonight's special, Spear of Affection, Toji greeted with a predatory grin. If you dropped that smile you'd be well liked Nii-san, Naoya muttered. Ask that girl I met last week. She liked it a lot, Toji smirked. Naoya shook his head. How many girls does this man meet? Toji suddenly grew serious and gestured for Naoya to attack. Naoya didn't hesitate. He drew Shursui from his shadow and activated projection sorcery. Cursed energy wrapped around him as he dashed forward. Toji's spear lashed out instantly, but Naoya had expected it. The world slowed as his technique engaged. After deciding what movements will be optimal for him, Naoya followed the movements perfectly and immediately appeared above Toji for a downward strike. Though Toji was not faster than Naoya's cursed technique, his raw reaction speed and strength was enough for him to easily dodge the attack and respond even faster. The wooded spear's handle came towards Naoya, seeing which he raised Shursui to block it and prevent a direct hit. Though Toji smirked maliciously at the attempt and used the spear as a bat to send the kid flying towards a tree. Naoya barely had time to react. Midair, he switched techniques and summoned the rabbit escape horde, cushioning his fall before the rabbits formed a barrier wall to obscure Toji's vision. Toji, of course, wasn't fooled. His senses were far too sharp. Still, being the generous teacher he was, he decided to play along. Naoya circled silently through the shadows, commanding the rabbits to swarm while Mouse stayed hidden in his shadow. Toji waited for a few more seconds for Naoya before deciding to finish this game. However, the moment he was about to rush towards the kid, his senses picked up something behind him and saw two wolves launching at him with their claws and fangs out. He turned around and swung his spear at them, deciding to send the two mutts flying. He turned sharply, swinging his spear to knock them aside, but the moment he made contact, both wolves and the rabbits around them dissolved into shadows. Naoya seized the opening, reactivating projection sorcery and appearing behind Toji with a triumphant grin, slashing down. Too bad for him, Toji was faster than him without his curse technique. Toji stepped forward, pivoted, and delivered a roundhouse kick that sent Naoya flying again. I should play football, Toji muttered, admiring his form. I'd make tons of money. Naoya crashed into the ground, groaning in pain. Thank you, Demon Army. He mumbled weakly as his rabbits dissolved back into his shadow. The rabbits that were not crushed by him gave him a salute before they too jumped back in his shadow. Nice effort, Toji said, strolling over. Though almost is not good in real fights. I waited long enough for you to make a move. A real fight won't wait for your perfect timing. You either move faster or die faster, said Toji. Naoya rubbed his forehead. You could just say good job, you know. Brat, if I ever say that, it means that you are dreaming. Wake up to reality. Now get up. This time use the spear, ordered Toji. Naoya sighed and dragged himself upright, muttering curses under his breath. Another hour of brutal sparring followed before he finally collapsed, drenched in sweat and pain but still breathing barely. Toji dropped beside him, stretching lazily. Not bad. You didn't bleed this time. Gee, thanks for the glowing review, Naoya wheezed. They sat in silence for a while, cicadas buzzing softly in the background. Then Toji said, almost offhandedly, Oji's term ends soon. Naoya glanced sideways. Yeah. Heard the servants talking. They're saying Uncle Chojuro might be the next probationary head. That guy? The laughing bastard? Naoya chuckled. That's the one. Figures, Toji said. Father doesn't seem too bothered either since Chojuro-san is on his side, Naoya admitted. But he said something about letting the elders play house for a while. Toji snorted. Sounds like your old man. Let him dance till they choke on their own power games. Because of you, him becoming the next head is almost certain. It's just the elders who are supporting other candidates that are stirring the pot. Naoya's expression darkened. You think they'll try something against me? Toji snorted. You're a prodigy with 2 techniques, one of them being the one the entire clan lusts after. Of course they'll try something. That's not very comforting. Didn't say it was, Toji said, standing up and dusting off his pants. But here's the thing, you're getting strong enough that killing you won't be easy anymore. That's progress. Naoya gave a tired smile. Not that assuring. Exactly. That's the spirit, Toji grinned, patting his shoulder hard enough to almost dislocate it. Don't get full of yourself and expect the worst. Prepare for it, you will be the one laughing while standing on their dead bodies. Such motivation. You should apply for the post of clan head, said Naoya in a deadpan tone. This shithole is not worthy of hearing my teachings. Now go rest. Shoo, said Toji as he walked back to his quarters. Naoya stood, looking up at the night sky before turning back toward his quarters. Another day survived. Chapter 12, Outing with My Friend. The Zenin estate was rarely quiet, but mornings like this, when even the wind seemed to hesitate before brushing against the old shoji doors, were rarer still. Naoya had just finished his morning drills when a faint buzz of whispers began spreading across the courtyard. Servants rushed past him, faces pale, as if they'd seen a curse walking through the front gate. He didn't need to guess who it was. Only one person could make the entire Zenin estate collectively groan this early in the day. Naoya, came a loud voice from the main gate, echoing all the way to the training ground. That damn Gojo, muttered Naobito, face-palming. Naoya smiled helplessly at his father's reaction. After becoming friends back at the banquet, Satoru Gojo visited him about once every 2 months. At first, Satoru had tried to invite Naoya to his own estate, but Naoya wasn't permitted to go. According to the clan, that would mean walking into enemy territory. So instead, Gojo took Naoya on outings, each accompanied by a bodyguard from both clans. It was an awkward arrangement, but one neither side could oppose. Openly rejecting the other clan's heir would be seen as a declaration of hostility. Their only hope was that the Gojo clan would reign in their unruly prodigy. But that was easier said than done. Satoru Gojo walked into the Zenin estate like it was his own backyard. Naobito-sama? Satoru Gojo, a servant came running to inform him, but Naobito raised his hand already knowing. He looked toward Naoya and glared. Freshen up and change. Keep yourselves within limits and no matter what, don't drag the clan name through the mud. Naoya nodded, then extended his hands forward with a grin. What? Naobito asked, frowning. Money, replied Naoya cheerfully. Naobito's smile twitched. That damned Gojo is rubbing off on him. Still, he handed over the cash. There was no way he'd have his son looking broke in front of a Gojo. Naoya smiled brightly at the bills in his hand before rushing back to his room. Today was his beloved and much-needed 1 and 2 months break. Satoru, called Naoya, spotting the white-haired boy waiting in the guest room. Naoya. Satoru replied, jumping to his feet. Without wasting a second, he grabbed Naoya's arm and bolted. Bye-bye, Naobito-san. He'll come home late. Satoru shouted as they ran off. Naobito's brow twitched. Look after them, he ordered curtly. One of the Kukuru unit members, the Zenin clan's elite fighters without innate techniques, nodded and followed. Naobito had specifically chosen Kukuru over Hei for this job, to avoid making the Gojo clan think he was trying to intimidate them by sending a high-ranking escort. Of all people, he had to befriend someone from the Gojo clan. Naobito muttered. If not for his cursed technique, he'd already be rotting in the disciplinary pit. Let's just hope this doesn't end with me losing my seat as clan head. A short while later, the two boys were strolling through the lively streets of Nagoya, their bodyguards following from a distance so as not to draw attention. Naoya kept his posture composed, scanning his surroundings out of habit. Gojo, meanwhile, was skipping in excitement. They were headed to the arcade after all. Seriously, you need to loosen up, Gojo sighed. You're acting like someone's gonna jump out of nowhere to attack you. Oi! Don't jinx it, Naoya yelled. He liked going out like this, rare breaks from the suffocating Zenin estate, but it also came with danger. Outside clan grounds, his safety wasn't guaranteed. The Zenins didn't kill each other inside the compound, but outside? That was a different story altogether. Just relax. Did you read Dragon Ball? Satoru asked suddenly. Read? I devoured it. I'm caught up with the latest release, Naoya grinned. His home didn't have a television, so anime or movies were off-limits. Manga, however, had become his loophole to youth, courtesy of Satoru's influence. I also came across a few new ones in Jump, but they were already mid-arc, so I didn't understand much, Naoya added. Which ones? JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Yu Yu Hakusho, Lucky Man. Those looked interesting. Zie Warudo. Gojo shouted out of nowhere. What's that? Naoya blinked. You don't know? You said you read JoJo. Not all of it. Just the latest issue. Ah, that explains it. They're doing Diamond is Unbreakable right now. No wonder. Good taste, Naoya. Let's buy you all of JoJo today, after the arcade of course. I still owe you revenge. You can try. Not like you'll win, Naoya smirked. We'll see about that. The great Satoru Gojo will defeat you today at Street Fighter. One more game. Gojo yelled, already on his 10th consecutive loss. We should go now. We won't have enough left for manga, said Naoya calmly. It's not fair. Your hands move too fast. You weren't even using cursed energy or your technique. Gojo whined. Hey, don't cry. You're just bad, Naoya teased. That's it. Air hockey. Gojo declared, dragging Naoya toward the table. Not far away, their bodyguards were keeping watch, and incidentally playing a game themselves. Take this. This is the might of the Zenin Clan, one shouted dramatically. The Gojo guard simply activated his special move, ending the match instantly. Another round? The Gojo guard smirked. Let me get more coins, muttered the Zenin guard darkly. There was no way he'd lose to a Gojo, not when the young master was dominating their air. Far from this unconventional clan competition, the two kids were playing air hockey with all the aggression they could muster. Take this. Satoru yelled, smacking the puck with cursed energy. Ha! Naoya retaliated in kind, sending it back with equal force. The crowd stared, shocked by the sheer power behind each hit. Just let it in, shouted Satoru. No way. Naoya shot back. Their match raged on until Satoru struck one final blow, the puck split in half midair. Naoya caught both halves, staring blankly. Gojo joined him, equally stunned. Ahem. They looked up to see the arcade owner glaring down at them, a vein throbbing on his forehead. It's his fault, they said in unison, then immediately glared at each other. After paying for the broken puck and much to the Zenin guard's dismay at losing his rematch, the boys headed to the bookstore, each holding half of the broken disc as a memento. Let's make a deal, no more cursed energy air hockey, said Naoya. Agreed. How is that disc so expensive? Gojo groaned, still feeling sad by the unexpected blow to his pocket money. No idea. I just hope I've got enough left for manga, Naoya said, clutching his wallet nervously. Let's hope so, Gojo sighed. At the bookstore, they rushed straight to the manga section, scanning the shelves like hawks. Got it. Naoya exclaimed, picking up JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Volume 1. He checked the price and smiled, he could afford a few. Satoru came over, took the book and put it back. What? Naoya asked flatly. Satoru wagged his finger. My ignorant friend, that's Part 3, Stardust Crusaders. You need to start from Part 1, Phantom Blood. He led Naoya to another shelf, presenting it like a treasure. Take this, he said, handing him the proper volume. Naoya checked the price again and ended up buying the first 3 volumes. He wanted more, but Volume 4 was out of stock, no point skipping ahead. That's all? Satoru asked. Yeah. I'll get the rest next time, Naoya replied. He didn't mention that he was nearly broke since he didn't want to ruin the clan's image and get punishment later on. They were going to eat after this, so he saved up some for then. Satoru shrugged and they headed to the billing counter. As they approached the counter, the cashier suddenly fired a party popper. Naoya was one step away from grabbing Shursui out of his shadow and jamming it straight through the cashier's throat. That shocked the already panicked boy. Congratulations. You're our 100th buyer. You get a prize, the cashier announced, clapping. Naoya sighed, then smiled politely. Really? What do I get? First, pay for your books, the man grinned. After ringing them up, he led the boys to a glass case of prizes. What do you want, kid? Oni-san will get it for you, he said proudly. Aren't you a little old to be called Oni-san? Gojo deadpanned. The man visibly flinched. I just started college, he thought in despair. Naoya ignored them, scanning the case, until something caught his eye. His face lit up as he tugged Satoru's sleeve, pointing eagerly. Satoru followed his gaze, and his eyes sparkled too. The clerk smiled knowingly and pulled the prize out. You want this, right? The original Dragon Balls, complete with Shenron figure, said the clerk. Naoya dumbly nodded and took the sealed box from the man. Call me Oni-san first, said the cashier, pulling away the box. Naoya nodded dumbly, accepting the sealed box like a sacred treasure. Call me Oni-san first, teased the clerk, pulling it back slightly. Petty Oni-san, both boys said in unison. The man's smile twitched, but he handed the box over anyway. I should have bought something too, Satoru muttered, regretting already owning the manga he liked back at home. Done with their shopping, the two kids walked out, heading toward a nearby alley so Naoya could store the books and his prize in his shadow. But the moment they stepped in, a surge of cursed energy washed over them. Naoya-sama, stand back. Satoru-sama, you too. Their bodyguards appeared instantly, weapons drawn. Great, Naoya muttered, drawing Shursui. I knew my luck would reward me after winning that prize. Chapter 13, First Fight. The moment they stepped into the narrow alley, the atmosphere shifted. A chill crawled up Naoya's spine as thick, oppressive cursed energy flooded the space. It wasn't clear yet, but the sounds of movement echoed faintly. Whatever it was big. Naoya-sama, stand behind, barked the Zenin bodyguard, flaring his cursed energy as a faint blue glow rippled across his forearms. Satoru-sama, you too, the Gojo clan guard followed, eyes narrowing as his cursed energy pulsed in response. From the shadows, distorted shapes began to emerge, long-limbed figures with mouths too wide and eyes bulging like cracked glass. The stench of rot hit them next, heavy and cloying, like old blood left to ferment. A nest, muttered the Zenin guard. There's a whole cluster here. Probably drawn by the crowd's negative emotions, added the Gojo guard grimly. Someone might have died nearby, and these things came feeding. Naoya felt a twist in his gut. It wasn't fear, not exactly, but something close to recognition. The sensation of cursed energy stirred within him again, raw and unstable, reacting to the curse's presence. Dink. Encounter a Grade 3 Cursed Spirit, 1 point, collect. Encounter a Grade 2 Cursed Spirit, 1 point, collect. Thanks for the heads up, thought Naoya, Shursui already in his hand. The Zenin guard stepped forward, noticing the cursed tool. Stay back, Naoya-sama. I'll handle this. It's for self-defense, just in case. Don't worry, said Naoya, having no intention of joining the fight. Right, Satoru said, but his grin told a different story. He was already bouncing on his heels, eyes glimmering with excitement. Naoya sighed. You're going to jump in anyway, aren't you? You won't? Asked Satoru. No. Why? Why not? The two kids stared at each other, neither understanding the other's perspective. A giant centipede-like cursed spirit grinned grotesquely at the prey before it and launched forward. The Zenin and Gojo bodyguards sprang into action. The Zenin guard struck the Grade 2 centipede curse with a cursed energy-enhanced blow, pushing it back, and more importantly, away from the kids. The Gojo guard moved to handle the Grade 3 curses, 5 in total. Might get a bit tricky to hold these many back, thought the Gojo bodyguard. See that, Naoya? They're outnumbered. It's at times like these that us jujutsu sorcerers should step forward and help, said Satoru. I'm not an official sorcerer yet. Neither are you, replied Naoya. Where's your enthusiasm? 6 feet under. The two stared at each other before Satoru smirked. Curse technique lapse, blue. A glowing blue orb of cursed energy began forming before them. Before it could fully manifest, Naoya smacked Satoru, canceling the technique instantly. Dummy. We're in a narrow alley. Do you want to die under rubble? Scolded Naoya. Then help me take down the spirits. Why are you so insistent I join? Go ahead and do it yourself, said Naoya flatly. Because if I did that I'd get scolded. But if I said Naoya jumped in first and I had to reluctantly join to protect Gojo pride. Satoru grinned. Such thoughtfulness just to avoid getting scolded, thought Naoya, face-palming. Curse technique lapse, blue. All right. I'll do it. Seriously, blackmailing your friend, said Naoya, trying to stop Satoru's curse technique. Satoru grinned mischievously. His plan worked. I'll take the left one. You take the right, said Satoru, already cloaked in cursed energy. Naoya nodded, switching his technique to projection sorcery. The alley was too cramped for anything flashy. Both kids launched forward simultaneously. Stand aside. Heroes coming through, declared Satoru, announcing himself to the Gojo bodyguard. The guard glanced back and saw the two boys rushing toward the curses, and sighed internally. Naoya reached his target first and activated his technique, slowing time for himself while freezing the cursed spirit in a frame. Appearing above the spirit before it could react, Naoya struck the suspended frame, shattering it and damaging the spirit. It screeched in rage, but before it could move again, Naoya was already beside it, Shursui glowing with cursed energy. With a clean slash, the cursed spirit was bisected in half. Dink. Defeat 1 grade 3 cursed spirit, 1 point, collect. No fair? You're faster here too, yelled Satoru, locked in close quarters with his curse since he couldn't risk using blue in the narrow alley. Pass, said Naoya, rushing over. Satoru smirked and pushed the curse toward Naoya, who froze at mid-motion and sliced it cleanly. The two high-fived and turned toward the bodyguards. Freed from fighting 1 versus 5, the Gojo bodyguard subdued the remaining grade 3 curses easily and joined the Zenin guard against the grade 2. Now for that one, said Satoru, stepping forward with a smile, only for Naoya to grab him by the collar. No. That one's stronger. Not stronger than me. Still no. Let them earn their keep, said Naoya. Eh? I want to fight the big one too, whined Satoru. They're almost done. Let them finish, said Naoya. Indeed, the bodyguards were close to victory. Moments later, the grade 2 curse fell and the two guards finally relaxed. They glanced back at their young masters, who weren't even sweating, and sighed again. What's with the kids these days? Already this strong? They thought, though both couldn't help but smile. Their clan's futures looked bright. Done with the exorcism, Satoru and Naoya decided to eat, ramen of course. After finishing his 6 challenge-sized bowl, Naoya finally sighed in satisfaction, while the owner fumed in disbelief. The challenge bowl cost only 100 yen, and the kid had devoured 6 of them. Where does all that food even go? Asked Satoru in disbelief. Being who he was, Satoru had ordered one too, but barely managed a quarter before giving up. Yet his friend, roughly the same size, had destroyed 6 bowls without effort. You're not eating that, right? Gimme. Boss, he'll pay, said Naoya, sliding Satoru's bowl toward himself. The owner and Satoru both gawked. The kid could still eat more. Why am I paying? Asked Satoru, incredulous. You lost. I ate 6, you ate half. Now pay up. Though mine didn't cost much. Satoru sighed. Gojo ended up paying full price, while Naoya's feast had practically been free. Dink. Complete 1 food challenge, 1 point, collect. Naoya dismissed the message and continued eating happily. After settling the bill, the two parted ways and headed back to their estates. At the Zenin estate, Naobito's chamber. That's all that happened today, Naobito-sama, said the bodyguard, recounting the day's events. Naobito listened quietly, eyes narrowing in thought. His son was growing stronger, already defeating grade 3 curses with ease. At this rate, he could probably take on grade 2s with both his techniques, he mused. Maybe letting that Gojo brat take him out sometimes isn't that bad. Muttered Naobito, smirking faintly. Good. You're dismissed. Yes, Naobito-sama, said the guard, bowing before leaving. Naobito looked toward Naoya's room. The light inside was still on. Now let's make sure he keeps growing, just like this, he muttered. Inside Naoya's room. Today was very eventful, muttered Naoya, letting Cupcake, Frosting, and Mao out of his shadow to stretch and play. He carefully arranged his manga on the shelf, along with the broken puck, its other half still with Satoru. Then he took out his prized possession from today's outing, the Dragon Balls and the Shenron figurine. He opened the box and began assembling the dragon, placing it proudly atop the bookshelf, surrounded by the glowing orbs. A smile tugged at his lips. Dink. Collect 1 Dragon Ball 1 point. Collect. Collect 2 Dragon Ball 1 point. Collect. Collect 7 Dragon Ball 1 point. Collect. Collect all 7 Dragon Balls plus 1000 cursed energy. Collect. Ha! Muttered Naoya in disbelief. So generous, thought Naoya after he finally processed what had just happened. System. Dink. Name, Naoya Zenin. Title, Body Stealer, possible Zenin heir. Curse Technique, 10 Shadows Technique active, / projection sorcery inactive. Cursed Energy, 1800 of 1800. STR, 52. Dex, 38. Vit, 66. Int, 70. Luck, 25. Extra points, 3. Achievements, more plus. After opening the Achievements tab, Naoya collected everything there was to claim. His extra points jumped from 314. Seeing that his timer was up, he decided to allocate the points. Name, Naoya Zenin. Title, Body Stealer, possible Zenin heir. Curse Technique, 10 Shadows Technique active, / projection sorcery inactive. Cursed Energy, 2800/2800, plus 1000. STR, 55 plus 3. Dex, 40 plus 2. Vit, 70 plus 4. Int, 70. Luck, 26 plus 1. Extra points, 4. Achievements. Unexpected rewards always feel nice, muttered Naoya with a smile, wrapped up snugly between cupcake and frosting. Suddenly his room's door opened and Toji stood there with a frown. What are you lazing around for? Hurry up, today's ass-whooping lectures still remain, said Toji. Oh, I still had to do them today, muttered Naoya and sighed in regret. You cannot get everything in life. Chapter 14, Parting. Time skip 1 year. Currently, in a slightly isolated area of Zenin Clan, Naoya stood alone in the middle of the ground. His eyes were closed in deep concentration. He formed some hand signs as his shadow darkened. Cupcake Frosting called Naoya as the 2 wolves jumped out of his shadow. Mao. Be on standby, call the army, said Naoya. The rabbit peeked out of his shadow and gave a salute, and in an instant the entire area around him was filled with rabbits. Everyone ready? Asked Naoya. The rabbits gave a salute in affirmation, while the wolves barked. Naoya gave a final nod and formed a hand seal. 10 Shadows Technique, Exorcism Ritual, Toad. The surroundings around him darkened as Naoya felt cursed energy gathered around him. Soon a chained figure of a large toad appeared in front of them, and before he could even be unchained the entire demon army jumped upon the toad. A minute later the giant toad dematerialized into cursed energy. That was underwhelming. Well, better safe than sorry, muttered Naoya, gaining new information about his new Shikigami. Dink. Gain 3 Shikigami plus 1 point. Collect. Naoya dismissed the notification and formed a seal once again, summoning his new Shikigami. Toad. A huge orange toad materialized in front of him. His Shikigami looked different from Megumi's. Ribbit. The toad croaked towards its new master. A chunky boi, muttered Naoya and patted the toad's head. Ribbit. The toad croaked in happiness. Should we name you 2? What would be a good name for you? After thinking for a bit, Naoya smiled. How about Twister? Because you have a long and strong tongue, so you can be Tongue Twister, said Naoya. As if responding to Naoya, the toad shot out its tongue in the air and twisted it into a knot before unwinding it and pulling it back in. Worthy of your name, said Naoya with a chuckle. Alright guys, considering that we did the last one too easily, how about doing it once again with a different Shikigami? Asked Naoya. All the Shikigami replied in affirmation as Naoya got back on his feet. He checked for Shursui that was resting on his waist and nodded. This time the Shikigami might be dangerous, so he was not going to be underprepared, considering that he cannot use projection sorcery during the exorcism ritual or the ritual will be cancelled. Naoya gave a final nod to his Shikigami and formed a hand seal. 10 Shadows Technique, Exorcism Ritual, Great Serpent. Cursed energy gathered once again as a chained figure of a snake materialized in front of them. It was a big Shikigami, maybe too big. Exorcism Ritual, cancel. Not even thinking twice, Naoya cancelled the ritual. The snake was too big for him to consider fighting. He didn't know whether it was strong or it was just huge, but he still decided to let the Shikigami be for now. He will deal with that later, once he got stronger. Alright guys, pack up, called Naoya as one by one all the Shikigami jumped back into his shadow. Naoya sighed in relief and then called upon to his system. System. Dink. Name, Naoya Zenin. Title, Body Stealer, possible Zenin heir. Curse Technique, 10 Shadows Technique active, / projection sorcery inactive. Cursed Energy, 3250/3350. STR, 85 + 2. Dex, 67. Vit, 100 + 2. Int, 93. Luck, 34 + 1. Extra points, 0. Achievements. Dink. Have 1 stat equal 100 plus 10% potential increase. Collect. Increase VIT to 100 plus 10% resistance to poisons, diseases, status conditions, body damage. Collect. Naoya blinked in surprise. These type of rewards he hasn't seen before. Potential increase? What does it do? Thought Naoya, not understanding. The second reward he somewhat understood. Deciding to collect the rewards since usually explanation fills his head after getting the rewards. And just as he guessed, the explanation entered his head. Potential increases his body's natural ability to improve in a particular field. Like suppose his body could only reach 200 STR without the help of extra points, then now his body could reach up to 220 STR without extra points. The amazing thing about this was that it was not limited to stats. Every aspect of him gained that 10% increase, be it talent in a particular field like singing, dancing, swimming, etc. Everything's limits increased by that 10%. He just need to work for that talent to improve since those things didn't increase like stats by adding extra points. The second reward was easier to understand, but still it was good. Taking less damage and resistance from passive detrimental effects was a good thing. Naoya smiled and then decided to go and take his bath, since dinner time was approaching. The dinner was rather weird today, probably because for the first time his father was not there to eat with him. The servants informed him that Naobito was busy with clan affairs, making the boy nod in understanding. Naobito's absence meant that Naoya could slack off a little on his manners and discipline and eat in peace, which the young glutton enjoyed very much. Done with the dinner, Naoya came back to his room and went straight to his shelf. There stood a game and a cartridge with P***Chem**N red written on it. After booting up the game, Naoya decided to play for a while. This was a new source of entertainment for Naoya that Satoru introduced him to, and boy did he loved it. Not only was it fun but... There! Exclaimed Naoya, throwing a ball at the mon in the game. The ball opened and started shaking, and because of his impatience Naoya started spamming the B button. Caught it! Naoya exclaimed. Dink. Catch 100 P***Chem**N plus 1 point. Collect. Playing games gained him achievement points as well. This was something that made games even more appealing to Naoya. Great, next time I meet Satoru I will get the exclusives from his version and have my decks complete. Muttered Naoya. He could see that the next milestone for him was to complete the decks to gain the next achievement point, which needed for him to have the other copy. Lucky for him Satoru was there. After playing for a bit longer, Naoya looked at the clock in his room and sighed. His time for training with Toji has come. After saving a game like a responsible person unlike me, Naoya closed it and changed into his training clothes once again. In the training area where he usually trained with Toji, Naoya stood there for half an hour, but there were no signs of the man himself. Is he not coming today? Muttered Naoya. Runt! Called Toji, announcing his arrival. Naoya looked at him and widened his eyes in surprise. Today Toji was in a different getup. Usually he came in his yukata, but today he was in a t-shirt and baggy pants and brought along with him a real weapon, instead of a wooden one. Nissan? Today we will have a special session. I will fight you seriously today. Your goal is simple. Survive for 10 minutes, or make me surrender, said Toji in a serious tone. What's happening, Nii-san? You are acting culch. Before Naoya could continue, Toji already launched at him, making Naoya jump back as well to avoid the sword that was inches away from hitting him. Activating his projection sorcery, Naoya wasted no time and used to move as far away from Toji as possible. During this 1 year, his projection sorcery was finally on par with his father's. He could now move at 24 frames per second. Naoya was now unofficially the fast sorcerer in the Jujutsu world. Once he gained some distance, Naoya switched his technique to bring Shursui out of his shadow before he switched back to projection sorcery. 10 shadows, as versatile as it was, against a Toji this serious will do nothing. Knowing that, Naoya's only viable option was his projection sorcery to move around and avoid Toji's attack, since while using it, he was faster than Toji in pure speed. Toji stopped moving, already guessing what the brat was thinking. Not wasting any moment, he pressed the ground a little harder as cracks started to appear around him and the stones on the ground were flung up. Using his leg, Toji kicked the stones around, firing them like bullets that were causing massive damage to wherever they hit. Naoya, who could see the incoming stone bullets thanks to his curse technique, immediately jumped far up to avoid them. Toji, however, planned that, and took out a gun with a silencer attached to it and fired at Naoya. Seeing the real bullets, Naoya's eyes widened as he switched his curse techniques and formed a shadow around him that swallowed the bullets, causing no damage to him. But that moment was all it took Toji to appear in front of Naoya, who looked at the man with a panicked look on his face. Toji, still with his cold expression, swung the sword at Naoya, who used Sure Sway, enhanced with his cursed energy, to block the hit. Boom! A thunderous boom occurred and Naoya was launched at full speed towards the nearby building. Seeing the fast-approaching structure, Naoya was fast enough to summon the demon army to cushion some of his damage. Ouch! Wadash! Naoya was about to complain, but Toji stood in front of him like a reaper with his sword raised. With no time to move, Naoya summoned more rabbit that launched out of his shadow and raised him up in the sky like a pillar. Though Toji caught his leg mid-air and threw him back on the ground with full force. He is not allowing me to change techniques, thought Naoya, understanding what Toji's plan was. Naoya cursed at seeing the fast-approaching ground. He could already imagine the pain that he will feel if he fell, just like that. However, Naoya called Twister out from the shadows that wrapped its tongue on his leg before swinging him away. Toji, still in midair, was not able to pursue Naoya just yet, since he had no footing to launch his body from. Landing on the building's roof, Naoya switched his technique once again, canceling his summons, and used projection sorcery to appear beside Toji and touching his body to suspend him in the frame. Still being airborne, Toji couldn't move at 24 frames per second. That's what Naoya thought. Toji's hands moved rapidly to strike Naoya. Seeing those movements, Naoya got shocked and covered his body in denser cursed energy. "Ah!" screamed Naoya as pain coursed through his body. All of Toji's strikes landed on him and sent Naoya crashing through a tree that broke and fell. Never expect your opponent cannot do something. Especially when he is stronger than you, said Toji as he landed and walked towards Naoya, who was now stuck under the tree. I surrender, Nii-san. Spare me, yelled Naoya in pain. Someone who is after your life won't stop just because you surrender, said Toji as he stood in front of Naoya and raised his sword to finish him. Seeing his indifferent gaze, Naoya felt a shiver pass through his spine. Show me how you survive, ordered Toji and swung his blade. Naoya, who had changed his curse technique, summoned the rabbits to fill the space between the ground and the tree, lifting it from top of him, setting Naoya free. However, the blade didn't stop just because of that. It cleaved through the rabbits and was about to slice Naoya, but suddenly his figure disappeared from Toji's sight. Toji blinked in surprise. He looked around but saw no one in sight. It was as if Naoya disappeared. Runt, called Toji. But no response came. Toji looked around trying to sense the kid but couldn't feel a thing. Oi kid. Where are you? Come out. 10 minutes are up, but no voice responded. Toji was lying trying to bait the kid, but that didn't work. It was also not as if the kid had died, since the rabbits were moving around him, looking at him with caution. Finally, once the 10 minutes were over, Toji sighed and unsheathed his sword and gave a clap. It finally over, kid. This time for real. Come out now, said Toji and looked around to find the trace of the kid. Boo! Naoya yelled near Toji's ear, taking the man by surprise, who immediately swatted him away, making Naoya roll around in pain. What the hell? Why did you do that? Complained Naoya. He was already in pain and now he got hit again by Toji. Your fault for scaring me, said Toji in a deadpan tone, though he was actually caught off guard for the first time in his life. Where were you? Asked Toji. Not telling you. If you don't know, then it's my trump card. Also, I should not expose my tricks lest someone comes to kill me, said Naoya with a smirk. Smart kid. You learned well, replied Toji with a smirk as well. Naoya was actually sunk in his shadow by mistake, though in there he realized that he could move without any issues at all and merged with shadows of other things as well. So he decided to stay hidden inside the tree's shadow, and by how Toji was not attacking him he knew that even Toji with his superhuman senses could not sense him while he was in the shadow realm. So what's the big deal today? You almost killed me today? Complained Naoya. Humph, thought I should test if you can handle your shit in times of emergencies. After all, today is probably the last time that I will teach you the art of ass whooping, replied Toji. This made Naoya look at Toji with surprise. What does that mean? Asked Naoya seriously. Toji looked up at the night sky with an indifferent gaze. I am leaving the clan, said Toji. Why? Asked Naoya in disbelief. The clan finally decided to cut off my support, so from now on, no freeloading on this shitty place. I need to earn my own money plus I need a place to stay as well, replied Toji. Naoya didn't know that. Should I ask my father to help mediate this situation? Maybe we can extend it for a while or I can ask them to appoint you at some position, asked Naoya. Relax, kid. This is the Zenin Clan. They won't spare a single coin on me if they have already decided to do so. It's not a big deal. I was planning to leave this shitty place for quite some time now, replied Toji. His gaze then settled on Naoya, though I guess I overstayed because I found something interesting, said Toji with a smile. Naoya's eyes were already filling with tears. Don't go Nii-san, if you are gone, how will you see the chaos within the clan? Asked Naoya. Heh, that's indeed a shame, replied Toji. Work hard, runt. I've ingrained some of my teachings within you, but that doesn't mean you should slack off just because I am go. Before Toji could finish, Naoya was already hugging him and crying. Damn kid, crying over me, I guess you really were interesting, said Toji. Don't go, called Naoya in between his sobs. Toji was probably the one of closest person to him in the clan. His father was there, but seeing Toji leave made him feel sad. I have to, replied Toji as he placed his hand on Naoya's head. This made Naoya cry even more, knowing full well that Toji's mind was not going to change. Naoya. For the first time, Toji called him by his name. Become strong and grow well. Be different from the bastards of the clan. Study well, if possible go to school and make friends, said Toji in a calm tone. For the first time in his life, Toji felt sad leaving about the thought of leaving the clan. He continued to give advice to the crying Naoya for a while and then without another word, Toji turned and walked toward the gate. His figure faded into the darkness, leaving Naoya standing there, tears streaming down his face. Chapter 15 The Request. A few days had passed since Toji left the Zenin clan. Naoya had tried asking around if anyone knew where he went, but got no clue from either the servants or his father. Currently, sitting at the dinner table, Naoya placed his bowl and chopsticks down and looked toward Nobito. Father, called Naoya. Asked Nobito, placing his own bowl and chopsticks aside. I have a request. What is it? I would like to join a school, replied Naoya. That made Nobito look at his son in surprise. He wasn't expecting such a request, nor did he understand the need. The clan provided all the education a Zenin heir needed, especially in Jujutsu. Why would you want that? The clan will teach you everything you need to know. You should focus more on your Jujutsu training. I don't see any benefit in joining a school, said Nobito. Naoya took a deep breath. Going to school was something Toji had suggested. It would limit his constant interaction with the clan, help him understand how society worked, and let him grow into a somewhat normal person, as normal as a sorcerer could be. But the real reason was more practical. Toji had told him that having verified academic records could be important if the clan ever cast him aside. The Zenin clan could teach him everything, yes, but they couldn't give him a recognized certificate. And if he ever ended up like Toji, clanless and unemployed, he'd face serious trouble finding a job. Jujutsu was important, but being able to fit into normal society mattered too. Toji had learned that the hard way, and he didn't want Naoya to make the same mistake. Father, the clan can teach me academics, said Naoya, but interaction with my peers and the lessons you learn from that are difficult to acquire in an isolated space, especially when there's no one else my age. Nobito went silent. There was truth in Naoya's words, but clan tradition demanded isolation and early specialization in jujutsu. If you go to school, when will you train? If you slack off, others will surpass you. The three great clans, Zenin, Gojo, and Kumo, all focus on jujutsu from this age. What will you do if they move ahead while you're busy learning to be a good adult? Asked Nobito. You mentioned all 3 clans do the same thing, replied Naoya calmly. Maybe that's why none of them have pulled ahead. Why not try something different? Maybe that's what it takes to advance. That's a big gamble. You're the only one in the Zenin clan of your age. We can't experiment with you, said Nobito. It's like you said, father, the Zenin clan has only me, while the Gojo clan has several around Satoru's age. He can grow alongside them. But I'm stuck alone. It's boring doing the same thing every day, my motivation fades. I'll train before and after school, and if the results aren't satisfactory you can pull me out, said Naoya. Train before and after school? How much time will that leave you? And won't it affect your studies if you're tired all the time? Asked Nobito. The time will be reduced, yes, but that's still better than losing motivation and stopping altogether. And as for being tired, have you ever seen me skip training just because I complained about it? I may whine, but I never slack off, said Naoya. That's really not something to brag about, muttered Nobito. He thought about Naoya's words. The boy complained a lot, true, but he never skipped training. If he got bored and started half-assing things, that would be a disaster. Discipline was something Naoya still lacked, and Nobito had tried and failed to instill it by force. The disciplinary pit wasn't an option anymore either. Naoya was strong enough to handle grade 2 curses on his own, and the pit only held curses up to that level. Nobito furrowed his brows, deep in thought. Then he looked at his son and said, "Fine, let's have it your way. I'll admit you to a school. However, at the end of each month, you'll undergo a test to prove this school idea isn't interfering with your growth." What kind of test? Simple. Combat. You'll face members of the Hei, Kukuru, and Akashi units, starting from the lowest ranks. Defeat one opponent from each group to pass. Once you reach the Hei unit, you only need to show improvement. Defeating them won't be mandatory. You can't fight the same opponent twice. If you lose once, challenge them again next time. Lose twice and you fail. Fighting clan members, passing by victory, failing by 2 losses. Agreed, said Naoya. Nobito smirked. Good. Time to drill some discipline through combat. He knew Naoya had trained with Toji, but what could training with a non-sorcerer really amount to? Sigh, if only he knew. If Naoya truly improved, that would benefit the clan. And if he didn't, Nobito could always pull him back and do things the Zenin way. Naoya smiled as well. He got his wish, even if it came with conditions. All he had to do was make sure he kept improving, which he planned to do anyway. On that note, which school do you want to go to? Any preferences? Asked Nobito. I don't know. I don't really know about schools. I just wanted to go to make some friends and play around, along with growing into a good man, added Naoya quickly as his father's glare fell on him. I'll check which school our family sponsors and admit you there. Admission won't be an issue since you're just about the right age, said Nobito. Thanks. I knew I could count on you, said Naoya with a bright smile. Brat, apart from me, who else do you think you can count on? Also, tell me something, said Nobito. What? Why did your cursed energy spike so much? Asked Nobito, frowning. He'd felt it months ago. Naoya's cursed energy had suddenly increased one day, which was abnormal. Cursed energy was supposed to be fixed from birth. The amount that one can use at a time might change, but the total energy remained the same. He had waited to see if it happened again, but hadn't felt anything since. Huh? It increased? I don't feel it, said Naoya, putting on his Oscar-worthy act. Nobito frowned. Was his son telling the truth? Maybe it's because I have 2 techniques? Did it really increase though? I don't feel any different, asked Naoya innocently. It did about a year ago. If you truly don't feel it, then it might be something beyond our understanding, said Nobito, deciding to believe him for now. Is that a bad thing? Not for us. But those who dislike you might decide you're more trouble than you're worth, said Nobito. Troublesome. What should we do then? Asked Naoya. What can we do? Just inform me if you notice any changes or another increase in cursed energy, said Nobito. Naoya nodded. Cursed energy increase rewards were very rare. In fact, he only got it once when he collected the 7 Dragon Balls. So it was unlikely that he will need to confront this topic again and again. Done with their discussion, Naoya went back to his room and rested for a while. When the clock hit midnight, he stood up, ready to train with Toji, only to stop midway as he remembered Toji was gone. He sighed. Still, Toji's absence wasn't an excuse to slack off. With renewed determination, he walked toward the area where they used to train. The next day, during lunch, Naobito handed a paper folder to Naoya without saying a word. Naoya looked at the folder curiously before opening it. Setagaya North Elementary School. Naoya read the words aloud. It's a school the Zenin Clan funds. Not a grand one, big schools waste too much time. Work hard there. If you've chosen this path, I won't have you underperform, said Naobito. Understood. Thank you, father, said Naoya with a smile. Naobito nodded, though his expression turned serious again. I'll need to assign someone to watch over him at school. Sigh. This boy just keeps adding to my burdens, thought Naobito as he glanced at Naoya. But the faint, genuine smile on his son's face made him feel, just for a moment, that it wasn't such a bad burden after all. Chapter 16, First Day at School. The morning sun peeked over the tiled roofs of the Zenin estate, painting the old compound in soft gold. Inside his room, Naoya stood before the mirror, adjusting his brand-new school uniform, a neatly pressed white shirt, navy shorts, and a tie that felt just a bit too tight. After checking his reflection, he turned toward the judges. What do you guys think? Cupcake and Frosting barked happily, Mao and his army gave thumbs up, and Twister croaked approvingly. Good then, Naoya said with a nod. He smoothed down his shirt again and picked up his bag, a simple blue one with the school emblem stitched on the front. Naoya would be lying if he said he wasn't excited. As he slung the bag over his shoulder and stepped out, he found Naobito sipping tea leisurely in the courtyard. So, Naobito began, raising an eyebrow, off to mingle with the brats your age? Naoya rolled his eyes. You were the one who signed the admission papers. I did, Naobito muttered, setting his cup down, and I'm still questioning whether it was the right call. He leaned forward. Remember, no fighting, no curse techniques, no humiliating teachers, and definitely no slacking off. If you're doing this, do it properly. Zenin don't tolerate failure. Naoya nodded. By now, he was very familiar with the Zenin pride. Behave. And if anyone bullies you, Naobito added, his tone dry, break their spirit, not their bones. Naoya blinked. That last one feels oddly specific. You're aiming to be a jujutsu sorcerer, Naobito replied. Don't get beaten by non-sorcerers. Noted. As Naoya walked toward the main gate, the servants lined up to see him off. It wasn't every day that a Zenin heir went to a regular school. Naoya-sama, here, said one servant, stepping forward to hand him a parcel. What's this? Naoya asked. Your lunch, sir, replied the servant respectfully. Naoya looked down at the massive package, nearly a third his height. Do I eat that much? He asked flatly. The servant smiled but stayed silent. The two locked eyes for a moment, Naoya waiting for an answer, the servant determined not to give one. Fine, I'll be going now.
Wait! Hold up. Stop for a sec. Look, if you've already made it this far into the video and you're still here, come on, subscribe, bro. All right, I see you rolling your eyes. I'm moving. I'll get out of the way now so you can get back to the good stuff. But seriously, stick around and finish listening. It's worth it.
Thanks for the lunch, Naoya said and turned away. The servants nodded fondly. In the entire Zenin clan, he was probably the only one who ever thanked them. The streets were loud. Too loud. Cars honked, vendors shouted, children laughed, the constant hum of life filled every corner. For Naoya, who had spent most of his years within the quiet, disciplined walls of the Zenin estate, it was like stepping into another world. The mornings are too noisy, he thought, glancing around. Children his age and older than him dressed in different school uniforms walking around talking with their friends. Older men and women heading to their jobs, flashy pro**tichets returning from theirs. These scenes were unfamiliar, yet somehow comforting. More alive than the eerie stillness of the Zenin estate. Soon, Naoya arrived at his destination, Setagaya North Elementary School. The building was modest, 2 floors, clean white walls, and wide windows that spilled sunlight into the hallways. Children's laughter echoed as teachers guided them to class. Naoya scanned the area carefully, old habits died hard before stepping in. Naoya, who was quite tall and well-built for his age, was being looked upon curiously by the students around him. They hadn't seen him before, so they were guessing he was new since they would have noticed a student who stood out this much. He continued forward, not minding the gaze too much since he too was looking around. Naoya paused near the shoe lockers and swapped his shoes there. Once done with that, he headed straight for the teacher's office and opened the door. The teachers in there looked at him curiously. "I am Naoya Zenin. I am joining the school from today," said Naoya politely. A teacher, a kind-looking woman in her 30s named Ms. Hayama, smiled warmly. "Ah, the transfer student. Welcome, Zenin-kun. We were told you were homeschooled before this." She stood up from her seat and walked towards Naoya. Naoya gave a nod in affirmation and placed his huge lunch down before he opened his bag and gave the admission papers to the teacher. Ms. Hayama smiled and took the documents from him, and after giving it a quick glance she nodded. "Follow me, Zenin-kun. You will be part Class 1B from today. I will be your homeroom teacher, Ms. Hayama. Let's go and introduce yourself." Naoya nodded, picked up his lunch, which earned quite a few curious glances from the teachers. Naoya gave the rest of the teachers one last nod before he and Ms. Hayama walked out of the faculty room. "Zenin-kun, you came 1 term late. Was there a problem?" asked Ms. Hayama. "There were some circumstances at home that led to my late joining," replied Naoya, not elaborating anything further. Ms. Hayama gave a troubled smile but nodded in understanding. When the classroom door slid open, all noise stopped. Dozens of 6-year-olds turned to stare. Naoya stepped inside with composed grace, bowed politely, and introduced himself. "Hello. My name is Naoya Zenin. I will be joining you all from today onward." Some kids whispered excitedly while some frowned. The new kid was taller than them and spoke like a samurai from a textbook. And it was true as well, the way the Zenin family spoke with one another was quite old-fashioned. They also noticed that there was a slight air of elegance in Naoya's movements thanks to the disciplined lifestyle at his home. "Now everyone quiet down. Get along with Zenin-kun. He joined the school late, so help him out." "All right," said Ms. Hayama. "Yes, sensei," the children chorused. Ms. Hayama nodded and scanned the classroom. The teacher gestured toward an empty seat near the window. "Naoya-kun, you can sit next to Miyamura-kun." Naoya looked towards the seat near the window and then started walking there. He looked at his Nigbur, black hair, black eyes, noddle-like arms, and a distinct air of gloominess around him. After placing his bag down, Naoya took his seat and looked towards his neighbor. "I am Naoya Zenin, let's get along," said Naoya and moved his hand forward. This made the kid surprised, not expecting the new kid to talk to him so suddenly. "And nice to meet you. Izumi Miyamura," introduced the kid and shook Naoya's hand weakly. The teacher then started to take attendance, after which the classes started. "Miyamura-kun? Where is your textbook?" asked the teacher. Hearing her question, a few students started giggling while glancing at the gloomy kid. Miyamura checked his bag again and again, but was unable to find his book. In fact, he found most of the books in his bag was gone. "If you didn't bring it today, then you can share mine," offered Naoya with a smile. He already grasped the situation a bit. Jealousy and looking down on others was nothing new for him who was from Zenin Clan. "I didn't think this problem was that common. I thought it was just the Zenin Clan who were experts in this from young age," thought Naoya. The teacher nodded approvingly. "Good. Move your desk closer, Miyamura." Miyamura looked at the students around him, looking at him with mocking smiles. He then glanced at Naoya, who smiled at him and offered to share his book. He moved his chair and table closer to his and peeked in the book. "Thank you," he muttered. "Don't worry about small stuff," replied Naoya with a smile. Just like that, the classes continued, and much to the surprise of the students and the teachers, Naoya, who joined late, was already answering the questions that were being asked by the teachers. Naoya didn't want to brag, but Zenin Clan had already covered most of the subjects that he will be taught, and jujutsu sorcerers already have a better developed brain compared to normal people. That, coupled with the extra points from his system, Naoya was quite smart. "You joined late but already know everything?" asked Miyamura in a quiet voice. "I was homeschooled before I joined. My family is very strict," replied Naoya. Miyamura nodded and stared at Naoya for a while. It was probably the first time he talked with his classmate this much. Most of the time they don't bother talking to him after all. When the bell rang, chaos erupted. Kids rushed to open their lunchboxes, chatter filling the room. Naoya calmly unwrapped a multi-tiered bento packed with rice, tamagoyaki, and neatly arranged side dishes. The class gasped. Zenin-kun, why did you bring so much? Asked one of the girls. To eat, of course, replied Naoya, chopsticks already in hand. He can compromise with most things, but food was one thing he was very particular about. Whoa! That looks fancy, exclaimed another kid as he peeked into his box. One by one the other kids came to check the huge lunchbox. Naoya looked a bit troubled. He was being treated like an attraction in a zoo. Can I trade one onigiri for a piece of egg? Asked another kid. Naoya stared. You want to trade food? Yeah. We do it all the time. Weird custom, he muttered, but handed over a piece anyway. The idea of giving away one whole onigiri just for a piece of egg? The onigiri would have been way more filling than that piece of egg. Still, Naoya decided to eat the onigiri, the kid's loss if he got hungry during the day. Me too, Zenin-kun. I want to trade too, asked on more kid, and one by one most of the students came to trade their lunches with Naoya's expensive-looking one. Dink, make 10 friends, 1 point, collect. Sighing at the scene in front of him, Naoya did the deals as soon as possible and got back to eating. You want something, Miyamara? Asked Naoya, seeing the kid eat in silence. Miyamara looked at him, not expecting that Naoya would talk to him again when he got popular with other students so soon. Miyamara still shook his head. His lunch was not something that amazing to trade with Naoya's fancy dishes. Naoya peeked at his lunch and got shocked. No wonder the kid was skinny. Here, 2 carriage on the occasion of our friendship, said Naoya, and placed 2 pieces of chicken in Miyamara's box. Huh, muttered Miyamara in shock. Friend. That word was foreign to him. You I don't have anything good but here, said Miyamara hesitantly, but showed his lunch to Naoya. Naoya already looked at his lunch and didn't want to decrease the food in there anymore. Still not wanting to be rude, he picked one of the veggies with a smile. Thanks, Miyamara. Miyamara nodded and smiled with a blush. Zenin-kun is a good person, thought Miyamara. Once done with the lunch, much to the surprise of all the students, seeing a kid their age eating all that food on his own. It got a bit cold, but it was good, muttered Naoya, feeling full. After lunch came the PE, and all the students were gathered out in the field in their PE uniforms. All right, class, today we will be playing dodgeball with Class 1A, explained Ms. Hayama. Yeah. We will defeat them and win, exclaimed one of the boys. Zenin-kun, you are so tall. Are you good in sports? Asked one of the girls. Kind of, replied Naoya, hoping he wouldn't accidentally injure someone. Great. With a new player we will definitely win today, said one of the kids. You said that last time, but we lost very badly. One loss doesn't mean anything. We lost before that as well. It is those who fail multiple times who value winning. Naoya looked at his classmates. So I guess we are the losing class? Asked Naoya. Don't say that, Zenin-kun. It will bring bad luck. If we lose today it will be because of you, said the boy. How come it's my fault? It is because you jinxed it now. All right. No fighting. Let's get ready for the game, said Ms. Hayama, coming in between before it could escalate further. Let's go, Miyamara. Apparently if we lose today it will be on me, called Naoya. Don't worry, Zenin-kun. They will probably blame me again, muttered Miyamara. All right. We are winning today, declared Naoya, and gave a light smack on Miyamara's back. Show some spirit. Oh. That's the most spiritless spurt I have ever seen. Do it again. Oh. Again. OH, yelled Miyamara. All of his classmates turned to Miyamara, making him deflate in an instant. Yeah. As Miyamara said OH, declared Naoya. Oh, everyone in the class yelled as well, making Ms. Hayama scold them for making ruckus. Still, the kids laughed it out and ran towards the dodgeball field. Let's go as well, Miyamara, called Naoya, grabbed Miyamara's hand and ran away as well. Miyamara blinked in surprise, not expecting such a situation to happen. Still, a small smile appeared on his face as he ran with Naoya. So, ready to lose again? A kid from Class 1A smirked. It's you guys who will lose today. We have got a new player as well. Be prepared for losing, exclaimed the kids and pointed at Naoya, who just waved at the opposing team. Hello. I am Naoya Zenin. I joined today, introduced Naoya. The other side looked at Naoya with wariness. The kid was bigger than anyone amongst them. He looked stronger too. Doesn't matter if you add a new player. We still have the strongest player on our side, taunted the one-a boy. Ack. Don't be proud just because you all have Ayuzawa. We will win with teamwork today. You fool. Teamwork don't help much in dodgeball, said a girl in a taunting tone. That's Misaki Ayuzawa, the strongest player in their class. She is very strong player, explained Miyamura. Naoya looked at Miyamura wondering why he was acting like a manga narrator. All right. Both classes go to your respective sides, called the teacher of Class 1A. All of them nodded and took their positions. Naoya stood at the very back since Miyamura decided to stand there as well. He also wanted to see how strong these kids are and then adjust his strength accordingly. The whistle blowed and the frontliners ran forward grabbing the balls as fast as they could. Naoya looked at the game while dodging any ball that came his way or catching them and giving it to Miyamura to throw. He could see why that Aizawa girl was called the best player. She was quite athletic and strong compared to the other students, eliminating students left and right. Soon only Miyamura and Naoya stood on their side while the opposing side had 10 students. Zenin Clan, bring the comeback. Use Miyamura as a shield. If we win, I will give you chocolate. Cheers roared from his class. Why did you protect me for so long? I am feeling nervous now, complained Miyamura. Well, I thought you would like to win, replied Naoya taking the ball from Miyamura. He now had a grasp of how much he should hold back. Bring it, new boy, taunted one of the boys from the opposing side. Naoya shrugged. They were asking for it. Naoya ran as close as possible to the line dividing them and threw the ball with a slight spin making it hit and ricochet multiple people. 3 students down in one hit. Amazing Zenin Clan. Whoa, do that again. 1B students got excited seeing that shot. Misaki gritted her teeth and grabbed the ball and ran towards the line to attack Naoya. He was currently too close to the line as well and won't be able to dodge. She threw the ball with all her might only for Naoya to catch it and throw it right back at her. Misaki blinked in surprise. Bye-bye strongest player-chan, said Naoya with a smile. 1B erupted in excitement. Misaki glared at Naoya but stepped out of the field. Naoya picked the ball that was once again back on their side. Time to end it, said Naoya with a smile. Naoya proceeded to defeat the remaining players while give Miyamura some chances as well making the boy eliminate 2 people as well. Class 1B wins, declared Ms. Hayama with excitement. The students cheered and gathered around Naoya and Miyamura who was looking at his hand with glittering eyes. Maybe I am a dodgeball prodigy, thought Miyamura. However, he soon snapped out of thoughts when he got ambushed by the horde of children. Naoya laughed as well. He really enjoyed this piece of being outside the clan compound. Still his gaze moved towards the corner of the field. A curse was present there. Although just a grade 4 curse, it could still cause trouble for the children. I will deal with it later, thought Naoya making a mental note of it. Chapter 17, The Fastest Sorcerer. Unofficially, a month had passed in the blink of an eye since Naoya joined school, and unsurprisingly he was really enjoying it. The time away from the cold, rigid atmosphere of the Zenin clan was worth every bit of the extra training he had to do afterward. Right now, in the clan compound, Naoya stood dressed in his training clothes alongside the members of the Akashi squad, Zenin clan sorcerers who possessed cursed techniques but weren't qualified enough to join the elite Hei squad. Naoya, called Naobito in his usual strict tone. Naoya stepped forward, standing in front of his father. As per their deal, today was the day Naoya would take his first test. He already had some plans for the situation, and if they worked he knew his father would be very annoyed. Today you will fight against one of the members of the Akashi squad, said Naobito. The Akashi members exchanged uneasy glances. Was Naobito seriously sending a 6-year-old to fight one of them? It will proceed like your usual training, continued Naobito. Just with Naoya added to the mix. No need to hold back just because he's a kid. That made them nod, though uncertainty lingered. Still, if Naobito himself said not to hold back, who were they to argue? I'm 6, you know? Naoya reminded, raising a brow. Old enough to take a beating, replied Naobito without even glancing at Naoya who was giving him a stink eye. All units of the Zenin clan have ranks within their divisions, Naobito continued. Today, you'll fight the one at the bottom of that ranking, said Naobito making the man who was at that rank flinch and look down. Naoya gave him a sympathetic glance but didn't say anything. If others were stronger, that was that. The jujutsu world was cruel, either you were strong enough to push back death for a while, or weak enough to greet it early. Naobito then ordered the rest of the Akashi squad to continue their regular training while the chosen man stayed behind. "Get in position," ordered Naobito. Naoya and the man moved to the center of the training field. "Ready?" The man drew a wooden sword and took his stance. Naoya twirled his wooden spear and mirrored him. Toji had trained him in several weapons, but the spear felt most natural in his hands, though he could use nearly any weapon decently. "Start," declared Naobito. The man immediately covered his body with cursed energy. He might be the lowest ranked in Akashi squad, but he wasn't about to lose to a child. Sadly for him, Naoya was a child who got beaten by Toji on a daily basis. Without wasting time gathering cursed energy, Naoya instead hurled his spear with full force. The weapon shot forward like a bullet, striking the man square in the gut and forcing the air out of him. He stumbled back, gasping, but before the spear could fall, Naoya was already there, catching it midair and swinging it like a bat. "Ack!" The man winced, reeling from the blow. "What the hell is this kid?" He thought angrily, but his vision blurred when Naoya suddenly appeared in front of him again. Naoya jumped up and kicked him hard in the stomach, sending him sprawling. The blunt end of the spear pointed at the man's chest before he could react. The Akashi member blinked in disbelief. "Did I just lose to a kid that easily? And the brat hadn't even used cursed energy," thought the man. Naobito smirked. The man was a grade 3 sorcerer, while Naoya, though unofficially ranked, already had low grade 2 potential. He had an overall better ability, but to beat a man who was twice his size without using cursed energy at all, it was undeniable. Naoya was far stronger than even Naobito had initially thought. "Winner now," began Naobito. "I surrender," interrupted Naoya, dropping his spear and raising his hands in mock defeat. Naobito froze mid-sentence, staring at his son in disbelief. The Akashi member looked equally confused. "Naoya? What are you doing?" Naobito demanded, voice cold. "HM? You said I can't challenge someone I've already beaten, right? And I won't be failed until I lose twice consecutively. So I'm surrendering now." Naoya flashed a smug grin. "See you next month, NII-san. Naobito's brow twitched. Was this brat serious? "You!" Naobito barked, stepping forward, making Naoya jump away. "What? I followed the rules you set up." "Don't tell me you're going to break your own rules now," said Naoya innocently. "You undisciplined little—" "Come here, I'll train you myself today," roared Naobito, grabbing Naoya by the collar and dragging him off. Still, he didn't refute the logic. Naoya had technically followed the rules, and the Zenin family was built on rules. Meanwhile, the defeated Akashi member sat there, utterly lost. "Did I win?" he thought, blinking. "I didn't even get to use my technique." Later, in the courtyard where Naoya usually trained. "You sure know how to rile me up," yelled Naobito, lunging forward with his projection sorcery active. Naoya countered instantly with his own, dodging the attack and sprinting away. To the onlookers, the exchange was so fast that they didn't know what was going on. The title of being the fastest sorcerer was nothing to scoff at, and now there was one more sorcerer who attained that level of speed. "You set up the rules," Naoya taunted as he ducked a kick. "Rules are meant to be cheesed. I did just that." Naoya jumped forward to attack Naobito, who simply caught his leg midair and threw him across the yard. "Where is your Zenin pride? How can you willingly lower yourself before those beneath you?" barked Naobito. "If giving up useless pride lets me delay fighting tougher opponents and get stronger first, then to hell with pride." Naoya shot back, landing smoothly and activating his technique again. "I won't do this against someone stronger. But against weaker opponents? I'll use every loophole I can find," added Naoya and dashed forward. Naobito snorted. "You're using your brains to be lazy. Pathetic." Such blatant display of lacking discipline. Cursed energy flared around his limbs, his patience had run out. Seeing that, Naoya's eyes widened and he jumped back. "Father, that's too much against your cute son," said Naoya. "Come here, my cute son. Feel my slap of love," said Naobito darkly. Naoya didn't move. Naobito smirked and dashed toward him. Naoya quickly covered his limbs in cursed energy too, ready to block. The instant they clashed, both activated their projection sorcery. Naobito expected that, and the two immediately felt time to slow down and chose what path would be most effective for them to take. Naobito smirked. Even if his son could predict 1 or 2 hits, predicting all 24 hits was not possible for Naoya. Naoya knew this as well but still decided to do his best, but while his technique was active, he felt that something was different. As their movements blurred, Naobito's cursed energy intensified, but before he could strike, his figure suddenly froze mid-frame. Naoya's cursed energy-coated fist moved fluidly and cracked through the frozen frame, sending Naobito flying backward. Both of them paused, shocked. "Did you just move faster than 24 frames per second?" Naobito asked, eyes wide. "Seems like I did. 25 frames per second to be precise," Naoya said, equally stunned. "Wasn't the limit of projection sorcery at 24 frames per second?" thought both father and son. But then Naoya remembered something. Plus 10% potential increase, thought Naoya. His curse technique's limit was probably broken because of that. If 24 was normal, then a 10% boost meant he could theoretically reach 26.4 frames per second. At least 26 minimum. "So," Naoya said with a teasing grin, "am I now the fastest sorcerer?" Naobito's brow twitched violently. He wanted to deny it, but his son had, in fact, just moved faster. "Humph. Show it to me once again and then we will decide that," said Naobito and got ready to strike once again. He was a Zenin, and as a Zenin he would not allow any claim of someone taking his title, even if that someone is his own son. They clashed again, and once more Naobito froze inside the frame. The two stared at each other, and soon a smirk appeared on Naoya's face. "Sup, Mr. Second Fastest," said Naoya. Naobito glared at that comment and called his son to come closer to him. Crossed a line there, thought Naoya, already accepting his fate. And just as he expected, Naobito smacked his head once he got closer to him, making the unofficial fastest sorcerer wince in pain. The next day at school. It was lunchtime and Naoya was peacefully eating his huge meal with a satisfied smile on his face. "You eat this much every day? Is this why you're so big and strong?" asked Misaki Ayuzawa, the same girl who had played dodgeball against his class on his first day. Since then she'd come to challenge him from time to time, and slowly she'd become friends with Naoya. "Probably. If you eat a lot and work out a lot you get stronger, right? But Misaki-chan, if you eat too much you could get fat too," replied Naoya. "Humph. I know you're just trying to stop me from becoming stronger than you," said Misaki, pointing her chopsticks at him. "Ask Izumi if you don't believe me," said Naoya, gesturing toward Miyamura, who looked a lot less gloomy than he had on the first day they'd met. "What would this skinny guy even know?" said Misaki. "I'm not that skinny," muttered Miyamura. "Izumi, you need to eat more. You look very weak. One unfortunate fall and I fear your bones might break," said Naoya. "Don't say such scary things, Naoya-kun," replied Miyamura. "I'll trip you sometime to see if that's true," said Misaki with a smirk. "Save me from this demon, Naoya-kun," Miyamura cried, scooting closer to him. He can't save you," teased Misaki. The three continued to fool around for a while until Misaki suddenly realized something. "Oh. Next week are the exams. Did you guys prepare for them?" asked Misaki. Naoya simply shook his head. Miyamura looked as if the world was ending. "Humph. I'll come first in our year," declared Misaki. "Are you sure?" "I need to come first too or my father will beat me with a stick," said Naoya casually. "Humph, then get ready to be beaten by the stick." "I'll come first," said Misaki with a victorious smirk on her face. "And when I win you'll treat me to ice cream," she added, pointing at Naoya. And what if I come first?" asked Naoya. "I'll treat you," replied Misaki confidently. She didn't doubt for a second that she would lose to Naoya. "How can life be so unfair to pair me with these two?" muttered Miyamura, seeing no hope for the future. "Best of luck, Izumi." "Don't die," said Naoya. "Walk carefully, who knows from where I'll come to trip you," said Misaki with a smirk. "Stay away from me, you demon," yelled Miyamura in a panicked tone. Chapter 18, Rank 1 and Reality Check. A few days had passed since Misaki's declaration, and right now all of them were headed to the hallway to check the results that were posted there. First place, first place, first place. If not that, then at least let me beat Naoya, prayed Misaki. "You are such a good friend, Misaki-chan," said Naoya in a deadpan tone. "Let me be in the middle." "Let me be in the middle," prayed Miyamura. "Aim higher, Izumi." "What about you? Are you not worried?" asked Misaki. I am, but what difference would it make now? I did my best, so now I can just wait for results, said Naoya in a sagely tone. You're scared, right? Asked Misaki. Very much. If I miss first place, I fear I won't be able to sit properly for a few days, replied Naoya. Why does it feel like the punishment level gets higher every time I ask about it? I asked the same thing of my father. I got a smack as a result, said Naoya. I hope you come first, Naoya-kun. Misaki should be second now, said Miyamura and patted Naoya's back. Huh? You are taking his side. Remember this, Miyamura, if I lose to Naoya now it will be your fault, said Misaki. How is it my fault that you are stupider than Naoya-kun? Said Miyamura and immediately hid behind Naoya after seeing Misaki's glare. Good one, Izumi. I'm so proud of you, said Naoya and patted Miyamura's head. Hee hee. Naoya-kun praised me, chuckled Miyamura with a smile. The three reached the bulletin board and immediately noticed the massive crowd surrounding it. So many people. Mr. Tall, time to put your height to good use, said Misaki and patted Naoya. Naoya made his way through the crowd and thanks to his height, was able to see the list clearly. Phew, rank 1 achieved, mentally thought Naoya. Dink. Secure a top 3 rank in your first exam plus 1 point, collect. Secure first rank in your first exam plus 1 point, collect. There came the achievement notification. This was another reason he wanted to rank high. The system rewarded almost every milestone, and Naoya wasn't the type to miss out on points. He quickly scanned the rest of the list and walked back to his friends. Izumi 23rd rank. Misaki-chan 2nd rank, said Naoya with a smile. Then that means, muttered Misaki in despair. Bow down to the king. Rank 1 Naoya Zenin, declared Naoya dramatically. Ack. I lost. Miyamura, it's your fault, complained Misaki. No, it isn't. Don't blame me, shouted Miyamura and immediately jumped behind Naoya, using him as a shield. Blah, said Miyamura and stuck his tongue out. That's it. I will have that tongue of yours, said Misaki and launched at Miyamura. Now, no fighting, mediated Naoya as he held Misaki back and walked away with her. Let go of me. I will teach Miyamura a lesson, said a struggling Misaki. Don't do that, he will break. Come on, leave it. After school I will treat you both to something on the occasion of my ranking first, said Naoya while pulling Misaki away. Ugh. I will do it. We made a bet after all, said Misaki bitterly. You owe me an ice cream. I will have that after I treat you guys. Don't worry, I will have it from you. After all, I never say no to free food, unless it is poisoned or tastes bad, added Naoya. Okay, replied Misaki as she finally stopped struggling. Good. You are such a good girl, Misaki-chan, said Naoya as he patted her head. Humph. Misaki pouted, but didn't stop him from petting her. Getting praised always felt nice after all. Really? I want yakisoba then, said Miyamura, finally joining the conversation now that the storm had passed. Why do you get to decide? Yakisoba does sound good, said Misaki after thinking it over. Yakisoba it is then. After school, the three of them gathered together once again and started heading out. There you are. Hearing a familiar yelling voice, Naoya stopped and turned around, only to find Satoru standing there with his arms crossed. Satoru? What are you doing here? I went to your home to call you to play. Your father told me that you started going to school. What's going on? Asked Satoru with a confused look on his face. He didn't understand why someone from a prestigious clan like Zenin would bother attending a normal school. Naoya-kun? Asked Miyamura. Is that your friend? Asked Misaki. Satoru looked at the two kids and blinked in surprise. Homewreckers, hissed Satoru and immediately grabbed Naoya. Mine, declared Satoru and looked at the two kids warily. The two looked at the white-haired and blue-eyed boy with a confused look on their faces. Naoya, are you cheating on me and making new friends? Asked Satoru. Yes, replied Naoya flatly. Ack. It was super effective, said Gojo and clutched his chest. Done with your drama? Let's go, then we are going to eat yakisoba. My treat, said Naoya. Okay. Let's go, replied Satoru. Seeing the sudden change in attitude, Misaki and Miyamura blinked in surprise. This kid is weird, were the thoughts of the two of them. Misaki-chan, Izumi. This is my friend Satoru Gojo. He's a few loose screws, so he might come as a bit weird, said Naoya. Satoru Gojo, the loose-screwed friend of Naoya's. He is mine first. Keep that in mind, Satoru possessively, hugging Naoya tightly. Yup, definitely weird. Thought the two of them and introduced themselves as well. After Satoru joined them, the four of them headed to the yakisoba place that Miyamura recommended. While they were eating, Gojo moved a bit closer to Naoya and asked, "So why are you going to civilian school?" "To get out of my house as much as possible. It's very boring in there." "I thought I would die if all I did was training," whispered Naoya. If that's the case, then I can understand. Your place is very lifeless. How did you convince your clan, though?" "Long story, complicated deals. Just glad that they agreed," replied Naoya. Should I join you too? Forget it, MT clan won't agree, plus my free time would reduce if I go to school," muttered Gojo. "How free are you? Does your family not train you?" "What will they teach me?" "I learned what they could teach already," replied Gojo. Naoya immediately felt envious of his friend's talent. Just how much of a gap was between them? Unaware of the jealousy, Satoru simply ate and ordered a few more plates since it was Naoya's treat. Naoya looked at his friend, who was burning through his allowance with a happy smile on his face. Sigh, I will take revenge the next time I go out with him. After they were done with yakisoba, Misaki bought an ice cream for Naoya, just like they promised. After that, all of them headed back to their homes. "So should I now come on weekends?" asked Satoru. "Yes, I will be slightly less busy those days. Though, come in the afternoon. I have to train in the morning since most of the time is spent in school now," said Naoya. "Got it. I will see you this weekend. Bye." "Bye." The two kids waved at each other and Satoru soon joined the Gojo clan's bodyguard and headed to his home. Naoya then headed back as well and soon reached his home, only to spot a lady standing in front of the Zenin clan's entrance. The lady was not alone, as a nice car was also parked in front of the gate, and a few people carrying what seemed like gifts stood behind her as well. Naoya decided to stay back and observe the situation from the side. He didn't know who these people were, but if they were dangerous, then he didn't want to be the first one they target. Soon the clan's gates opened and out came his uncle Toji Zenin. The lady and the servants bowed to him, seeing which the man snorted. His gaze then immediately moved to the side as if noticing something. "Who's there?" asked Oji in a cold voice. "Good afternoon, uncle," greeted Naoya and walked towards them. His bag, tie, and lunchbox were in his shadow, so right now he looked like a normal kid who had just come back from somewhere. "Naoya, huh?" "Good afternoon," replied Oji in a cold tone. Naoya nodded and then looked at the lady and the people behind her. "Good afternoon to you as well, Wani-san," greeted Naoya with a smile. Toji had taught him how to speak to older women, and Naoya followed that advice. "Good afternoon," said the lady while the people behind her, most probably her servants, just bowed. They heard him call Toji Zenin his uncle, so deducing his identity was not a difficult task. Naoya nodded, bowed to his uncle and turned to head back into the estate. "Are you curious about her?" asked Toji. He had never seen a Zenin talk so politely to someone before. "HM? She's your guest, right?" "I just greeted her out of respect," replied Naoya. "Zenin? Respect others? Who was this kid?" Oji gave Naoya a weirded out look, but soon coughed to change the topic. "Good. She's Missy Managawa, my fiancée. Treat her with respect since she will be your aunt," said Oji. Naoya nodded. "Your fiancée is beautiful." "Congratulations, uncle," said Naoya with a smile. All of them looked at Naoya weirdly. Was this how a Zenin acts these days? "I am Naoya Zenin." "Nice to meet you, Wani-san. I should call you Managawa-san, right?" asked Naoya. "Nice to meet you too, Naoya-kun. You can call me Missy if you like." "I will get your family name soon," replied the lady kindly. Naoya nodded and then headed back. He didn't want to intrude much on the couple. However, the moment Naoya was gone, Oji glared at the woman and scolded her right in front of the servants for getting friendly with his brother/rival's son. The two were competing for the position of clan head, and yet she dared to speak fondly with that hateful brother's kid. "Dear father, look at this and be amazed," declared Naoya and marched right into Naobito's room with his report card in hand. Good. Now go and prepare for training," said Naobito as he gave a glance at the report card. Naoya stared at Naobito, who dismissed his achievement just like that and sighed. He took the report card back from him and went back to his room. For a moment he forgot how his clan was. Chapter 19, Progress Report. 4 years have passed by since the day Naoya met his uncle's fiancée. His life was going well, with him being busy with school during the day and with training at night. Progressing slowly and steadily, Naoya was now almost a grade 1 sorcerer. Though it was still unofficial since he was not assigned an official rank yet. Most people only get their initial assessment for their ranks around the time they join Jujutsu High School, except for the cases of special people called the special grades. Satoru, the Gojo clan heir, was one of them. Naoya only felt worse for himself whenever he compared himself to his friend. A man who shifted the course of the Jujutsu world on the day of his birth. How was he supposed to be on that level? Still losing hope and giving up was not his style. He was a believer that slow and steady wins the race, and his stats were indicators of that. Name, Naoya Zenin. Title, Body Stealer, possible Zenin heir, busiest elementary schooler. Curse Technique, 10 Shadows Technique, active, / Projection Sorcery, inactive. Cursed Energy, 14360 / 14360. STR, 183, plus 98. Dex, 190, plus 123. Vit, 247, plus 147. Int, 201, plus 108. Luck, 101, plus 67. Extra points, 0. Achievements. His stats were now leagues apart from the time he first started. His cursed energy control and the amount that he can utilize also increased a lot. And not just the stats, the other perks that he got from the system were great as well. The achievements hooked him with some incredible rewards. Have 2 stats reach 100 plus 10% potential increase, collect. Have 3 stats reach 100 plus 10% potential increase, collect. Have 4 stats reach 100 plus 10% potential increase, collect. Have 5 stats reach 100 plus 10% potential increase, collect. Have 1 stat reach 200 plus 10% potential increase, collect. Have 2 stat reach 200 plus 10% potential increase, collect. Increase STR to 100 plus 10% strength while fighting, plus 10% strength boost when using cursed energy reinforcement, plus 10% increased muscle quality. Increase DEX to 100, plus 10% mind-body coordination while using equipment, plus 10% strength boost while using equipment, plus 10% speed boost while using equipment. Increase INT to 100, plus 10% cursed energy amount, minus 10% cursed energy consumption, plus 10% cursed energy output, plus 10% cursed energy and cursed technique activation. Increase LUK to 100 plus 10% chance to increase all stats by 1 once a day, plus 2% chance to revive from death with recovery from the attack, plus 10% chance to avoid fatal injuries, plus 5% chance not to consume cursed energy for an attack. Increase VIT to 200 plus 10% resistance to poisons, diseases, status conditions, minus 10% damage from physical attacks, minus 10% damage from cursed energy attacks, plus 10% regenerative power, minus 10% food requirement to survive, plus 10% fatigue recovery rate. Increase INT to 200 plus 10% cursed energy amount, minus 10% cursed energy consumption, plus 10% cursed energy output, plus 10% cursed energy and cursed technique activation, plus 10% cursed energy recovery, plus 10% faster brain processing, minus 10% damage from mental attacks, simultaneous cursed technique activation. Catch 151p chem n, plus 500 cursed energy. Catch 251p chem n, plus 500 cursed energy. Catch 151 shiny p chem n, plus 1 in all stats. Catch 251 shiny p chem n, plus 1 in all stats. He was not gonna lie, the potential increase and LUK awards were borderline cheating. But it's all okay if he was the one who was cheating. A chance to ignore death and get stronger every day. He was really thankful for that, especially the stat part, since the more achievements he racked up, the harder it got for him to earn points from progressive quests, which were now getting relatively difficult to achieve in a short amount of time. Because of this, his only choice was to delve into new activities and get points from there, but that too was not an easy way since doing multiple activities demanded time, which he simply didn't have much of. He was probably the busiest elementary schooler out there. School, sports clubs, cultural clubs, jujutsu training, he was already very busy with all these. Truthfully, he was getting a bit tired of grinding points, but if he gave up, then all would be for naught. As for his curse technique improvements, thanks to multiple potential increases, his projection sorcery was also improved by 70%, meaning he could theoretically go up to 40.8 frames per second and out of it. Thanks to his daily training, he could now move at 36 frames per second, 38 if he is totally focused. The potential increase also increased the duration he had to choose the set of movements and stop his opponents in frame, which meant that he now had 1.7 seconds to choose the movements and 1.7 seconds to trap his opponents in frames. It might not seem much of an improvement, but for Naoya, the unofficially fastest sorcerer, it was a very lethal move in his arsenal. As for his 10 Shadows technique, he had unlocked more Shikigami. Great Serpent, the Shikigami that Naoya gave up on the first time he tried to exorcise it. It was a giant purplish snake with horns and poisonous fangs. It was large enough to occupy almost half of the Zenin estate. A very formidable Shikigami that can turn the tide of battle with its strength and poison. The snake's poison was not that effective on curses, but still it seemed to make them a bit sluggish. Naoya named this Shikigami Sir Hiss, which the snake seemed to like a lot. He was starting to think that his dangerous-looking Shikigami liked non-threatening or cute names, but still he liked those names for them as well. Made him feel closer to them. His next Shikigami that he exorcised was Nu, a giant red owl-shaped Shikigami. The Shikigami was capable of flight, making it easy for him to strike airborne foes as well as ride it too. The Shikigami could also produce and fire electricity from its body, making it a strong Shikigami to fight a long-range battle. Nu was also quite big, capable of carrying 2 to 3 people on its back. The name given to this Shikigami was Sparkles. For his final new Shikigami, Naoya unlocked Round Deer, a huge greenish deer capable of using the reversed curse technique, a healing ability only a few jujutsu sorcerers could master, and here was a deer that could just spam it since it was oozing positive energy. It could also disrupt the curse techniques of other sorcerers since the positive energy that it used disrupted the flow of the negative cursed energy of other sorcerers. This Shikigami was named Senzu Bean or Senzu for short. Naoya understood that the sizes of Shikigami and their abilities varied from what he initially knew when he got his curse technique, but with the potential increases that he received, the Shikigami also evolved and got stronger. Cupcake and Frosting could now increase their size if they wanted and were stronger than before. The two can also use a sort of curse technique where they howl loudly and fire a sonic scream at their opponents. A very effective move on all accounts, it's just that it's omnidirectional and thus affects the allies as well. Mao and the Rabbit Army were effective and dangerous than ever. First of all, their numbers increased exponentially, and for some unknown reason, the Rabbit Army got the ability to go boom. And tough not strong individually, when the horde explodes simultaneously it packs quite a punch. Twister got a power-up as well in its legs. The Toad Shikigami could now jump very high. It also now had 2 tongues and each tongue for strong enough to lift 2 tons. It might seem mild when compared to other Shikigami, but Twister was dangerous in its own right. He once saw the Toad grab a cursed spirit from 2 ends and tear it apart then and there without any difficulty. Definitely a brutal fighter. The increased potential had made his Shikigami far more dangerous than they already were. And all this, coupled with the ability to use both of his cursed techniques simultaneously, made him a very serious threat to any jujutsu sorcerer. His versatility itself was something very difficult for others to overcome. And that was all the improvements that Naoya achieved during these years. Right now he was in his training courtyard. Today was a weekend, so he was busy training himself. His father's term as a tentative clan head was currently going on, making him busy and thus not focusing much on Naoya's training. Not that he needed to do much now. He had given Naoya a direction, and the boy was steadily progressing, shocking even Naobito. Naoya even surpassed him in the technique that he had been using longer than him. At first he wasn't accepting of it since both the techniques were the same and thus their limits should be the same as well. However, he finally gave up when Naoya told him that his 2 cursed techniques were sort of synergising and thus enhancing each other for some reason. Naobito accepted that explanation since he couldn't find any other reason for this to happen. He thought that it might be possible to overcome his own limits as well, but if the technique improved because of synergising with the other technique his son possessed, then nothing could be done. The fact that even his Shikigami go stronger solidified this proof as well, since the synergising effect was applied to both techniques. That day, Naoya realized how convenient having dual techniques was in this world where people only had one. He could easily blame the system's doing on that, and no one could prove him otherwise. Still, even if they didn't agree with his theory, what else could they do? It wasn't like they could make him go back to his previous limits. Shaking those thoughts off his mind, Naoya focused back on his training. Right now he was doing push-ups with a huge boulder on his back. Sweat was dripping from his forehead, but the only way to naturally increase his STR stat was strength training. He had to do that to gain points. There was also the fact that his strength would increase as he aged, but that would just be a minor increase. This training gave more substantial results. Naoya-sama, called his servant. Yes? Naobito-sama had asked me to fetch you at once. Naoya's shadow darkened as a huge snake tail came out of it and wrapped itself around the boulder and placed it on the ground. Thanks, Mr. Hiss, said Naoya with a smile as the tail descended back into his shadow. The snake hissed in delight as a smaller version of the Shikigami slithered its way and rested on Naoya's neck like a scarf. Mr. Hiss seems to like this spot a lot. The snake Shikigami was also able to reduce its size to not to accidentally crush its summoner under it. What a thoughtful little guy. Is there some emergency? Asked Naoya, wiping the sweat off his forehead, followed by dusting his clothes. I don't know, Naoya-sama, though he didn't look mad, replied the servant. Then I might not be in trouble. Should I rush there or do I have time for a quick bath? You should probably hurry. Okay. Thanks for informing, said Naoya, and ran towards the clan head's office where his father was currently working. You called me father? Yes, come in. Naoya nodded and stepped closer to his desk and waited for him to finish what he was doing. Once Naobito was done going through the file that was in his hand, he looked up at Naoya. Your time to join the Hei has come. Take a proper rest today. Tomorrow you will be undergoing the trial to be ranked in Hei, said Naobito with a smile. This soon? Asked Naoya. You are already 10. The Zenin family members are assigned to different squads once they reach 10 years of age. Yours got a bit delayed since you had that whole monthly trial shtick. However, now that you are done with that, you will officially undergo the clan's process. And let me warn you. Don't play around with Hei like how you did with Akashi and Kukuru, said Naobito in a cold tone, hearing which Naoya nodded. The Hei consists of people who will most likely compete for the position of clan head. It may be called a unit, but everyone in this squad has their own personal agenda. They won't show mercy, and if they get a chance to cut down competition, they will happily do so. Be careful and fight the best you can. The higher you rank, the fewer the number of people you need to answer and more authority in your hands, said Naobito with a smirk. Authority was not something Naoya was obsessed with, however, not needing to answer the other clan members was certainly a worthy reward. Naoya went through various scenarios in his head before he stood up and went back to his room to take a break, like his father told him. A rare day off should be enjoyed to the fullest.
Hey there, novel lovers. I know it's not the usual thing, but if you enjoy what you're hearing, please like and subscribe. Okay, shameless plug over. Now, let's get back to the listening.
Chapter 20, Initiation Ceremony starts. The next morning came quickly, and Naoya, currently in his room, was having a strategy meeting with his Shikigami. Mao, be on standby at all times. Deploy the army if I ever seem like I'm in trouble or need a second to recover. Mao the rabbit nodded firmly. Cupcake frosting, if they bypass the demon army, it's up to you too. Howl as loudly as you can. Don't worry about hitting me too. The wolves looked reluctant but nodded anyway. They didn't like the idea of harming Naoya, even indirectly. Senzu, if you're healing me and feel like you're about to get attacked, jump back into my shadow. The deer nuzzled Naoya affectionately in agreement. Sparkles, when called, assess the situation. Either grab me and fly away or zap everything around us. Use your judgment. New nodded with determination. Twister, no pre-plans for you. Your main job will be to restrain and yank them away when called. The toad gave a deep croak and nodded. Mr. Hiss, you're my heaviest hitter. Put your best effort in today. The snake coiled around his neck and hissed in affirmation. Remember, said Naoya, looking over his small army, our goal is to defeat as many of them as we can, but that doesn't mean any of you should sacrifice yourselves. I'd rather rank the lowest than lose even one of you. Got it? The Shikigami nodded in unison. Naoya smirked and got up. Let's get going then. Naoya walked towards the main training ground that was reserved for official events of the clan. On his way, he spotted his father, Naobito, waiting with his arms crossed. Father? Follow me, ordered Naobito and started leading the way. Naoya jogged up to him to walk beside him and looked at him curiously. What are your plans for today's test? Asked Naobito. Beat as many as I can without injuring myself too much, replied Naoya. You really have a weak mindset, said Naobito and frowned. I am only 10. Why push myself too much against people double my age or even older than that? Replied Naoya with a shrug. The Zenins won't care if you are young or old. They will strike you without mercy. I am not someone who will take a beating lying down. Just because I don't want to be injured doesn't mean that I won't fight back. I am a hypocrite, replied Naoya with a smile. The first time you say something worthy of a Zenin, and it's to call yourself a hypocrite, Naobito said in a deadpan. The rest of my qualities are normal, replied Naoya. Should I tell you about the curse techniques of the members of Hay Squad? Asked Naobito. You would do so? Please then, replied Naoya with a smirk. Any advantage, even unfair ones, were a welcome one. Naobito glanced at his son. The shamelessness was strong in this one. Maybe the Zenin family was starting to rub on his son, and for some reason, the thought of the current Naoya turning into a typical Zenin made him frown. Maybe I am getting attached to this version of him, thought Naobito, but soon shook his head. You already know about me, but I will introduce all members of the Hay Squad, along with their techniques now. Rank 1, Naobito Zenin, Projection Sorcery. Rank 2, Oji Zenin, Blazing Courage. He can produce and shape high-temperature flames and control them to a certain extent. Mostly uses the flames to coat his katana and strike foes with it. A simple technique but very deadly in the hands of Oji, who is a master swordsman and very physically strong. Rank 3, Junichi Zenin, Missile Fists. He can fire massive cursed energy fists that come flying at the enemies. He can add his own physical attacks to the mix to become a very dangerous fighter in both long range and close range. Rank 4, Chojuro Zenin, Earth Manipulation. He can use his cursed energy to manipulate the very ground around him and shift the terrain to his favor. He is the master of large-scale attacks among all members of Hay. These are the special Grade 1 sorcerers of the clan. The very pillar and the strongest force that established the Zenin family as the strongest clan in the Jujutsu world. At the moment, no other clan has 4 special Grade 1 in their ranks, explained Naobito. Naoya nodded, not caring much about the clan's position that much. The ones below them are Grade 1 sorcerers, and the ones you will be fighting today. You won't be asked to fight the special Grade 1 sorcerers today, said Naobito. Naoya sighed at that. The truly dangerous ones won't be fighting him today was great news to him. Naobito smirked, seeing his son sigh, and then continued his explanation. Rank 5, Haruto Zenin, Void Puppet. He can use his hair or the hair of his opponents and use his curse technique to make puppets out of cursed energy. The puppets can mimic the abilities and techniques, including the curse technique of the person the hair belongs to, although the puppets made out of other people's hair are toned-down versions of the original sorcerers. Haruto's own puppets are equal in strength and ability to his, but the puppets are not very durable and mostly vanish after a solid hit. Still, it is easy to get overwhelmed by the numbers. Rank 6, Ranta Zenin, Paralyzing Gaze. Any person who comes under his gaze gets paralyzed and will have trouble moving. The effect vanishes once his gaze is off you, but until then you are just a sitting duck. It's possible to overwhelm him if you are very strong and hard to bind, but that's a tall order. Rank 7, Mako Zenin, Cursed Reversal Field. He can create a 2-meter area around him where the properties of cursed energy are reversed. The negative cursed energy turns positive, reversed cursed energy, and vice versa. Fighting him with a cursed technique is also difficult since the field around him disrupts the technique as well, since the cursed technique is not getting the appropriate cursed energy. Rank 8, Taichi Zenin, Spectral Step. His technique leaves an afterimage on the spot he last stood at. The afterimage takes the form of the last action that the person performed before its formation. The technique, combined with Taichi's speed, allows him to strike his foe from all 4 sides. He also hates us projection sorcery users, since we are way faster than him, so we render him useless. Rank 9, Kaido Zenin, Recoil Burst. Kaido can store kinetic force in his body from impacts and release it explosively in any direction. If he receives a physical attack, he can store that force, redirect it through his limbs, or amplify his next attack. As for his weaknesses, he also takes damage while receiving attacks, so if he is knocked out before he can release it, then victory is guaranteed. Using long-range attacks is also an effective measure. Rank 10, Juro Zenin, Still World. Juro can designate a 5-meter radius zone around his body where everything slows down to 1/3 its normal speed. The slowdown also affects him a bit, but not as much as his foes. However, he cannot use it for long since he will feel and get overwhelmed by the burden from his technique, since he is not slowing down time. He thickens the cursed energy around him, making the zone a very dense area of cursed energy, the space around him sluggish itself. However, for us projection sorcery users, the 1/3 speed doesn't work since our technique is not speeding us up. It is a constant speed that will happen no matter how much the user tries to slow us down. That 24 frames per second will take place, and you are even faster. An easy opponent for us. These are the current members of Hei. What do you think? How high could you rank? Asked Naobito in amusement. Naoya turned serious and started thinking, going through the information in his head. Rank 7, I guess. Beyond that, I can't guarantee yet. It might be possible, but I would need to see how strong they actually are. Muttered Naoya. Naobito smirked. A 10-year-old and already believing he can take down the best amongst the clan, thought Naobito in amusement, though he also knew it might be possible too. The father-son duo soon reached the main training area, and the first thing Naoya noticed was the huge crowd that was gathered there. From servants to elders of the clan, everyone was here. In the middle of them all stood an old man who was supporting himself with a stick, but was still oozing dignity. Who's the old man? Whispered Naoya. That immediately earned him a smack from Naobito. He is my father and your grandfather. The current clan head, Kajinori Zenin. Mind your manners, said Naobito in a cold tone. Naoya nodded and rubbed the spot where he was hit, and glanced at the old man who was talking to some other elders. Naoya and Naobito soon approached the other members of the Hei squad who were near the elders and the clan head. All of them looked towards the newcomers and gave a nod to Naobito. Clan head, called Naobito and gave a respectful bow to Kajinori. Kajinori glanced at his son and then focused on the kid beside him. Introduce yourself, ordered Naobito. Naoya nodded and bowed towards the old man. Good morning, Grandpa. I am Naoya, introduced Naoya. Immediately, the surrounding gazes turned cold and landed on him. Naoya glanced up, feeling the stares, and once again received a smack. Call him the clan head. Be respectful, scolded Naobito. Ow. I will turn stupid if you keep hitting me, complained Naoya. Some of them chuckled at his response. Seeing the kid ruin his image in front of the entire clan was a funny scene for them. Naobito frowned and was about to hit Naoya again, but stopped once he saw Kajinori raise his hand. The old man walked closer and held Naoya's face between his wrinkled hands. His eyes are bright? Are you sure he is a Zenin? Asked Kajinori. People like Naoya were a rarity in the Zenin clan, and witnessing one such rarity among themselves, Kajinori was a bit surprised. Well, I should be unless I am adopted? Asked Naoya and glanced at his father. Naobito's brows twitched in frustration. He is a Zenin clan head. He has inherited both my projection sorcery and the 10 Shadows technique. That should be enough proof, said Naobito. Kajinori nodded but still held onto Naoya's face, moving it from side to side as if checking him out to see if he was a Zenin. It's starting to hurt a bit, clan head, said Naoya. Kajinori let go of Naoya's head and stared straight into his eyes. Why are you being formal now? Call me Grandpa. Or is it embarrassing to call this frightening old man your grandpa? You don't mind? Then sure, I will call you Grandpa, replied Naoya with a smile. The rest of the family looked at the scene with their eyes wide open. What the hell is happening? Has the clan head already gone senile? Are you sure that he is the real clan head? Such thoughts started going through the members of the clan. How old are you? Asked Kajinori. 10. So late? Why are you going through the initiation so late? Asked Kajinori. I was busy training with the other squads, replied Naoya. Kajinori looked at his son, Naobito, asking for an explanation. I made him undergo combat training while fighting through the ranks of the other 2 squads. That took some time to finish. He wanted to measure himself against the other two squads first before going through the initiation, explained Nobito. Both father and son lied through their teeth, neither willing to tell about the deal that they had made about letting Naoya go to school. A good attitude towards progress. Keep it up, said the old man in a dignified tone. Thank you, Grandpa. Kajinori nodded and then looked at Nobito. Start the initiation, ordered Kajinori. Of course. Naoya, Juro, go on the stage, said Nobito. Hearing his words, the crowd around them started moving and forming a circle around the field to watch the fight. Naoya nodded and started walking towards the field and noticed an older, bulky figure walking beside him. Good morning, Uncle Juro, greeted Naoya. Good morning, replied Juro with uncertainty. Please take it easy on me, requested Naoya. What are you planning? Asked Juro with hesitation. He was confused as to why a Zenin was acting like that. He had seen Naoya during clan meetings, and even there he never understood what was wrong with Naoya, who acted so differently from the rest of the Zenins. Nothing. Just asking my uncle to hit me too much. I don't like being hurt. It's the Hei Squad initiation ceremony. If you don't like pain, then surrender. Someone like you is not suited for Hei anyway, replied Juro in a cold tone. Naoya deflated. No one was willing to go easy against the adorable him. The two took some distance from each other. Juro took his stance while Naoya took out a wooden spear from his shadows and took a stance of his own. Are you mocking me by using a cheap training weapon? Asked Juro coldly. No. Right now this is the only spear that I have. If you are offended by it, then I apologize, uncle, said Naoya. Juro's look got even colder. Don't expect any mercy from me, said Juro. Start, declared Nobito. Naoya sighed at Juro's words. Well, don't expect that from me as well then, yelled Naoya and immediately activated his projection sorcery and appeared beside Juro. Shocked by the sudden appearance of the kid, Juro was about to smack him away with a cursed energy-reinforced fist. Too slow, replied Naoya with a smirk and activated his projection sorcery once again and stopping Juro in a frame. Cursed energy gathered around the wooden spear, and then in an instant, 36 attacks landed on the suspended Juro simultaneously. Juro broke out of frame and got sent flying. Ack! Juro winced in pain. The frame suspension caused damage to the person while ignoring the cursed energy reinforcement defense. All the 36 attacks that landed on him reached him while ignoring whatever defense boost he got from the cursed energy reinforcement. However, his pain was far from over. Naoya appeared above him before he could even blink and used his curse technique once again to suspend the older man in the frame, and started his attack once again. Crash! Juro's body crashed onto the field as a small dust cloud rose from the impact. Naoya did a smooth landing as well and gathered even more cursed energy around his spear. Naoya smirked widely and swung his cursed energy spear with full force, creating a powerful blast wave of cursed energy. The attack blew away everything in its path, including Juro, who was sent flying towards the audience, all of whom immediately sidestepped to dodge the bulky man. Naoya twirled the spear around him and rested it on his shoulder. So did I win? Asked Naoya and glanced at Nobito. Nobito smirked at his son's comment and glanced at Juro. Winner Naoya? Declared Nobito in enthusiasm. Naoya smirked and stored the spear in his shadow. That was a good warm-up, said Naoya and stretched his body. The audience who heard him looked at the kid in shock. That was just a warm-up? Chapter 21, Initiation Ceremony Completed. The crowd buzzed with disbelief. A 10-year-old had just defeated one of the Hei members without breaking a sweat. The victory felt too effortless, too overwhelming to accept. Naoya simply waited on the field, calm and poised. This was only the first participant he defeated, now even more difficult ones will appear. Kajinori's wrinkled face creased slightly in astonishment, not because of Naoya's victory, but because of what he'd seen. Nobito, that boy's projection sorcery, was it faster than yours? Asked Kajinori in seriousness. The surrounding Zenin elders turned toward them wide-eyed. Even they had failed to follow Naoya's movements, though that was expected, few could track Nobito, the fastest sorcerer of the era. But if his son had surpassed even that? Yes. His projection sorcery is faster than mine, replied Nobito with a smirk. Oh, so was 24 frames per second not the limit? Asked Kajinori. Probably not. Even I had a hard time believing when I first saw him, replied Nobito with a sigh. How fast is his projection sorcery? Asked Kajinori. This made the elders and the Zenin family members focus intently on Nobito. Nobito frowned for a bit and then sighed. I don't know, replied Nobito, feeling a bit embarrassed. You don't know? What does that mean? Asked Kajinori in slight displeasure. Nobito sighed. That idiot son of mine won't tell me. When I asked, he said, where's the fun if I spoon-feed you the answer? This made the Zenin family members blink in surprise. Looks like your son is not that disciplined, quipped Oji. You are spoiling him too much. Want me to discipline him in your place? Asked Junichi Zenin with a mocking smile. Nobito glared at the two of them. Kajinori remained silent for a moment, then chuckled. The boy isn't wrong. Why should he reveal his hand to those slower than him? The elders frowned but stayed silent. They couldn't deny the truth. Even so, none wanted to admit they were slower than a 10-year-old. Contrary to his thoughts about Naoya's arrogance. Naoya already told Nobito about his increasing speed. However, the two also discussed that the fact that both techniques complement each other and boost each other should remain a secret, lest the others become too wary of his growing limits and decide to end him. Kajinori glanced at the Zenins near him and sighed. Send the next one, ordered the old man. Nobito nodded and got back to announcing. Ding! Defeat 1 grade, 1 sorcerer, 1 point, collect. Naoya, do you wish to continue? Asked Nobito. Yes, replied Naoya and got ready to fight once again. There was an unbearably long pause before the announcement. He saw his father talking with the other Zenins, but didn't know what they were talking about. Hopefully, not something relating to him. Kaido? Go to the field, said Nobito and glanced at the man named Kaido. A man with a well-built body and a short ponytail nodded and walked towards the field. Kaido, a branch family member, carried himself with pride. He had fought his way past many main family Zenins to earn his place in Hei. He looked at Naoya with wariness. The boy was vastly stronger than what the members of Hei thought of him. Zenins don't focus on other clan members unless they threaten them, and Naoya, who was just a kid right now, not even worth considering for the position of clan head, was not on anyone's radar. Naoya saw Kaido approach the field. However, for some reason, the man was continuously clapping his hands and chattering his teeth. As Kaido got closer, Naoya also noticed him stomping his feet a little harder on the ground. Kaido-san? Called Naoya. The man looked at the boy but didn't stop clapping or chattering his teeth. Are you cold? Your teeth are chattering? Asked Naoya with concern. He didn't want to catch the man's cold and get sick himself. Kaido looked at the kid's concerned face and didn't know how to respond. From his face, he could tell the kid was worried about him. He stopped chattering his teeth. My curse technique is called Recoil Burst. It lets me store kinetic energy, and I am doing just that, explained Kaido, fulfilling Naoya's curiosity while also revealing his hand and initiating the binding vow that increased his cursed energy output. Naoya sighed in relief. He could now fight without fear of catching the man's sickness. Ready? Called Nobito, making Naoya draw his wooden spear from his shadow. Worrying about your opponent, such weak mentality, muttered Kaido coldly. Naoya looked at the man in surprise. When did I worry about my opponent? Thought Naoya, but swiftly shook off those thoughts once Kaido took a stance as well. Start, declared Nobito. Naoya instantly coated his spear with cursed energy and threw it toward Kaido. Kaido raised his arms, cursed energy flaring to intercept and absorb the spear's kinetic force. However, his eyes widened in shock when Naoya vanished from his spot as well. He looked around, trying to find the kid, but didn't see a glimpse of him anywhere. While he was distracted by Naoya's disappearance, the spear appeared near Kaido, who simply sidestepped to dodge the incoming attack. However, the moment the spear brushed past him, Naoya emerged out of the spear's shadow, shocking Kaido as well as the other Zenins watching the fight. His limbs, covered in cursed energy, blurred with the activation of his projection sorcery. Continuous attacks rained down on Kaido's body, who was sent flying by the onslaught of attacks. Naoya, still at his spot, grabbed the spear that was flying away from him, gave it a twirl and threw it at the airborne Kaido. You brat! Roared Kaido, unleashing his stored energy. Recoil Burst. A simple wave of his hand launched a powerful energy wave towards the spear, destroying it on impact. I like that spear. Naoya muttered, disappointed, before lunging forward again. Kaido landed on his feet and activated his cursed technique once again. Recoil burst. Kaido swung his arm, launching another wave of explosive force. Naoya sprinted in a zigzag, frame by frame, dodging each blast with fluid precision. Seeing his attacks being dodged, Kaido turned around and attacked the kid once again. However, the moment he turned his face, a strong punch coated in cursed energy struck his cheek, sending him skidding through the field. Kaido winced in pain from the impact and glared at Naoya, ready to attack him again with his curse technique, but Naoya was nowhere in sight. "Looking for me?" taunted Naoya, emerging from Kaido's shadow and appearing behind him. Before Kaido could react, he got sucked into a frame. The cursed energy around Naoya's fist intensified as Naoya used 35 of his 36 frames to run around and gain momentum before punching through the stopped frame in his 36th frame. Kaido, thrown out of the frame, his body rolling limply. He struggled to get up and glared at Naoya. Naoya, however, was already in motion. His attacks must have given a lot of kinetic energy to Kaido, and he wasn't going to check if he was right or wrong. Naoya jumped on the fallen Kaido and landed on his back. Ack! Kaido groaned in pain from the impact but smirked. He was going to blow up the entire stored kinetic energy in one go. Naoya, however, was faster and stuck him in a frame once again. Cursed energy now coated his legs as he stomped 36 times in succession on the man's back, causing him to scream in pain. Once the 36th stomp ended, he trapped him in frame once again and repeated the process. By the third turn, Kaido was already unconscious. Naoya looked at the man whom he stood upon with his feet covered in cursed energy. Once he made sure that the man did not move, he sighed and jumped off Kaido's back. "Winner Naoya!" declared Naobito, still in shock by his son's brutality. The other Zenins were no different. They murmured uneasily. Projection sorcery was already feared, and now it seemed even more monstrous and brutal in the hands of a child. The other members of Hei looked at Naobito. If Naoya could overwhelm a man twice his size, what could the special grade 1 and bigger version of him do? They gritted their teeth. The position of clan head seemed to slip out of their hands ever so slightly. At this moment, the prowess of projection sorcery was even more solidified. Kajinori, though, was more impressed with Naoya's shadow stealthiness and its combination with projection sorcery. Naoya looked at the unconscious and injured Kaido and used his curse technique. Round deer. A majestic, glowing green deer came out of Naoya's shadow. "Senzu, heal him, please." The deer nodded as a faint glow came out of his body. The injuries on Kaido's body started to heal immediately, and in seconds the man looked brand new. "Thanks, Senzu," said Naoya and patted the deer, who smiled and jumped back into the shadows. The other Zenins looked at Naoya questioningly. Why would he heal an enemy? Kajinori had the same thought. However, unlike the other clansmen, he could openly ask. "Naoya," called Kajinori. Naoya looked at the old man and wondered how the man's voice still sounded so dignified despite his age. "Why are you healing him?" asked Kajinori. "I injured him." "I healed him," replied Naoya with a shrug. "Do you heal every enemy you fight?" asked Kajinori with a frown. "No." "Then why are you doing it now?" "HM? He is part of the family, not an enemy," replied Naoya with a straight face. Kajinori stared at Naoya for a while and gave a nod before looking towards Naobito. "Start the next match." Naobito nodded and turned towards the next participant. "Tachi Zendesh." "I forfeit," said the man with a huff of anger. All of them looked at him in surprise. Taichi was a man with a strong hatred for projection sorcery, since this technique was the reason why he was not the fastest member of the clan. And right now, the same person forfeited a match against a projection sorcery user. Tachi himself was angry at his choice, but he knew that thinking with his pride here was not the answer at the moment. He was slower than Naobito, and his son was even faster than him. He was not going to make a fool of himself by fighting a losing battle. Next participant then. Mako Zenin. The man stood up and walked towards the field without saying anything. Some servants hurriedly walked out of the field, carrying the unconscious Kaido. "Ready?" Mako took his stance. "My technique is called Cursed Reversal Field. Inside the field, the properties of cursed energy are revered," explained Mako, successfully activating the binding vow by revealing his hand. Naoya nodded and took his stance as well. His spear was destroyed, so this time he took out a wooden sword from his shadow. "Somebody bring the boy a spear," ordered Kajinori. All of them looked at the old man with mild surprise. The old man is looking after someone. This was a rare occurrence. It's fine, Grandpa. In an actual battle, I won't get extra weapons from someone if mine are destroyed. I am quite good with swords as well, replied Naoya with a smile and swung his sword around. Haha, is that so? Then start the battle, said Kajinori with a chuckle. The entire family froze. The old man laughed. And not while mocking his opponents. A genuine laugh. Naoya nodded and got into his stance once again. Start, declared Nobito, still a bit flustered by his father's laugh. Cursed reversal field. Mako activated his technique instantly, and thanks to the binding vow, the usual 2-meter radius of his zone expanded to 3 meters. Naoya already had a grasp of the man's curse technique and coated his body in cursed energy, reinforcing himself and using his projection sorcery to gain speed while moving haphazardly to confuse Mako. Mako tried to catch Naoya's figure but failed miserably. The moment Naoya entered his zone, he felt his curse technique stop since all his cursed energy changed into reversed cursed energy. Still, he was done speeding up and struck Mako with full force with his wooden sword. It's useless, in here you are not reinforced by cursed energy. With your feeble said Mako with a mocking tone. His sentence ended with a choked grunt as Naoya's sword hit him again, sending him tumbling. Was that feeble enough for you? Asked Naoya with a smirk and activated his technique once again, once Mako took the zone with him. He sped up once and approached Mako with his increased speed. Mako looked at the incoming kid and frowned. His wounds were visibly healing because of the reversed effect of his cursed energy inside the field. Naoya's cursed energy surged around him, though it didn't boost him since it got converted to reversed cursed energy. However, because of that, Mako did not dare deactivate his curse technique and boost himself as well, since he knew the moment he did so, Naoya's strengthened blow would strike him. Naoya's sword struck him once again and sent the man rolling. Naoya didn't give him time to recover. He slammed Mako down, straddled him, and began beating him relentlessly. Yo dash, glared Mako, but before he could speak further, Naoya started brutally attacking him with his sword. This was the method Toji taught him to use against those who heal rapidly or those who piss you off too much. Naoya's sword continued to rain down on Mako. Blood spilt out of the wounds on his face. His nose broke and healed again and again. Mako tried to attack sometimes, though his non-strengthened strikes didn't cause Naoya any pain at all. Each strike echoed across the field. Zenins are known for their no-mercy mindset, but seeing one of the top Zenins being on the receiving end of that brutality made them feel uncomfortable. The audience fell silent, horrified and mesmerized. Even Nobito winced. The un-Zenin child was perhaps too Zenin when it came to combat. Give up, yelled Naoya and stopped for a bit and looked at the man below him. His own face and clothes had some drops of blood that fell on him, but that didn't faze him at all. Nev, crack, Naoya shoved the sword into Mako's mouth. Give up or I'll break your jaw. You'll heal, but it'll hurt every single time, he warned coldly. Raise your hands by the count of 3. Or I'll start. If he wanted to, he could use his Shikigami, but he didn't want to reveal his Shikigami unless necessary. Mako's eyes widened. I will count to 3. Raise your hands and surrender. Try anything else and jaw-breaking time, said Naoya, his sword moving ever so silently, threatening to break the jaw any moment. Mako stared at the kid and nodded, and raised his hands after seeing the cold look on his face. Naoya smirked and looked towards Nobito. Winner Naoya, said Nobito weakly. Even the people from his own generation weren't this brutal when they were Naoya's age. You raised him quite well, muttered Kajinori with a smirk. Nobito and the other Hei members looked at the clan head. The decisive mindset to not hold back against an opponent and the wisdom to not escalate things any further than necessary. Both things being present in a sorcerer, and that to a 10-year-old one is quite rare, praised Kajinori. They dumbly nodded but still felt that Naoya was just brutal. Nobito, who knew that Naoya could have easily ended the fight with his Shikigami, remained silent. Send the next one, ordered Kajinori. Ranta Zenin, called Nobito. A relatively younger man stood up and walked to the field where Naoya stood waiting for the next opponent. Ranta Nii-san? Go easy on me, asked Naoya with a smile. Same here, Naoya. You are stronger than I thought. Don't be that brutal on me, asked Ranta with a helpless smile as well. Being the closest in terms of age in the clan, Ranta and Naoya naturally bonded during the clan meetings, and much to Naoya's surprise, Ranta was not a typical cold-blooded Zenin as well. He was a normal person with substantial cursed energy and a cursed technique. "Ready?" called Nobito. Naoya dropped his sword in his shadow and took a stance. Ranta looked surprised but thought that it was Naoya's way of going easy on him. "Start." Paralyzing gaze. Not wasting even a second, Ranta activated his technique, freezing Naoya in place. Naoya, however, expected that and used his 10 Shadows technique to hide inside his shadow and break free from the paralysis. Ranta narrowed his eyes. He could feel that the paralysis was lifted, and now he waited for Naoya to jump out of his shadow so that he could freeze him again. The shadow rippled, seeing which Ranta got ready to use his technique. But instead of Naoya, the one who jumped out of the shadow was a rabbit that had been frozen, but after that, the entire demon army came out of the shadow and blinded Ranta's vision. The rabbits rushed towards Ranta like a tsunami. Ranta cursed, summoning cursed energy reinforcement to fend them off. But they kept coming, overwhelming him. He barely noticed Naoya emerging silently from their shadows, blade pressed to his neck. "Move and I slice," Naoya whispered. Ranta stiffened, then sighed. "I surrender." The rabbits vanished. The crowd blinked at the sight of Naoya standing behind Ranta with a short sword to his throat. "Winner Naoya!" declared Nobito. Finally, a non-brutal fight. Naoya lowered his hand, seeing that Ranta turned around and looked at the kid. "Looks like you are now higher ranked than me," said Ranta with a smirk. "You can call me senpai now," Naoya grinned. "Or boss. Boss works too." Yes, little boss," said Ranta with a chuckle before he left the ground. "Haruto Zenin," called Nobito. "I forfeit," came a lazy yawn from the sidelines. He was a man who was lazy by nature and couldn't bother much about his rank going down by one. The rest of the Hei looked at him with a frown but didn't say anything. "That concludes the Hei initiation ceremony then. Naoya Zenin, from now on you are the rank 5 of the Hei squad," declared Nobito. The crowd erupted into applause. Naoya grinned and bowed dramatically. The day had gone better than expected. Honestly, he'd thought he'd have to face the special grade ones too, but if fate gave him a lighter workload, who was he to complain? A day with fewer fights was, after all, a good day. Chapter 22, Kajinori. The next day after the initiation ceremony, Naoya was back to his normal routine, getting ready for school. His position in the clan had grown tremendously. Previously, he was just the prodigious son of Nobito. Now he was rank 5 in the Hei squad. The clansmen were far more respectful toward him, though Naoya felt awkward about the sudden change. Being treated with reverence by adults twice or thrice his age was uncomfortable. Still, he kept those thoughts to the back of his mind and exited the room. While on his way, the people who spotted him started murmuring. Naoya glanced briefly at the whispering clansmen, but seeing that no one was causing trouble, he ignored them. "Naoya." He turned to see his grandfather, Kajinori, walking toward him. "Grandpa? Good morning. I was coming to see you. Where are you going?" "It's training time," said Kajinori, scanning him from head to toe. His frown deepened when he noticed Naoya's uniform, clearly not fit for training. "I am going to school," replied Naoya nonchalantly. "School? What school?" "The clan teaches you everything you need, doesn't it?" asked Kajinori, genuinely puzzled. "Academically, yes, but beyond that, the clan's teachings won't help much," replied Naoya. "What else is there?" "Social interaction, common sense, and most importantly, understanding why we jujutsu sorcerers fight. We protect the normal world from curses, but if we don't even know the world we protect, what's the point? I get to meet different kinds of people that way, so it broadens my perspective." Though truthfully, school was more of a way to avoid boredom, the rest was true enough. Kajinori blinked in surprise. Was his grandson really just 10? "Humph, that's quite different from clan tradition," muttered Kajinori, his wrinkled face creasing further. Naoya looked worried. Were his school-going days over? "But not a bad mindset," said Kajinori after a pause, smirking at Naoya's relief. "It's important to know why we fight." "So you were leaving right now?" "Yes." "Okay, let's walk," ordered Kajinori and started walking. Naoya blinked in surprise, then jogged to catch up to Kajinori. "What is the name of your school?" asked Kajinori, making some small talk. "Setagaya North Elementary School." Soon they reached the clan entrance and immediately spotted the servants lined up to see him off. However, the moment the servants spotted Kajinori, they bowed deeply, not daring to look up at all. Naoya looked at the servants and then at his grandfather. Naoya watched them curiously, then glanced at his grandfather. He's either very respected or very feared. Considering the Zenin reputation, the answer was obvious. "Your lunch, Naoya-sama," said the servant and handed him his lunchbox. Kajinori looked at the giant bento, then at his grandson. "You eat this much?" asked Kajinori. "Yes," Naoya replied immediately. "Isn't this too much?" "I could eat more, but the lunch break is not that long," replied Naoya in disappointment. Maybe his grandson was a bit weird. "Let's go," said Kajinori and walked out of the clan's gate. "Will you go with me?" asked Naoya, a bit surprised. Even Naobito has never gone to his school, even on class visitation days. "What? Don't want a wrinkly old man to walk with you to school?" asked Kajinori. "Not at all." "Let's go, Grandpa," replied Naoya, immediately shaking his head and rushing out of the clan gates as well. As they walked, Naoya noticed a few clansmen shadowing them from afar, likely Kajinori's guards. "What's your sorcerer grade, Grandpa?" Naoya asked curiously. "Me? Special grade 1, Kajinori replied. "You're strong then." "Heh. If I weren't, the brats in the clan would have already buried me 6 feet under to steal my seat as clan head," said Kajinori with a snort. "Then you're stronger than my father and the other special grade ones in the clan?" "Of course. I'm the strongest in the Zenin clan. I might be old, but I can still kick their butts with ease," he said with a grin. "How old are you?" asked Naoya, slightly hesitant. The man looked ancient, yet still carried himself like a warrior. 106, said Kajinori, smirking. Naoya blinked in disbelief, scanning the old man from head to toe. He'd expected him to be old, but not that old. Kajinori laughed at Naoya's stunned face. He hadn't expected to enjoy a Zenin's reactions this much in his lifetime, but this odd grandson of his was surprisingly entertaining. Still, the boy was likable. "Work hard, study well, eat and sleep plenty, and you too will live a long life," said Kajinori. "I highly doubt I will live as long as you," replied Naoya. "Don't worry, I hope you live even longer than I," replied Kajinori. Naoya nodded and thanked him for his blessing, and the two slowly walked towards his school. "Naoya," said Kajinori, his tone shifting, "what do you think is the role of jujutsu sorcerers?" Naoya thought for a moment. "To keep curses under control and protect the normal world?" "If that's true, then why do you think the clans were formed?" "If a powerful sorcerer gathers other strong people, it forms a force that can fight curses and stop those who misuse jujutsu," replied Naoya. "Then tell me, if our duty is to protect the normal world, why do some people exploit jujutsu? Why do the big clans fight among themselves?" "People like to feel superior. If they think they're special, that feeling only grows stronger," said Naoya after a pause. Kajinori smiled faintly. "Then do you think you are someone special? Do you believe you deserve respect or power over others?" "Special? Yes. I'd say I am. I'm a Zenin sorcerer with 2 techniques. It's pretty rare. But being respected for that? No. I haven't achieved enough to deserve respect. Being born into the Zenin clan isn't an achievement. Earning respect feels better." He paused, then added, "As for power, it's necessary. In the jujutsu world, both personal and political power matter. Death can come at any moment from curses or from people." "Haha. The Zenin clan isn't exactly safe for Zenins, huh?" Kajinori chuckled. Naoya said nothing. He wouldn't badmouth the clan, especially not to its head. "Do you think clan superiority matters?" Kajinori continued. "We're constantly competing with the Gojo and Kumo. Is it important?" "Yes," Naoya replied. "Just like I said, political power is vital. If our clan is strong, we can fulfill our duties without fear of other clans and other sorcerers. Curses outnumber us by a huge margin. Many sorcerers would have given up long ago if not for their pride in their clans and the jujutsu society. That pride keeps us united." Such a deep answer. "Are you sure you're 10? Asked Kajinori curiously. "I'm smart," Naoya said with a smug shrug. Kajinori chuckled at the egoistic answer. "Do you ever think that there will come a day when there will be no curses and there will be no need for jujutsu sorcerers?" asked Kajinori solemnly. It might be possible, but for that we need to remove all negativity from the world and remove all negative emotions from humans all around the world. So I don't think it will be easy. No negative emotions means no greed for growing, no envy from others that drives us to better ourselves. Life would get dull and the world won't progress much," replied Naoya after thinking for a while. He looked up at Kajinori. A world without curses would be a utopia, but a utopia is just another kind of dystopia. So no, I don't think it's possible. Still, we can hope. Fighting curses is a hassle after all. Kajinori blinked in surprise. What kind of 10-year-old thinks so deeply and uses such difficult words? After reaching his school, Naoya looked at Kajinori. The old man was looking around the school. The teachers, students, and their parents all looked at the old man who was oozing authority. This school, it has relatively less negativity compared to other crowded places like this, said Kajinori. I clean up curses from time to time. Maybe that's why, replied Naoya with a shrug. That's good then. What weapon do you usually use? Asked Kajinori out of nowhere. Huh? That came out of nowhere. I can use most common weapons, but I'm best with a spear, said Naoya. Spear, huh? Be ready in the evening. We will go somewhere today. Also here, said Kajinori and brought out his wallet from his kimono. He took out a 10,000 yen note from his wallet and handed it to Naoya like he was giving him some spare change. Naoya looked at the money in his hands with amazement. Consider it a prize for showing me those fights yesterday, said Kajinori, then turned and walked away. Naoya looked at the retreating figure of his grandfather. Maybe Grandpa likes me, thought Naoya as he pocketed the money and walked inside. Chapter 23, Kajinori's Past. Naoya-kun? Yelled Izumi as he ran up to Naoya with a worried look on his face. Naoya? Yelled Misaki as she too came towards him worried. Are you all right? Asked a panicked Izumi. Who was that scary old man? Asked Misaki. Oh, don't worry. He was my grandpa, replied Naoya with a smile, trying to reassure his friends. That's your grandpa, screamed the two in unison. The people around them turned to the source of the commotion. The teachers glared at the trio, making Izumi and Misaki apologize to the nearby people. Calm down, you two. He is not that scary, replied Naoya. In his opinion, curses looked even scarier. No. That is scary, replied Izumi. What kind of family do you even have that you don't think your grandpa is scary? Said Miski. You two are being rude now, you know. How would you feel if I called your parents scary-looking? Said Naoya with a small frown. Izumi and Misaki went silent. Sorry. We went a bit far, said Izumi. I should not have said that much. I apologize, said Misaki. Seeing the two of them being apologetic, Naoya sighed. All right. I accept your apology. But it's rude to comment about your friend's family like that. Keep that in mind, chided Naoya. Understood, said the two of them. Good, now let's go, homeroom is about to start, said Naoya and grabbed his friend's hands and pulled them. Izumi and Misaki still looked a bit apologetic but decided to follow Naoya to the class. So how's your sister? Asked Naoya, trying to change the topic. Hey, you won't believe it. Suzuna-chan told the family yesterday that she will become Naoya's bride in future. Dad was totally devastated after hearing the news, exclaimed Misaki in excitement. Naoya and Izumi laughed at the news. A few weeks ago, during an after-school detour, Misaki's mom coincidentally met with the three of them and invited them for a meal. Naoya, being the elegant gentleman he was, decided to bring a nice fruit basket as a gift. Coincidentally, Suzuna, Misaki's sister, seemed to like the fruits and was enchanted by Naoya's appearance and thoughtful gift. Looks like my cakes were not that liked, muttered Izumi in a gloomy tone. Izumi's family runs a bakery, and so Miyamura decided to show up with a box of pastries as a gift. But because of his slightly gloomy appearance, Suzuna-chan stayed away from him and said that fruits were better than cakes. Izumi, the pastries you brought were way better than the fruits, said Naoya. You don't have to, Naoya-kun. No, really. Fruits are something that I just randomly picked up. Your pastries, on the other hand, were handcrafted and showed your parents' skill. No skill was involved in my fruit picking. In fact, I will say that I can eat your pastries every day, said Naoya with a smile. Izumi blushed at Naoya's words. Is this like I want to drink your miso soup every day thing? We are both boys, but if it's for Naoya-kun, muttered Izumi. And immediately, Misaki smacked Miyamura. Snap out of your weird thoughts. Suzuna-chan called dibs, said Misaki and huffed at Miyamura. But I know Naoya-kun for a far longer time than Suzuna-chan, declared Miyamura and hugged Naoya possessively. Miyamura, you will not get in Suzuna-chan's way, yelled Misaki and tried to pull Naoya away from Miyamura. What about my opinion? Asked Naoya. Huh? You dare reject my cute Suzuna? Asked Misaki in a threatening tone. You will take responsibility for your words, right? Asked Miyamura in panic. The two friends clung to Naoya, making the young Zenin annoyed. In the end, the two kids went through their classes with a bump on their heads. Sister-in-law beater, muttered Misaki. Husband beater, muttered Miyamura. Naoya looked at them with his brow twitching and raised his fist again. The two immediately looked away and started whistling. Later that day, back at Zenin's estate, Naoya, who just returned from school, changed into some comfortable clothes and went straight to the training ground. However, to his surprise, his father, who was currently the acting clan head, was present there as well. What did you do? Asked Naobito in a stern tone. Naoya tilted his head in confusion. He didn't know what his father was talking about. I can't think of anything. Did I do something wrong? Asked Naoya. I got the news this morning. The clan head walked you to school? Asked Naobito in a serious tone. Oh, that. Yes, Grandpa did walk with me to school, replied Naoya. Naobito's eyes widened in surprise. What is going on in that geezer's head? Thought Naobito, not understanding his father's actions at all. He didn't want to brag, but his father, Kajinori Zenin, was a man known for his cold-blooded nature even by Zenin's standards. He took the clan head seat after killing the previous clan head, and since then, anyone who tried to challenge his authority met their end at his hands. The same man was now acting strangely with his grandson. What is he scheming? Thought Naobito in worry. Naoya was his youngest son, but he was also his only son who was alive. The others died during their jujutsu activities or from illnesses. And now that his wife was also dead in his advanced age, Naoya was probably his last son that he could have. Along with that, Naoya was his guarantee to become clan head since Naoya's potential was high, and the clan would like to favor his father so that Naoya could grow better and uplift the clan in the future. And because of all these reasons, he made sure to isolate Naoya from the rest of the clansmen, be it for training or having meals together. But now that his father had taken an interest in Naoya, he could not deny being close to his son. I just hope he is not scheming something, thought Naobito grimly. Did the clan head say something? Asked Naobito. He asked me to be ready in the evening. He will take me somewhere, replied Naoya. Did he say where? Asked Naobito. Naoya shook his head. Be careful around him. He may look old, but he is the most ruthless and strongest Zenin out there, warned Naobito. Strong, I get, since he said he was a special grade 1 that can beat all other special grade 1s in the family. Ruthless? I doubt that. Grandpa was nice to me, replied Naoya. Naobito snorted. Ask anyone who has been in the clan for 20 years or more, and you will understand how nice he is. As for his strength, he is a special grade 1 now. 25 years ago he was a special grade. If not for his advanced age and too much power concentration among the Zenins, his rank would not have been reduced, said Naobito. Huh? Special grade? Asked Naoya dumbly. He knew that even though there was just one rank difference between special grade 1 and special grade, the actual gap was bigger than anyone could imagine. A rank given to a sorcerer is not fixed. Just like how sorcerers get promoted to a higher rank based on their skills and potential. A higher rank sorcerer can also be demoted if his performance deteriorates, or he is unable to function as they used to. A sorcerer whose curse technique is based on swords will not be as useful if he loses both his hands. The same is with age. A once active sorcerer will get sluggish with age. It's not uncommon for sorcerers to retire at an old age, but those who remain active have their ranks reduced, explained Naobito. Though despite all that, I still think he is a special grade, said Naobito grimly. Naoya gulped and nodded. The way his father told him about his grandfather made him feel fearful as well. Do you think he has some ulterior motives for me? He even gave me pocket money? Asked Naoya in panic. Naobito looked at his son with a blank expression on his face. He put a finger in his ear and cleaned it once and asked, Repeat what you just said? Do you think he has some ulterior motives for me? He even gave me pocket money? Asked Naoya in panic. Naoya repeated in the same manner as before. Naobito blinked in surprise. What is this spoiling grandpa-like gesture? Thought Naobito in disbelief. Did someone take over his body? Muttered Naobito. Hearing those words, Naoya's eyes widened. Was his grandpa like him? The father and son went into deep thoughts, both troubled by the same man's actions. After not being able to land on any conclusion, Naoya and Naobito decided to observe for a bit longer before acting. Right now, Naoya was dressed in a yukata as per his father's advice, since he was about to go out with Kajinori. Once he checked himself in the mirror once more, he walked towards the entrance of the clan. Once he reached there, he spotted Naobito and Kajinori talking with each other. You sure have grown some balls, said Kajinori. It's related to my son. I will be careful, replied Naobito. He is my grandson as well, said Kajinori. So now you want to play a good grandfather? Asked Naobito. Kajinori was about to reply, but the two of them spotted Naoya. Carry on. I will come back later, said Naoya and tried to walk away. Stop, said both Kajinori and Naobito in unison, making the young Zenin mentally cry from the pressure. Naoya turned around and walked towards the two adults. The clan head is taking you to get a cursed tool for you. Behave yourself, said Naobito in a stern voice. You mentioned you liked spear, right? Let's go, said Kajinori with a smile. Naoya nodded and followed Kajinori. The two sat inside a car that was parked just outside the clan's gate. Inside the car, Naoya fidgeted a bit from the silence. You are acting strange now? Did that brat say anything about me? Asked Kajinori as he glanced at Naoya. Naoya didn't say anything and just shook his head. What did he say? Asked Kajinori in a cold tone as his gaze narrowed at Naoya. Naoya immediately understood why his father called Kajinori the most ruthless Zenin of all. Just from his gaze, Naoya could feel a shiver run down his spine. He told me to be careful around you and that you are ruthless even by Zenin's standards, said Naoya, relenting to the pressure from his gaze. Humph. Meddlesome brat, said Kajinori and looked away from Naoya. Naoya blinked in surprise. His supposedly ruthless grandfather didn't do anything after hearing the confession. Naoya kept staring at Kajinori, which was clearly felt by the old man. What? If it's not rude, can I ask something, Grandpa? Asked Naoya hesitantly. Humph, still calling me Grandpa, ask away. Replied Kajinori as a small smile appeared on his face. Why did father call you ruthless? Asked Naoya. Did you not find me intimidating? No, you were intimidating. Then did that not answer your question? Just because you are intimidating doesn't mean you are ruthless. I am still in one piece after all, replied Naoya. What? Did you think I would attack you just because you relayed what your father told you about me? Asked Kajinori. Naoya nodded his head in affirmation. I don't know if you're brave or just dumb, muttered Kajinori. Back in the day, when I was young, the Zenin clan was nowhere as calm as it is now. Zenin clan? Calm. Naoya didn't know these two words could be used in the same sentence. Kajinori noticed his gaze. I mean, the clan's condition was worse than what it is now, said the old man. The clan head at that time, my father, was the strongest sorcerer of his time, and I, his son, surpassed even him. Maybe because I was young and impulsive, or maybe it was the clan's upbringing, I believed myself to be superior to everyone and made sure that everyone, be it someone from the clan or someone from outside, knew it as well. I was infamous among the entire Jujutsu world because of my actions. My father, seeing that the Zenin clan had amassed a strength that eclipsed all the clans in Japan, decided that it was high time that the superiority of the clan was proven, and I, being a staunch believer in superiority, was totally on board with that plan. Our clan fought with the Gojo and Kumo clans. The other clans also joined in to support the two clans, knowing full well that if the two great clans fell, it would be their turn. I was the leader of the Hei at that time and led our clansmen to war. The fights were difficult, considering that our single clan was practically fighting with the entire Jujutsu world, but still we were never at a disadvantage. I killed countless sorcerers and cursed spirits during my days, and it was during those times I became a father, said Kajinori solemnly. I was overjoyed since my first son was born, and in excitement I headed to the battlefield alone and almost ended the battle that day, had it not been for my cursed energy being depleted. Naoya looked at his grandfather in amazement. He didn't know if the story was true or not, but if it was, then his grandpa was badass. And ruthless, but more badass. After that day, I decided to take some time off from the fight. I already played a huge part and wanted to spend some time with my wife and son and watch him grow. The clansmen and my father were dissatisfied with my decision, but none dared to argue with me about my choices. 2 years later, my second son was born, Naobito, said Kajinori with a smile. I was overjoyed once again, but this time I decided not to rampage and kill people. The war was coming to a ceasefire since, after my withdrawal, the Zenins were slowly being pushed back. I didn't care much, my name was already etched into the jujutsu world, and no one dared question my superiority. I felt like I could just go to the battlefield and do away with those who oppose me any day I liked, said Kajinori with a smirk. However, I might have overestimated the fear that my name carried. A few sorcerers infiltrated our clan and came straight to me to kill me. Apparently, their families were killed by me. I didn't care much for those small fries, they were dead before they could make a single move. Like every day, I went to my wife's and children's room after a morning walk, only to find a brutally mangled corpse of my wife, said Kajinori in a saddened tone. The assassins were still there, probably searching for the children, but my wife was smart. She had hidden the kids well. I dealt with the assassins, though the shock from seeing my wife's corpse made me react a bit too late, and one of those assassins pierced my heart, said Kajinori and showed his chest to Naoya. A stab wound was still there. It didn't matter because I knew the reversed curse technique, but I decided to keep this scar as a reminder of my own foolishness. My kids were safe, however, my older son was distraught after his mother's death. He blamed me for her death and I too blamed myself. A thought did come to my mind to find which clan the assassins belonged to and end that clan entirely, but the fear of someone coming to get revenge again and killing my kids this time stopped me from doing so. I became a pathetic weakling, as my clansman and father used to call me, since I gave up being a jujutsu sorcerer entirely to raise my kids well. But my elder son probably did not like his pathetic weakling of a father who let his mother die. Coincidentally, he inherited my technique, another opportunity for the clan to develop a powerhouse. My father offered him a chance to train under him, and he readily took it. However, when I went to check on them one day, I saw him brutally beating my son since he was not up to the mark. That was the day I killed the then Zenin Clan head and took on the role myself, said Kajinori. My first order of business was to end the war with other clans. Luckily for me, I became a clan head after killing my father, so I had the perfect scapegoat on whom the entire blame could be passed on and end the war somewhat safely. Many clansmen were against that idea or against me being the clan head. Many came to claim my life and claim the position of the clan head for themselves. Many threatened me with my kids. None survived long to tell the tale. Many of the stronger members of the Zenin clan who questioned my decisions were killed by me. That made the clan weaker in the eyes of the rest of the clans. And because of that, the other clans were dissatisfied with the sudden ceasefire. They believed that they could destroy the clan now, but stopped once the Zenin clan offered to pay reparations. The fact that they won't have to fight a pointless battle was also there. But the biggest factor was that I went ahead and killed the heads of the Kumo and Gojo clans in front of their clansmen and asked them to stop the war. Everything was going well. I had already made up my mind to take upon the entire burden of my clan's misdeeds upon myself, but some were still dissatisfied with the conclusion. One among them was my elder son. He didn't want to be under the man who let his mother die, and decided to reignite the flames of war by uniting the few supporters that were still present in the clan. I, being the clan head, tried to reason with him, but he was unwilling to listen to me. In the end, with a heavy heart, I banished him and his supporters from the clan, hoping that being away from the accursed place might calm his heart. But he came back for vengeance. His small group had become bigger with members from the other clans that wanted to crush the Zenins. They ambushed the clan in the middle of the night, and in the heat of the battle I killed the assailant that was about to kill Naobito, only to realize later that he, the one who tried to kill Naobito, was none other than my other son Nataka. Tears were flowing down the old man's face, and it felt like the old man was weak. After the rebels were dealt with, I simply went back to my chambers. I wanted to grieve and blame myself, but as the clan head I couldn't fall in front of my clansmen. I might have appeared to be ruthless because I didn't shed a single tear then and there, but that doesn't mean that I don't feel. I may be strong, but it doesn't mean that I don't regret my actions. I have sinned and I know that, and there are days when I think that the world would have been a better place without me. But I cannot give up. I still had someone that I want to protect. Naobito may think that I am just a ruthless old man, but I cannot stop worrying about him, said Kajinori. Naoya didn't say anything. He didn't know what to say. He simply moved closer to Kajinori and hugged him. The old man looked down at the kid and smiled with his teary eyes, and ruffled the golden hair of the boy who embraced him.
Disclaimer: I don't own this story. If the original author requests its removal, this video will be taken down.
Chapter 24: Curse Tool Shopping. After the emotional hug between the grandfather and grandson was over, the two now sat in their appropriate places. Naoya looked at his grandfather and asked, "You told me that my father is your younger son, right? Then what about Uncle Oji?" "Oji is not my own son. He is the son of one of the clansmen who protected me once and sacrificed his life. Oji didn't have any other relatives, so I took him in," explained Kajinori. "Another question, why are you being nice to me, even going to the point of revealing your past?" asked Naoya with suspicion. Now that his emotions had calmed after the emotional story, he started thinking things through. A clan head who had kept level head up till now was suddenly favoring him and telling him his past. No matter the man's age, he was still a Zenin. Kajinori looked at his grandson, who was looking at him suspiciously. His mind is really sharp for his age, thought Kajinori. "Can't I just want to be close to my grandson?" asked Kajinori. "Hear yourself and ask whether you will believe those words from a proper Zenin," retorted Naoya. Kajinori's brows twitched. The boy was right, but it still felt bad. He made it seem like the Zenins were cold-blooded creatures that lacked empathy. He was not wrong, though. Kajinori sighed and used his curse technique. A dark, shadowy wall formed around the two of them. Naoya's senses immediately flared up. Was this an ambush after all? Not even thinking twice, Naoya activated his own curse technique and jumped inside his own shadow and slipped out of the car. Once he was on the road, he jumped out and moved away from the vehicle. The car stopped a moment later and Kajinori stepped out. Naoya already had his hand signs ready to fight. "What do you want?" asked Naoya with a frown. Kajinori looked at his grandson and smirked. "You were trained thoroughly. I will give that to Naobito," said Kajinori and started walking towards Naoya. "Answer me and stay away?" asked Naoya with wariness. "Calm down, brat. If I wanted to, you would have been dead already. Don't make me prove that the acts from my past were real," said Kajinori in a threatening tone. Naoya turned serious and gulped. Naobito had warned him against the old man, and if that was indeed true, then survival would be difficult if they were to fight. Kajinori continued walking and stopped a few meters away from Naoya. "I have no intentions to harm you. Rest assured about that. Now get in the car," said Kajinori in a calm tone, trying to reassure Naoya. Naoya stared at the old man for a while before he lowered his hands. "Good. Get back in," said the old man and walked back towards the car. Naoya soon followed, but a small Mr. Hiss emerged out of his shadow and slithered its way inside Naoya's clothes, ready to protect its master when needed. The car started moving once again, and Kajinori used his technique once again to make the shadowy wall. "What is this technique?" asked Naoya hesitantly. "My curse technique is called Solid Shadow." "I guess the name is self-explanatory," said Kajinori. "As for your question earlier, I am favoring you because, 1. You are the user of 10 Shadows technique. 2. You are my grandson, so I need to show that I favor you lest someone decides to try some funny business with you. Your fight yesterday caused quite a few clansmen to be wary of you. You are the future of the clan. We cannot let some idiots in the clan mess with the clan's future. If everything were to go right, you would become the clan head in future," said Kajinori. Naoya looked at his grandpa and then sighed. "So it was for clan business, huh? I thought there was some empathy there," thought Naoya. "I would also like to use you to mend my relationship with Naobito and you too," mumbled Kajinori and looked away. Naoya's ears twitched at those words, and he immediately looked at the old man beside him. The old man refused to match his gaze. "Grandpa is its son," muttered Naoya in shock. Never in his wildest dreams did Naoya expect that he would meet its Sundara old man, yet here was one sitting right beside him. Kajinori flinched. He didn't know what that word meant, but he could take an educated guess as to what the brat was implying. "You should have just said that from the start. Honestly, act your age for God's sake," said Naoya and sighed. A moment later, he was greeted with a smack to the head. "Is that how you talk to your elders?" asked Kajinori. "Why did you people always aim for the head?" cursed Naoya and winced in pain. He was not expecting such a strong attack from the old man's frail arms. Kajinori snorted and looked away. Half an hour later, the car finally came to a stop, and Kajinori and Naoya stepped out of it. Naoya inspected his surroundings the moment he stepped out. They were probably in a place that is totally out of reach for normal people. The entire landscape around him was traditional and screamed jujutsu, with various sorcerers moving around and many talismans stuck here and there. This is the Kagura Barrier District. The entire area is concealed with cursed energy veils and barriers. The higher-ups of the Jujutsu Society work from this place. Many sorcerers receive their missions from that building over there. There are many shops and other facilities that deal with sorcerer-related stuff here, explained Kajinori. Follow me and stick close. Don't wander around on your own, said Kajinori and started walking. Naoya nodded and followed Kajinori. Once he was close enough, he saw Kajinori open his hands, gesturing Naoya to grab onto it. Being the obedient boy he was, he followed through with his grandpa's wish and held his hand. The nearby people looked at the duo with surprise evident in their eyes. "You are famous," muttered Naoya, seeing the terrified looks on the faces of many sorcerers. "That's a given. I am the head of the Zenin clan after all," said Kajinori and smirked. He slowly led Naoya to the biggest shop in the area. The moment they entered, Naoya felt the cursed energy emitting from the goods around him. His eyes twinkled in excitement. Weapons and armors lined up nicely everywhere, talismans and other cursed tool accessories were also present in the shop, and for some reason there were also what seemed like soft toys present in the shop. The shopkeeper looked at the customers with a smile, but it vanished in an instant. Instead, he immediately ran towards them and bowed to Kajinori. "Greetings, Kajinori-sama. How can I help you today?" asked the shopkeeper respectfully. "Show me all the special grade or grade 1 curse tools," ordered Kajinori. About that," muttered the shopkeeper in hesitation. "What?" asked Kajinori in a cold tone. "WWEH have an auction coming up in a few days. The grade 1 and special grade curse tools are reserved FFF. I apologize." "I will show them to you right this instant," yelled the shopkeeper in fear, the moment he looked into Kajinori's eyes. His glare made him feel like he would be killed right there. The shopkeeper ran deeper inside the shop. "Your reputation really is good," muttered Naoya in admiration. "Heh. I would like to see them defy the Zenin clan head," snorted Kajinori. Naoya chuckled at those words. Soon, another man who seemed to be the boss of the establishment came running as well. "Kajinori-sama, thank you for your visit. Please follow me," said the man in a suspiciously sweet voice. "Takanashi, teach your employees well," warned Kajinori. "I apologize on his behalf, Kajinori-sama. The experienced employees are busy preparing for the auction. That one is still new. There is no way we would treat the Zenin clan with such disrespect," said the man. Kajinori nodded and gestured to Takanashi to continue. "Follow me, Kajinori-sama, and?" said the boss and glanced at Naoya. "He is my grandson. Treat him well when he visits you in future. Naoya, this is Takanashi. He is the person you find when you need anything jujutsu-related. Information, curse tools, anything," introduced Kajinori. Naoya nodded and looked towards the older man. "Nice to meet you, Takanashi-san. I am Naoya Zenin. Take care of me in the future," Naoya introduced with a smile. Takanashi's eyes widened in surprise. He had heard Naoya's name since a lot of information goes through him. He thought Naoya would have been a stuck-up young master, considering how young and strong he was, but in front of him the boy stood and seemed like a polite and nice kid. "Naoya-sama, I am Kenjiro Takanashi. It's my pleasure to meet you today. Do seek out our establishment if you ever need some help with jujutsu-related business in the future. We even have connections in the normal world as well, so we can aid you in that front too," said Takanashi in a respectful tone. Takanashi stared at the boy who was behaving exactly opposite to what was thought about him. Takanashi also ran a shady establishment that dealt with mostly gray and black areas of jujutsu and normal society. Assassination requests were already submitted for the boy, but seeing the surprisingly polite boy, he almost didn't want to participate in the assassination business this time. Yet he was only a middleman here. If someone were to bring his head to him, he would need to pay them since it was part of the deal. Still, Takanashi's expression didn't change as he slowly led the Zenins towards the inner part of the shop. The three of them stood in front of a giant gate that led to the storage area. Many talismans and seals were placed on the gate for security purposes. Takanashi started chanting, and soon the talismans glowed and the gate started opening. Because of the auction, the Grade 1 and Special Grade items are already secured inside cases and are locked. Do look through them and inform me if something catches your eye. I will take it out of the display for observation, said Takanashi in a polite tone. Naoya nodded and started looking around curiously. Seeing the excited kid, both Takanashi and Kajinori smiled. Go ahead and look around, said Kajinori and let go of Naoya's hand. Naoya nodded and enthusiastically started to look around. He is a good kid, Kajinori-sama, praised Takanashi. Yes. How many requests? Asked Kajinori in a serious tone. Huh. Don't act dumb. I am asking how many assassination requests have come for the kid. That's dash. Confidential? Alright, I don't want to ruin your business. From now on, anyone who requests his assassination, put in a request on the Zenin clan's behalf for double the offered bounty. This arrangement will be made for the next 5 years, said Kajinori in a calm tone. Takanashi blinked in surprise. The Zenin clan was rich and could afford such a request, but he didn't expect the cold-hearted clan head to do this much for his grandson. I need to reassess my approach with Naoya-sama in the future. I understand, Kajinori-sama. Meanwhile, Naoya was browsing through the display racks one by one. The names and ranks of the cursed tools were written in front of the display, but a few of those tools, which had some additional effect, held a card that noted those abilities. These were the tools that caught Naoya's interest more. If a strong weapon had an additional ability, then it was worth getting even more. And when not a single penny from his pocket was going to be spent, the deal became even sweeter. He made up his mind that he would make full use of this opportunity. Naoya continued looking through the cursed tools and finally started checking the spear section of the display. Muttered Naoya in confusion. Why is there a short sword in the spear section, and this weird cursed energy? Muttered Naoya. He looked at the display label. Name, Inverted Spear of Heaven. Grade, Special Grade. Additional effect, the cursed tool can transform between a short sword and a spear with cursed energy. A/N, before you guys roast me, I will clarify. In the fight between Toji and Gojo. Gojo didn't recognize the cursed tool. I am guessing that the knowledge about the cursed tool's effect was not known, considering the Gojo clan heir did not know about it. This was later known to others after Gojo reported to the higher-ups. Otherwise, a cursed tool of this caliber would have been kept at an even safer place out of Toji's reach, and once it had been stolen, the news would have been spread, and Gojo would have known. There might be some other explanation as to why Gojo didn't recognize it, but I am going with this explanation. Do tell me if you guys know something else about this. A2 for the price of 1 special grade curse tool. Muttered Naoya. There were other curse tools with special abilities present as well, but none of them were spears, his speciality, so seeing a special grade curse tool that can be used as a handy short sword as well made him feel tempted. But the cursed energy on this tool is weirder than other tools. Is it because it is a special grade? Thought Naoya. What? Something caught your eye? Asked Kajinori as he came closer. Shall I take it out of the display? Asked Takanashi. Kajinori looked at the short sword and read its description. A unique special grade, you have a good eye for things, said Kajinori with a smirk. Naoya nodded and gestured to Takanashi to take it out of the case. Takanashi nodded and took the short sword out of the display case and handed it to Naoya. Naoya grabbed the hilt of the short sword and walked a bit away from the two of them. He gave a few practice swings to the short sword before starting a series of attacks in rapid motion. Good grip and nice weight, muttered Naoya. He then passed cursed energy through the weapon, and immediately his grin widened in delight. The power that he could feel from the short sword that held his cursed energy skyrocketed. He jumped up and gave a simple swing. A blast wave launched from his simple attack, and this made Naoya's smirk widen. Short sword form is nice. Though the main feature of this blade is what matters more to me, said Naoya and willed the short sword to change into a spear as his cursed energy coursed through the weapon. The hilt of the blade elongated and the weapon changed into a spear. Is there a slightly wider space where I can test it? Asked Naoya. The area was wide enough to practice with a short sword, but using a spear there would not be safe. Takanashi nodded. "Follow me, Naoya-sama," said Takanashi and started leading the two Zenins. He was a sorcerer himself and was thoroughly impressed with Naoya's movements. He couldn't grasp his movements with his naked eyes since Naoya was fast, but he could still feel the finesse in his movements. Naoya-sama will definitely be an important figure in the coming years. I need to make a good connection with him early on, thought Takanashi. His inner merchant took over him immediately on the thought of becoming acquainted with an important person. Naoya practiced with the spear form of the weapon and was thoroughly impressed with its capabilities. The change between forms was fast and flawless, and added a new surprise to fights, and the cursed energy reinforcement efficiency of the weapon was great as well. He had once tried using his uncle's grade 1 katon, but it was nowhere near the inverted spear of heaven's level. He was liking this weapon more and more. After he was done testing the weapon, he browsed through the remaining spears but didn't find one that felt better than the inverted spear of heaven. "So is that the one you want?" asked Kajinori with a smirk. "Yes," replied Naoya immediately. "All right, Takanashi, send the bill to the Zenin Clan," said Kajinori and patted Naoya's head. "Thank you, Grandpa." Seeing the boy's beaming smile made the old man feel happy as well. "As you wish, Kajinori-sama. Should I register the cursed tool under the Zenin Clan?" asked Takanashi. "No, register it under Naoya's name. It's a gift after all, not clan property," said Kajinori. Takanashi nodded and confirmed his guess even more. The clan head was favoring Naoya, meaning Naoya's rise was almost guaranteed. Dink, get a special grade curse tool plus 1 point, collect. Naoya smiled and held the inverted spear of heaven tightly. Getting the spear made it even more worth it since he got an achievement point. "Naoya-sama, Kajinori-sama, I would like to request that you don't publicize that we sold the cursed tool to you directly," said Takanashi. "Why?" asked Naoya. "Special and grade 1 curse tools are hard to come by. Openly selling them is banned by the Jujutsu Society's higher-ups. They can only be auctioned or given as a reward for specific tasks. If open sale was allowed, people who get early access might hoard them," explained Kajinori. "It's a gift, but don't flaunt it openly for some time," warned Kajinori. Naoya nodded in understanding. The rule was a good one since he felt like if given a chance, the Zenins might actually buy all the cursed tools here, which would be bad for the world in his opinion, since that would make the humble Zenin clan even more humbler. Naoya signed the contract for the authorization of the cursed tool and walked out of the establishment. Kajinori got inside the car, and Naoya was about to enter as well, but decided to store the spear in his shadow. However, the moment the short sword's blade touched his shadow, his curse technique stopped working. "Ha!" muttered Naoya in astonishment. He picked up the short sword that fell on the ground and looked at it in shock. He tried to store it once again, but the curse technique got cancelled once again. "I stumbled on an even more amazing item than I expected," thought Naoya as he stared at his weapon. "What happened?" asked Kajinori, since Naoya was taking too long to enter the car. The excitement of the gift made me forget for a while, but I am super hungry now and felt a little lightheaded," replied Naoya and massaged his head. A new trump card should not be easily revealed. You are hungry? You like sushi? Asked Kajinori. I love you, Grandpa! Cheered Naoya in excitement, immediately shifting his focus to the important stuff. Chapter 25 It's Kinda Nice. After finishing their cursed tool shopping, the grandfather-grandson duo went out for sushi at Kajinori's suggestion. However, after witnessing Naoya's true power, Kajinori silently realized that if he made a habit of treating his grandson to meals, his personal funds might soon be in danger. Later that night, once Naoya was alone in his room, he took out the inverted spear of heaven and decided to experiment with it for a while. The cursed tool was something more than what meets the eye. He checked the weapon from top to bottom, trying to find a clue that might help him. He used his 10 shadows technique, and the shadow below him turned even darker. He then tried to put the cursed tool inside once again, and just like before, the moment the blade touched the shadow, his curse technique got cancelled. It is a passive ability of the spear, I guess, muttered Naoya, and tried to put the spear back once again, but this time he immersed the handle first, and the handle successfully started going inside, only to fail the moment the blade touched his shadow. The passive ability resides in the blade only, noted Naoya. He tried the same with the spear mode, and the results remained the same. He then summoned his Shikigami from his shadows. "See this, guys? I got a special grade curse tool," exclaimed Naoya. The Shikigami replied in excitement, congratulating their master. "The cursed tool seems to have a special ability. I want to test it. Would you guys help me?" asked Naoya. The Shikigami nodded in affirmation. "Great, first of all. Mao, bring out one of your soldiers." The rabbit Shikigami nodded, and a rabbit jumped out of its body. The new rabbit hopped towards Naoya and saluted him. Naoya saluted back and poked the rabbit with his spear. The rabbit was still present and looked at the spear curiously. "So it doesn't cancel you guys. I will lightly stab you." "Sorry in advance," said Naoya and stabbed the rabbit's leg. The rabbit still didn't vanish. Looks like you guys won't vanish when stabbed." "Alright, try to go boom," said Naoya and readied his shadow to pull the rabbit back in if he explodes. He didn't want to destroy his room. The rabbit soldier nodded and tried to use its curse technique to explode. However, no matter how much time passed, the rabbit didn't explode. Naoya nodded and slowly retracted the spear from the rabbit's body. The rabbit tried again, and this time its body began to expand. Not even thinking twice, Naoya sent the rabbit into his shadow, where the rabbit exploded. This spear seems to cancel the activation of curse techniques. Senzu, try to use your reversed curse technique. Naoya touched the deer with the spear, but the healing worked just fine. He then lightly stabbed Senzu. The healing still worked just fine. "I guess reversed cursed technique is not affected as well, so is it just activation of curse techniques and active curse technique cancellation?" muttered Naoya. Naoya wanted to check the spear a bit more, but the other curse techniques of his Shikami were not something that could be tested in the room. Naoya looked at the spear and held it from the blade side and tried to activate his projection sorcery, but the technique didn't activate. He then grabbed it with the handle once again and used his projection sorcery that worked perfectly this time, and while in motion he grabbed it from the blade end, and immediately his technique came to a stop. So, it is strictly limited to cursed techniques. Using cursed energy reinforcement and reversed cursed techniques still work just fine even when stabbed, muttered Naoya. "Wait, does that mean it can bypass Satoru's limitless?" thought Naoya in astonishment. Theoretically, it should be possible since any active technique that was cancelled when struck by the blade was cancelled immediately. Satoru's limitless was also an active technique, so it should cancel that as well. Naoya looked at the blade intently. "I picked something far more amazing than anything I could have expected," thought Naoya. He experimented with it for a while and finally found a way to store the spear in his shadow. It was a simple method too. Cover the blade part with a cloth, wrap it tightly, and voila, the blade didn't come in contact with the shadow and doesn't cancel it. He will get a proper sheath for the blade later, but for now this makeshift method worked. He would not leave such a precious thing sit openly, ready to be stolen by bad men. The next day, after he was done training, he headed to have breakfast with his father. However, to his surprise, Kajinori was present there as well. The two men were sitting in front of each other, both reading a newspaper. Such a great bonding session, thought Naoya and rolled his eyes at the scene. "Good morning, Father Grandpa," greeted Naoya and took his seat as well. Responded Nobito. "Good morning," replied Kajinori. "So how's the cursed tool?" asked Kajinori. "It's amazing. It will take some time to master form shifting during a fight, but it's a great weapon," replied Naoya with a smile. Kajinori smiled in satisfaction. Seeing his gift being appreciated so much made him happy. Nobito looked at Kajinori's smile and narrowed his eyes. He couldn't grasp what the old man was planning. "What did the clan head get for you?" asked Nobito. "No, father. You should call him father as well." "Clan head seems too distant," said Naoya. He tried to bridge the gap between the two. "That's disrespectful. You two should call him clan head," responded Nobito in disapproval. Kajinori's expression didn't change, but he still felt a bit sad. "I mean, you can be respectful to him by calling him father as well, right? In a private setting, wouldn't father be more respectful? I call you father too, right? I am a very respectful boy. Should I call you hey leader from now on?" asked Naoya innocently. Nobito frowned and wanted to say it was fine to call him hey leader if he wanted to. However, he stopped and tried imagining it. He didn't like that. "All right, I will call him father in private settings from now on." "Is that all right?" asked Naobito and turned towards Kajinori. Kajinori looked away. Do as you wish. I am your father, so I don't think there is any issue with that, said Kajinori. Naoya cringed at the sight of the tsundere old man and drank the miso soup to freshen his mood. Naobito looked at his father and didn't know what to say. Looks like the old man was starting to go senile. So? What did father get you? Asked Naobito. Kajinori's lips twitched at those words. It had been too long since he heard those words. Grandpa got me a special grade spear/short sword. It can switch between the two, answered Naoya and puffed his chest in pride. Naobito's eyes widened, a special grade for a 10-year-old kid. The old man was being too generous. I registered it under his name. The clansmen won't have a claim over it too, added Kajinori. Naobito got even more surprised. A personal special grade curse tool for his son. Aren't you favoring him too much? Asked Naobito. He's my grandson. What's wrong with doting a bit on him? He already lacks discipline, don't make it worse. He might be unconventional for a Zenin, but he is a good kid. Naobito looked speechless at that. His gaze then fell on Naoya, who just smirked back. Father is favoring this undisciplined brat? Thought Naobito. Naobito didn't know what to think anymore and decided to focus on his tea. Grandpa's super nice. He took me out to have sushi too. Let's all go together next time, suggested Naoya and winked at Kajinori. He brought up an opportunity, now it was up to the old man. Kajinori felt conflicted. On one hand, his grandson made an opportunity for him. On the other hand, the opportunity included taking Naoya out for a meal again. Let's go to a buffet next time. Sure, let's go out this weekend, said Kajinori. We have a meeting this weekend, reminded Naobito. Kajinori nodded and looked behind him. Shift the meeting to Friday. Inform the other clansmen, ordered Kajinori and looked back at Naobito and then smirked. Naobito's brows twitched. The clan head was acting too differently. He looked at his son, who was now simply enjoying the food, unbothered by his father's gaze. Is it him that's rubbing off on father? Thought Naobito. Once the lively breakfast was over, surprising for a Zenin family, Naoya went back to his room and changed into his uniform. Once done, he headed to the clan's gate and spotted his father and grandfather standing there as well. Naoya approached them and took his lunch from the servants. Thank you, replied Naoya and started to walk out of the clan compound. The servant gave a nod and stood back once again. Well then, I will get going now. Bye, said Naoya. I will drop you, said Kajinori and walked out as well. What is happening here? Asked Naobito in a slightly loud tone. He was not able to take it anymore. Naoya shrugged his shoulders, not knowing what to say. I am dropping him. It lets me get some steps as well. I am not getting any younger, I need to stay active, replied Kajinori with a straight face. Naobito looked at his father. He wanted to say something but couldn't find the right words. Let's go, Naoya. You will be late if we stay here because of this brat, said Kajinori and gave a pat on Naoya's back. Naoya nodded and joined his grandfather and walked away. Naobito looked at their retreating figures for a while and then massaged his forehead. Something was going on, but he just couldn't prove what it was. Naoya was acting like usual, but for some reason his father was acting like his son too. I need more information, thought Naobito and used his curse technique and launched out of the clan compound as well and joined the two of them. Father? What do you want? Asked Kajinori. I will tag along as well, said Naobito. Huh, muttered Naoya in disbelief. Don't you have clan duties? I know that it is currently your turn as the acting clan head, said Kajinori. I can do that later. Right now I will be tagging along, said Naobito. And keep an eye on you, thought Naobito and stared at Kajinori. Kajinori shrugged his shoulders but smirked internally. His plan to rile up his son worked perfectly. Naoya looked at the two old men behind him and simply smiled. It was the first time he and his father were doing something family-like. It's kinda nice, thought Naoya as they continued towards the school. It's kinda nice, thought Kajinori, enjoying the company of his son and grandson. What is this nice atmosphere? Thought Naobito as he glanced at his father and son. He continued to stare suspiciously at his father before he dropped it. It's kinda nice, thought Naobito, remembering one of his childhood days when his father took him and Oji to a beach once. The three Zenins didn't say anything, just walked contentedly. Chapter 26, Reunion. The three generation of Zenin continued their walk towards Naoya's school. The nearby people looked at Naobito and Kajinori with wariness since the two of them were looking way too authoritative for their liking. None of them was talking, they just walked in silence. Soon the trio arrived at their destination, and Naoya bid farewell to the two of them. Kajinori looked at his grandson for a while before turning towards Naobito. Arrange more guards around him. Many people have placed a bounty on his head, muttered Kajinori. Naobito widened his eyes in surprise and looked at his son carefreely talking with the kids. How certain are you? Asked Naobito as the father and son started their journey back to the Zenin compound. Meanwhile, back at school, Naoya was once again surrounded by Miyamura and Misaki, who were once again worried for him since another scary man came with him, though this time they minded their words. What does your family do? Everyone in their looks, so serious, said Misaki, controlling her words. Oh. Nice save, Misaki, exclaimed Izumi. Naoya fell silent at the question. What should he say now? My family kills invisible curses to protect others? His friends might start to think that he had a screw loose. We have a few businesses and many members in the family work for the government, said Naoya after thinking for a while. It was not technically wrong. Jujutsu sorcerers were mostly paid by the government, and the Jujutsu sorcerers came under a government department as well. Apart from that, the Zenin family indeed had multiple businesses set up both in and outside Japan. They were not a prestigious family just for show. They indeed had funds and authority to back them up as well. Izumi and Misaki looked at Naoya with amazement. No wonder he brought such luxurious lunches every day. He was loaded. Just so you know. It is my family that is rich. I don't get much pocket money, said Naoya. Doesn't matter, you are still treating us after school today, declared Misaki. I want ramen today, said Miyamura shamelessly. Okay, fine, replied Naoya with a sigh. Such a good friend, cheered Miyamura. As expected of my future brother-in-law, said Misaki with pride and patted Naoya's shoulder. You are still on about that? Fine, I will tell Suzuna-chan that you are a bad girl and you bully me, said Naoya. Don't you dare lie to my sweet sister about me, said Misaki and started shaking Naoya. See, this is bullying, said Naoya and lifted Misaki in the air, stopping her from shaking him anymore. Put me down, flailed Misaki as Naoya, placing her on the ground. Don't treat me like a kid. Huh? What happened to the sweet Misaki-chan that smiled blissfully when I patted her? Asked Naoya with a hurt look on his face. Humph. She grew up, replied Misaki. Oh my, such a good girl, you grew up nicely, Misaki-chan, said Naoya and patted her head. Eehee, wait no, yelled Misaki and smacked Naoya's hand away. Naoya looked at his hand that was smacked away and looked back at Misaki with a sad look on his face. Misaki's anger faded seeing the hurt look, and she wanted to say something, but Miyamura beat her to it. Naoya-kun? You can pat mine, said Miyamura with a troubled expression and showed his head to Naoya. Naoya blinked at the boy's words and soon started laughing before he started ruffling Izumi's hair. Hee hee, laughed Miyamura helplessly, seeing Naoya enjoy. Misaki looked at the scene and puffed her cheeks before she looked away from them. Soon a hand landed on her head, much to her surprise, though this time she didn't swat it away. It felt nice after all. Naoya may have been their classmate, but being bigger and more mature than them made them think of him as an older brother instead. Later that day, once school was over, the trio of friends headed towards a ramen place on Miyamura's recommendation. Strangely, the boy knew a lot of the niche shops around the town and was their go-to guide for any food-related advice. That's the shop, declared Miyamura. The shop didn't seem to have much foot traffic, which was understandable since it was situated in an alley and not on a main street. Naoya and Misaki were now used to such kinds of setups. The places that Miyamura recommends might seem shady, but the quality of food was always good. Naoya, however, looked surprised, not because of the shop though. He was surprised by the person standing in front of the shop. Nisan? Called Naoya with uncertainty. Huh? Brat, replied Toji, hearing a familiar voice. The two of them blinked in surprise and checked each other from top to bottom. Toji was wearing nice clothes and had a clean haircut, something Naoya never saw him with back at the Zenin Clan. Naoya, dressed in a school uniform, was also a strange sight for Toji. Toji Nii-san! Exclaimed Naoya enthusiastically and ran towards Toji. Toji, however, stepped aside, dodging Naoya, who ran past him. Still, Naoya, being Naoya, easily changed his direction and jumped on Toji once again. Toji's eyes widened in mild surprise as he simply caught Naoya's head with ease. "You have improved, huh?" asked Toji with a smirk. "Is that how you treat your adorable cousin at our reunion?" whined Naoya. "Adorable? Where is the adorable one? I can't see him." Seeing Toji acting like that, Naoya snorted and smacked Toji's arm with a palm strike. Toji winced and let go of Naoya. "Oi, how come you became this strong?" asked Toji with an annoyed tone. "Humph, not telling you," said Naoya and looked away. "Humph, I don't want to know anyway," said Toji and kicked Naoya on the shin. Naoya got on his knees and winced from the strike. "Naoya-kun? Naoya!" The two kids ran towards Naoya, trying to protect him from the man. "Huh? More brats? Your friends?" asked Toji as he glanced at the other two kids. "Stay away from us, you jerk," said Misaki and stood in front of Naoya to protect him. "You okay, Naoya-kun?" asked Miyamura in a worried tone. "It's all right. Calm down, you two. He's my cousin," said Naoya as he got up and held Misaki back before she launched an attack and died from an accidental slap. "Toji and I-san? What are you doing here?" asked Naoya as he pulled his two friends behind him. "I am waiting for a friend." "What are you brats doing at such a shady place?" asked Toji back. "We came to eat ramen." "Go eat somewhere else. There are other shops in the town." "Why? Just because I said so. So unreasonable. You go somewhere else." "Huh? You're talking back to me. Want me to use the art of ass whooping on you just like the old days? Try it. It will be different this time. You got cocky in the time I was away. Looks like it is time to fresh dash." "Toji!" came a yell from behind them. Toji flinched at the voice and looked back. "Miyuki," muttered Toji. "What are you doing? Are you harassing the kids?" asked the woman whom Toji called Miyuki as he started approaching them. "Huh? Me? Harass kids? How can you blame me for such a huge offense?" "I am very hurt, Miyuki," said Toji, pretending to be offended. "He was harassing us," said Naoya. "Totally harassing us," said Misaki. "He kicked Naoya-kun," said Miyamura. Toji blinked and looked at the three kids who ratted him out. Miyuki fumed with anger and smacked Toji's head. "Do you have something to say about that?" asked Miyuki. "The brats are lying," said Toji with a straight face. "Lying so easily, Toji and I-san. I thought you were better than that," said Naoya with a disappointed look on his face. "Oi! Don't make it worse," said Toji and glared at Naoya. "Don't scare the kids," said Miyuki and pulled Toji's ear. "Ow, ow, ow. Do it harder," said Toji in a dry tone. Miyuki glared at Toji but sighed. She looked at the kids with a helpless look on her face. "Sorry about my boyfriend. He could be a bit childish from time to time," said Miyuki. Naoya blinked in surprise and looked at Toji. "Ha!" said Toji with a smirk while still having his ear pulled by Miyuki. "You are Toji and I-san's girlfriend? Not some girl who is a friend, right?" asked Naoya just to make sure. "Yeah. And I-san? Are you his brother or something?" asked Miyuki curiously. "Cousin, to be precise." "And why him? You could do better than him," asked Naoya, genuinely confused. "Oi! Whose side are you on?" complained Toji and glared at Naoya. "I know, right? But what can I do? This idiot will be hopeless without me," said Miyuki with a smile and glanced at Toji. "Be grateful that I am your girlfriend." "Yes, ma'am. Let's go get a room so that I can show you my gratitude," replied Toji with a serious look on his face. Miyuki blushed at his words, pulled his ear harder, making the older Zenin feel the tiniest bit of pain. After bickering for a bit longer, the three kids, along with the couple, entered the ramen place and sat together. "You brats really interrupted our date," said Toji in an annoyed tone. "I am treating you." "Be grateful," said Naoya and snorted. The two of them glared at each other but soon decided to order. "Do you do any challenge bowls?" asked Naoya. The man behind the counter blinked and smirked. He then took out a pamphlet from below the counter and showed it to Naoya. "A jumbo bowl of ramen and 40 pieces of gyoza for one person in 30 minutes. All for 500 yen if I complete the challenge. This has my name written all over it." "Boss, one challenge bowl," declared Naoya enthusiastically. The shop owner smirked, seeing the arrogant kid. Miyamura and Misaki smirked back at the shop owner who just courted death. Toji and Miyuki looked at the kids with amused expressions. Naoya-kun. It's bad manners to waste food, said Miyuki. Don't worry, Miyuki-san. I don't waste food, replied Naoya with a confident smile. She wanted to stop him, but seeing the adorable smile on his face made her stop. Your cousin brother is so cute. Is he the one you talked about? Asked Miyuki while looking at Toji. Toji Nii-san talks about me? Asked Naoya with a surprised tone. Humph. No. That's some other brat, replied Toji with a firm tone. You told me that there was a kid back home who was sad to see you leave and that he was the first person you cared slightly started Miyuki, and Toji immediately covered her face with his hand. That's enough. Definitely some other brat, said Toji and looked at Naoya. Sundara, said Naoya with a smirk. You little, said Toji with a frown and looked towards his girlfriend, who was looking at him with a mischievous expression on her face. Toji's brows twitched. He was being toyed with by the two of them. Yet he couldn't do anything to them. Whose unlucky face did I see this morning? Muttered Toji. It was mine, said Miyuki with a smile. Toji blinked in surprise and looked towards the kid asking for help. Miyamura stared hard at the chopsticks, refusing eye contact. For some reason the chopsticks were looking very interesting to him. Misaki simply shook her head disapprovingly at Toji's rash comment. Naoya simply offered a silent prayer for the man's well-being. These King brats, thought Toji as a vein popped up on his forehead. Chapter 27, Toji's Warning. After Miyuki spared Toji for his brash comment, their food finally arrived. Finally, Naoya's jumbo bowl of ramen, along with a tray full of gyoza, was brought out. Remember, 30 minutes to finish it all, said the shopkeeper with a smirk. Miyuki looked at the amount of food and wondered if the kid could even eat a fourth of it. However, her doubts soon turned into shock. The shopkeeper's eyes and mouth were wide open in disbelief. In under 10 minutes, Naoya devoured the entirety of his food. Misaki and Miyamura puffed their little chests in pride. Their friend broke another person after all. What the hell? How can you eat that much? Asked Toji. He had never seen him eat back at the Zenin estate, so this scene was new for him as well. Boss? The ramen was great. Another challenge set, ordered Naoya with a smile on his face. Miyuki started coughing, hearing him order once again. Toji patted her back and offered a cup of water to the helpless girl beside him. The shop owner, on the other hand, started writing something and then showed the pamphlet to Naoya. 1 challenge bowl per person, that's cheating, said Naoya in displeasure. The man changed the rules because of Naoya. My shop, my rules, replied the man. The two glared at each other for a while before Naoya ordered more food. After eating 10 more bowls, Naoya finally stopped. I pity the cooks at the Zenin Clan, said Toji. It's fine. They like feeding me, replied Naoya. Is it fine to make him pay? We should at least pay for our portion, said Miyuki. It's fine, Miyuki-san. I said that it was my treat in the first place. I got to meet Nii-san after such a long time after all. Naoya smiled and continued walking with the couple. Miyamura and Misaki were dropped first, and now it was Miyuki's turn to be dropped. It's fine. His family is loaded, said Toji with a shrug. Act like a reliable older brother. How will you become a role model for him? Chided Miyuki. Me? A role model? His family will disown him if he were to turn out like me, said Toji and chuckled. Miyuki looked at her boyfriend with displeasure. She didn't like that self-deprecatory joke. I apologize on his behalf. Nii-san don't have the best of personalities, said Naoya with a helpless smile. No need to apologize, Naoya-kun. Honestly, it's kind of a chore to straighten his personality. Still, once he is reformed, this man will be something I can brag about, said Miyuki and intertwined her fingers with Toji. I am not a science project, said Toji. My handsome science project, Miyuki corrected with a sweet smile. Toji wanted to retort, but seeing her smile he let it go and smiled as well. Soon they reached their destination. A small apartment complex that looked a bit old. This is it. We live here, Naoya-kun. If you ever want to drop by you can come to room 104, said Miyuki, ruffling Naoya's hair. I will. Miyuki-san, replied Naoya with a smile. Call me Wani-chan from now on. Okay, she asked warmly. Got it. Miyuki-ne-chan it is, replied Naoya. Miyuki smiled and whispered, thank you for today. Toji seemed happier than usual to me. Naoya looked at the smiling Miyuki for a while before he looked towards Toji and smiled. Toji heard what Miyuki whispered, thanks to his superior senses, but just snorted in response. This woman knows me too well, thought Toji. All right. Enough. Get away from my girl, said Toji and grabbed Naoya by the collar. I'll come back after dropping off the brat, he added, walking away. Bye, Miyuki-ne-chan. Bye, Naoya-kun. If Toji troubles you, tell me next time. I'll beat him for you, Miyuki said, flexing her non-existent biceps. Toji snorted at that while Naoya just chuckled. Once they were quite a bit away from Miyuki, Toji dropped Naoya back on the ground. I can go back on my own, you know, said Naoya. Miyuki will chew me out if I leave you as is. I'll take you near the clan area and head back, replied Toji. Never expected you to be so well-mannered, Nii-san. Miyuki-ne-chan is a great person. Of course she is. Perhaps too much for a person like me. Don't say that. Miyuki-ne-chan will probably beat you. Ha, she definitely will. So, how the things at the clan? Any chaotic event that happened there? Asked Toji. Naoya smiled and started recounting the tales to Toji. I really want to see those prideful shits getting beaten by a kid, Toji said with regret. From what Naoya told him, he had been using his ass-whooping arts to humble several clansmen, and Toji wished he could have watched in person. Enough about me and the clan. How are things going for you? Asked Naoya. Okay I guess. I thought making a living would be hard, but apparently knowing how to kill is in high demand, and I get a lot of gigs, Toji replied casually. You became an assassin? Asked Naoya in disbelief. Yep. It pays well if you're amazing like me. Naoya was speechless at the confession. To kill someone for money as a job, he didn't know how to feel about that. Change that mentality as soon as you can. Being naive is good for kids, but you are a jujutsu sorcerer first. Right now you are a hot topic among assassins. A lot of commissions are coming for you these days, said Toji. Naoya stopped dead in his tracks. Wait. What? Yelled Naoya in shock. Why was someone after the adorable him? It's true. The bounties are juicy. Honestly, if you weren't my student, I would have taken the job myself. Though I'll keep you alive for now for when I need quick cash, Toji said with a smirk. You should think of protecting me, you idiot. Naoya yelled, stepping away from him. My golden egg-laying goose, said Toji in a sweet voice. Naoya felt a shiver down his spine at Toji's sweet voice. Don't worry. I will keep an eye out for you. But still, from now on, sleep with one eye open. Check your food and water for poison. Be aware of your surroundings at all times. And don't enter shady places like you did today, warned Toji. Naoya nodded aggressively. He needs to work even harder from now on. Still be a bit confident in yourself as well. You are now ranked 5 of Hay. Until someone seriously strong comes after you, you should be fine, said Toji and stopped walking. I will go back now, said Toji. Naoya looked ahead and realized that they were already close to the clan area. By Nii-san. I will drop by sometime. Bring a gift when you come, replied Toji without looking back and vanished from his sight in a blur. Naoya looked ahead and gulped. His life might actually be in danger now. System. Ding. Name, Naoya Zenin. Title, Body Stealer, Possible Zenin Heir, Busiest Elementary Schooler, Hay Rank 5. Curse Technique, 10 Shadows Technique, Active, / Projection Sorcery, Active. Cursed Energy, 14360 / 14360. STR, 185 + 2. Dex, 191 + 1. Vit, 248 + 1. Int, 202 + 1. Luck, 105 + 4. Extra points, 0. Achievements. Alright, first order of business, getting STR and DEX to 200, thought Naoya. Should I complete the exorcism ritual for another Shikigami? Thought Naoya with a serious look on his face. He has formed a pact with 6 of the 10 Shikigami, and though they were strong in their own right, the remaining ones were more offense-oriented than the ones in his arsenal. The remaining ones are the elephant, ox, tiger, and the divine general, thought Naoya. All of them were strong, so he was planning to tackle one of them after all his stats were above 250. But now it seemed like he needed to take a bit of risk. It might entirely be possible that completing the exorcism ritual for some of the Shikigami might not be difficult, but it was never wrong to be more cautious than needed. Naoya rushed towards his home and gave the lunchbox to one of the servants and headed to his room. He immediately changed into his training clothes and rushed towards the clan warehouse. "Naoya-sama," greeted the storehouse guards. "Good evening. Get me 4 sets of curse-binding shackles," said Naoya. Cursed binding shackles were curse tools that the Zenin clan used to hold and restrain curses in the disciplinary pit. The shackles are very heavy and make moving around very difficult. The guards looked at Naoya a bit weirdly, not understanding why he would need such a thing. However, Naoya outranked them, so they followed orders without questioning. The two chanted a spell and made some hand signs, which made the seals on the warehouse gates open. Naoya got inside and soon spotted the things he was looking for. He stored the 4 of them in his shadow and walked out. The guards registered his name along with the date and time of taking out the cursed tools and closed the warehouse once again. Naoya got back to his training area and took the heavy restraints out of his shadows. Naoya followed that by strapping the shackles on his legs and trying to run around. He was around his physical limits for his age, so easy and normal training was not going to cut it anymore. Turtle hermit way of training it is, thought Naoya, and tried to do a normal workout with the heavy shackles. Even taking a simple step forward was difficult, much less running around at full speed. He could do a bit more with cursed energy reinforcement, but he was not looking for shortcuts right now. The nearby trainees looked at the young Zenin with confused looks on their faces. The boy was getting weirder and weirder for them to understand him. Naoya simply ignored them and continued his normal training. Right now his survival was back on top of his priority list. Chapter 28, Max Elephant. Around midnight, Naoya finally stopped his training. The rest of the trainees were already gone around dinner time and were now resting. Naoya, on the other hand, skipped dinner and decided to focus on the training. The light meal he had with Toji and the others was enough for him to train without any issues. "Ha!" loudly exhaled Naoya. His clothes and hair were drenched in sweat, and his legs and arms were screaming in pain. Using excessive weight without the use of cursed energy reinforcement was difficult for him, and it took him longer than ever to finish his workout. Still, he hoped that at the end of it all, the training would have been worth it. System. Ding. Name, Naoya Zenin. Title, Body Stealer, Possible Zenin Heir, Busiest Elementary Schooler, Hey Rank 5. Curse Technique, 10 Shadows Technique, Active, / Projection Sorcery, Active. Cursed Energy, 14360 / 14360. STR, 188 + 3. Dex, 193 + 2. Vit, 248. Int, 202. Luck, 105. Extra points, 0. Achievements. Seeing the increase, Naoya smiled. Just a single training session gave him a 5-point increase. It was a very rare sight for him these days since he had improved a lot, and the growth had started to slow down. He guessed that it was because his body had reached its limit for his age. His overall potential had increased thanks to the rewards, but there was a limit as to what could be achieved at a particular point in time. Not that he could complain much. He was already defeating grade 1 sorcerers, and he actually thought that he was strong for his age, but the jujutsu world was merciless, and he feared that a special grade sorcerer or curse could pop up out of nowhere and, for some absurd reason, aim for his life. He even feared that Toji might come for him if the man was ever short on cash. "God, please give Toji Nii-san lots of people to kill," prayed Naoya, and finally unshackled himself. His legs and hands were swollen, and it looked painful to watch them. "Senzu," called Naoya and formed a hand sign. His shadow rippled and the deer Shikigami came out of his shadow. Senzu nuzzled its head against Naoya's, making him chuckle at the affectionate deer. The deer then noticed Naoya's swollen hands and feet and immediately started its job. A green hue emitted from its body, and Naoya's injuries started to heal. Once he was completely healed, Naoya did a few light jumps and stretches to check his body condition and smiled in satisfaction. "Thanks, Senzu." The deer nodded contentedly and rubbed its face against Naoya's. There. One of these days you need to teach me the reversed curse technique as well," said Naoya and patted the deer. The deer stood back and shook its head. "Huh, why?" asked Naoya. The deer looked away from him. If you learn that, what will be my role? Thought Senzu. Naoya, who understood what the deer felt, smiled and walked closer to it and hugged it. You big dummy, you will still be my best healer around. I just need to learn healing myself during a fight or in emergencies. In all other cases, I will rely on you. The deer looked at Naoya and lowered its antlers. Promise, said Naoya and shook the deer's antlers as if agreeing to a deal. Senzu nodded and then jumped back into his shadow. Naoya shook his head helplessly and then looked at the shackles around him. I will return them tomorrow, muttered Naoya and formed a hand sign. Rabbit escape. The rabbit horde burst out of his shadow and towered over him immediately. Spread around and check if anyone is nearby, ordered Naoya. The rabbits gave a salute and spread out to follow Naoya's orders. Mao, the rabbit leader, jumped on top of his shoulder and waited for his soldiers to respond. Soon Mao gave a thumbs up, seeing which Naoya smiled and raised his hand to form a hand sign. Emerge from the darkness, blacker than darkness. Purify that which is impure. Dark liquid like cursed energy started dripping from the sky, and a barrier started to form around him. Binding vow, entry restriction. The binding vow prevents entry from outside, and in exchange those inside the barrier can't go out as well. A curtain barrier formed around him, almost a 100 m radius was covered, and the barrier prevented the entry of individuals from outside. Once Naoya confirmed that no one was near him, he called out the rest of his Shikigami. Divine dogs, Toad New, Great Serpent. The 5 Shikigami jumped out of his shadows and got ready to receive their orders. Guys, I was planning to delay it for a bit longer, but the situation is different now. We need to exorcise a new Shikigami today. Are you guys ready? All Shikigami, including Mao and the Rabbit Army, nodded in determination. Naoya nodded and took out inverted spear of heaven from his shadows as well and got ready to start the exorcism ritual. I will summon the Max Elephant today to exorcise, understood? We will start with the standard exorcism strategy, explained Naoya. The Shikigami nodded as Frosting and Cupcake grew in size. Their claws and fangs got sharpened and they took their positions. Sparkles took off to the skies, ready to strike the moment a signal was given to him. Twister jumped away from his spot and stood at the opposite end from Naoya, ready to restrain the opponent. Mr. Hiss shrank even further and stood in front of Naoya. Mao jumped back inside Naoya's shadow while the rabbit army formed a circle around the center of the field. Naoya checked the positions of his Shikigami and nodded in satisfaction. 10 Shadows Technique, Exorcism Ritual, Max Elephant. Naoya formed a hand seal and started the exorcism ritual. Soon, a chained figure of a giant elephant appeared in front of them. However, before the elephant was able to be set free from his restraints, the rabbit horde grew bigger and towered over the giant elephant silhouette. Go Demon Army! Super Rabbits Kamikaze Attack! Yelled Naoya. The rabbits, on command, jumped on the restrained elephant. The moment all the restraints around the elephant were removed, the rabbits started to expand rapidly. Asterisk boom! Asterisk! A massive explosion tore the ground apart. Naoya protectively covered his eyes and waited to see the result. Once the smoke and dust cleared, a charred black elephant stood there with multiple injuries around its body. Cupcake! Frosting! Yelled Naoya and ran forward. Awoo asterisk! The 2 giant wolves howled and jumped towards the elephant. The elephant, in return, gave out a loud trumpet towards the incoming wolves. Its snout got thicker as water gathered inside it. Cupcake launched towards the elephant first, but the injured elephant still had the strength to take on the wolf head-on. With its tusks it threw the black wolf up in the air and fired a water jet towards Frosting. Cupcake shrank back to normal size and jumped on top of the elephant. Frosting jumped over the water jet and pounced straight at the elephant. Not missing a beat, the elephant raised its trunk to change its firing direction. However, Cupcake changed back to its big form and chomped on the elephant's trunk, making the elephant wince and bleed. Frosting, who was just in front of the elephant, activated its cursed technique. A loud burst of sonic waves came out of Frosting's mouth, making the elephant's ears burst from the loud voice. The other Shikigami and Naoya were already back in the shadows, protected from the ear-destroying sound. The elephant, in a fit of rage, grabbed Frosting by its trunk and slammed it into the ground. "Aoo!" whimpered the wolf from the attack, but got back up to fight back, only to see the elephant's foot coming towards it, ready to stomp it. "Not so fast," said Naoya, and he emerged from the shadows and trapped the elephant in a frame. Frosting got back in the shadows and immediately, a giant Mr. Hiss emerged from the shadows and struck the frozen frame, sending the elephant flying in the sky. Naoya was already beside the airborne target, his spear was covered in cursed energy, and he swung it with full force. Sparkles and Dash started Naoya, however, the burst wave from his attack tore through the elephant, disintegrating into cursed energy. Sparkles stood there flapping its wings, some electricity crackling around its wings. It tilted its head before flying towards Naoya and catching him on its back. "Sorry about that, Sparkles. You didn't get to fight today," said Naoya and caressed the owl Shikigami. "Hoot!" The owl hooted in disappointment, though he didn't mind much. As long as its master was safe, it was good. Sparkles landed on the ground beside the other Shikigami. "Senzu, heal them," ordered Naoya as the deer Shikigami emerged and started healing the wolves. Their injuries were minor and would heal in a few minutes, but Naoya was not willing to see the two cute dogs with wounds. "It went better than I thought," muttered Naoya and looked around the training field. It was totally wrecked from the attacks of the Shikigami. "Whatever, I will be scolded by father anyway. For the time being, let's meet our new comrade," said Naoya with a smile. The other Shikigami gave way for Naoya to summon their new member and stood beside Naoya. Max Elephant. A giant shadow started materializing in front of them, and soon the elephant appeared there, though now it looked vastly different compared to the form it had earlier, thanks to the potential boosts Naoya got as a reward. Previously, the elephant was black and was around 4 m tall. Now, in place of an elephant, there stood a mammoth covered in black fur and over 6 m tall. The mammoth gave out a loud trumpet in greeting. "Whoa! You got so big. And now you don't even look like an elephant. Should I call you Max Mammoth now?" asked Naoya. The mammoth didn't mind anyway. It wrapped its trunk around Naoya and placed him on top of itself. "Whoa! Amazing! So soft!" exclaimed Naoya as he patted the mammoth's fur. The mammoth smiled in delight at the praise. "So what all can you do now?" asked Naoya. The potential boost mostly gave Shikigami some new abilities as well. The mammoth demonstrated, a water that turned boiling, a release steam, a cold water, and frost, a gusts of wind, a enlarged hardened tusks. Water temperature control, wind blasts, and tusk control. Both ranged and tank rolls. "A fine set of abilities," said Naoya with a smile. "Now time for the complex part. What should I name you? You want a cute name or a strong name? Raise your trunk for cute and let it stay down for strong." The mammoth's trunk hung down. "A strong name, since you are a mammoth from the Ice Ages. How about Frisia?" asked Naoya. The mammoth stomped its feet in delight and shook the earth around it, making the other Shikami fall. "Oi! Calm down. I will fall," said Naoya. The mammoth Frisia still wanted to play around. He grabbed Naoya with its trunk and threw him up in the air, and made him float there with a stream of wind and some occasional cold water shots to surprise the master. Naoya let it play for a while, since it was the first time he summoned the mammoth, and he wanted to get on a good start with his Shikigami. After a few minutes of playing around and some protests from the other Shikigami, Frisia finally put Naoya on the ground, and immediately the Shikigami huddled around Naoya possessively. Naoya just laughed at the possessive Shikami and played around with them for a while before calling it a day. Chapter 29, Weak Grandpa. A few days had passed since Naoya formed a pact with Frisia, and things were going well for him at the clan. And then he opened his mouth. "Grandpa, father told me that you were a special grade sorcerer and got demoted to a special grade 1 because of age," asked Naoya while having dinner with Naobito and Kajinori. "Yes," replied Kajinori, not thinking much of it. "So you got weaker?" asked Naoya. Kajinori didn't say anything. Naobito looked at his son with horror, evident in his eyes. On Friday evening, during the clan meeting, Kajinori asked all the Hei members to assemble in the main training ground the following morning. On Saturday morning, all 11 Hei members gathered, waiting for Kajinori to arrive. "So does anyone know why the clan head called all of us here?" asked Chojuro. Naobito didn't say anything, just looked towards Naoya, who looked away, making sure not to meet his eyes. He had got a lot of smacks last night after the meeting ended, and he was not going to earn the ire of the others. Soon, Kajinori arrived as well, but this time his get-up differed from his usual clothes. He was in black from top to bottom, with black arm guards, and was oozing even more authority than he usually did. "Those clothes. Don't tell me. Oji and Chojuro, the oldest ones in the hay, recognized Kajinori's outfit. "Clan head, are we at war with someone?" asked Chojuro with a frown. Oji got serious as well. If the situation required the clan head to be involved, then it had to be war. At the mention of war, the rest of the hay, apart from Naoya and Naobito, got serious as well. They wanted to see who had the guts to challenge the Zenin clan. Kajinori smiled, seeing the determination in their eyes. They were ready to stand tall to protect the honor of the clan. "Nothing like that. I hadn't moved a lot for quite a while, so I just thought of doing some light exercise. I will also see how good the hay of this generation actually is while I am at it," said Kajinori and stretched his body. The hay members looked at the clan head in confusion, and then realization dawned on them. Chojuro's and Oji's seriousness immediately changed into a look of fear. The new members who had not seen Kajinori in action were not that affected, but they had heard tales of the old man's prowess. "Light exercise? Go for a run outside," thought Chojuro. "All of you get in formation and come at me with seriousness. I will hold back just enough not to kill you. That's all." All of them gulped at the declaration, but none of them could refuse the order from the clan head. With a newfound seriousness, the hay members surrounded Kajinori, who stood in the middle with a smirk on his face. "What's going on in the clan head's mind?" asked Ranta. "Who knows?" replied Naoya, who was closest to him and averted his eyes, but soon got serious. "Ranta Nii-san, activate your technique on my signal," muttered Naoya, and got ready to fight. One of Kajinori's bodyguards stood on top of the nearest roof, quite a bit away from the field, to not get caught in the crossfire. 5 Grade 1 sorcerers plus Naoya, who was at least Grade 1. For special Grade 1 sorcerers. 1 special grade sorcerer demoted due to politics. The fight was going to be intense, there was no doubt about it. "Everyone ready?" asked the bodyguard who doubled as an announcer. Cursed energy gathered on every hay member's body. Kajinori simply opened his hand. "Will of the Shadows," called Kajinori, and an amulet hidden behind his clothes fluttered out and changed into metallic black katana. "Shadow Saber?" yelled Kajinori, and cursed energy shot out of the sword. "What's that?" asked Ranta in surprise. "A special grade cursed tool," muttered Naoya and thought to take out his as well, but decided against it. There were many eyes here, and he didn't want to show one of his hidden aces to everyone. Still, Naoya decided to take things more seriously than he had planned to. This was a good opportunity to gauge the strength of a special grade. "Start!" The moment he yelled, Naoya, Naobito, and Taichi vanished from their spots. Naoya, being the fastest of the three, appeared directly behind Kajinori. Max Mammoth piercing jet. Water gathered in his hands as a strong jet of boiling water launched from it. Kajinori didn't move his shadow rose, forming a barrier before the water could hit him. The water splashed everywhere, and the residual force from it disfigured the ground, and steam enveloped Kajinori. Naobito was next to approach Kajinori and decided to use the steam cloud to plan a surprise attack. However, before he could even approach him, multiple fists made of black shadows launched in every direction, striking Naobito and Taichi, sending the two of them flying. Naoya saw the incoming fist and immediately used his projection sorcery to dodge the attack and jumped up in the sky to dodge any subsequent attacks. No. The giant owl came out of its shadow, grabbed Naoya, and flew him away from the shadow hands. The steam started to clear up, and finally, the figure of Kajinori came into view. Naoya was hoping to see the steam causing some burns to the old man at the very least, but contrary to that, the man appeared covered in a jet-black shadow armor with his sword resting on his shoulder. A flying shadow? I have one as well, replied Kajinori as he effortlessly blocked Oji's blazing sword with his own katana and followed that with an axe kick. Black flash. Black sparks erupted from Kajinori's kick, and Oji, who blocked the kick with his sword, saw the kick breaking through the blade without any effort at all and was sent flying away. Solid shadows, shadow dragon's ascent. Kajinori's shadow grew in size, and soon a giant dragon made of shadows launched from it towards Naoya. Naoya's eyes widened in shock, seeing the shadow dragon. Sparkles? Yelled Naoya and jumped from the owl's body. Purple lightning crackled around Nu's body and launched towards the shadow dragon, engulfing him whole. The dragon persisted for a while before disintegrating into shadows. Kajinori looked at the attack with mild surprise before raising his hand, causing the shadow around him to transform into a wall that blocked the incoming lightning attack. Naoya, who was falling, whistled, making Sparkle stop its attack and grab Naoya away from Kajinori. Kajinori looked towards Naoya, who was getting away from him, and focused back on the remaining Hei members. "You guys are going to try better than the kid at least, right?" asked Kajinori and pointed his katana towards them. Chojuro, Juro, Taichi, and Kaido looked towards Kajinori with caution. Earth manipulation. Chojuro slammed his hands on the ground, and immediately the ground beneath Kajinori cracked up, making the old man fall. Tsuhi, being the fastest of the four, appeared near Kajinori instantaneously. Spectral step, fourfold death. Four Tachis surrounded Kajinori and slashed him with cursed energy-enhanced katanas. Kajinori formed a platform with his shadows, jumped up to avoid all the attacks, and in quick succession attacked the real Taichi with the blunt side of his sword, smashing him to the ground and knocking him out in an instant. Too impulsive. "Retreating after a failed attack is important as well," said Kajinori in a serious tone, and with a flick of his hand, a larger hand made of shadows emerged and grabbed the unconscious Taichi before throwing him away towards one of Kajinori's bodyguards. "One down, 10 to go," said Kajinori and launched towards Chojuro. Kaido and Juro stood in front of Chojuro and decided to intercept the incoming man. Recoil burst. A giant mass of kinetic energy mixed with cursed energy launched towards Kajinori. The earth around Kajinori transformed and grabbed a hold of Kajinori, making sure that the man couldn't move. Juro ran and hid behind the recoil burst, and once he was in range activated his cursed technique. Still whirled. Kajinori began to feel sluggish and noticed that his movements were slowed down. The shadows around him morphed and formed a wall to block the attack. Juro, however, appeared beside Kajinori and punched the old man, who was covered in shadowy armor. Kajinori's body shook, but because of Chojuo's earth restraints he was held in place. Soon Kaido appeared on Kajinori's other side, and both Juro and Kaido started to repeatedly attack the restrained man. "Move away, idiots!" yelled Chojuro, making the two stop their assault and look behind them, only to spot giant shadow hands that squashed the two of them together like mosquitoes. "Good teamwork. But a low sense of surroundings," said Kajinori, and the two giant shadowy hands broke him free from the earthen restraints. "Your technique has gotten stronger, Chojuro," complimented Kajinori as he tossed the two fallen Hei members out of the arena. "I am still improving, clan head," replied Chojuro with a smile, though on the inside he was sweating seeing the old man not even scratched up a bit from the multiple attacks. "Go Frisia." The ground around them began shaking, making both Chojuro and Kajinori look towards the source of the noise, only to spot Naoya riding on top of a mammoth that came running towards the old man. "Now Nii-san," ordered Naoya as Ranta emerged from behind him and activated his curse technique. Paralyzing glare. Chojuro didn't miss this chance and used his curse technique to break the ground below the paralyzed Kajinori and trap him there. "Good job, uncle!" exclaimed Naoya with a smile as Frisia charged ahead, ready to stop the old man. Kajinori looked at the incoming elephant and the excited expression Naoya had. "This rude brat is seriously trying to crush his grandpa," thought Kajinori as a vein popped up on the old man's wrinkled face. A giant arm dwarfing even the mammoth made of shadows emerged from Kajinori's back. It grabbed the charging mammoth before slamming it along with the two brats on the ground. Naoya was quick to respond and unsummoned Frisia before he used his projection sorcery to throw Ranta out of harm's way before continuing forward on his own. Thanks to the cursed technique's speed, Naoya appeared directly in front of his armor-clad grandpa and trapped him in a frame. His shadow then shimmered as Mr. Hiss came out of it, striking the frozen shadow, breaking it and sending Kajinori flying. Ack! Kajinori's face scrunched in pain as some blood spilt out of his mouth. He looked towards Naoya, who successfully landed an attack that caused him pain. He had not felt that for years. "Good." Naobito's voice came as his father ran past him, along with Oji, Junichi, Mako, and Haruto. "Ow." Naoya winced in pain as he felt someone pluck some of his hair and spotted that it was Haruto. Void puppet. Haruto activated his cursed technique as multiple spectral puppets, in the shape of all Hei members and an army of Haruto's own puppets. Missile fists. Massive fists made of cursed energy rained down on Kajinori from the skies. Blazing courage, flames of bravery. A long blade of scorching flames formed on top of Oji's broken katana, which he used to attack the old man without hesitation. Paralyzing glare. Ranta, who was saved by Naoya, joined in to restrain the old man. Earth manipulation. The ground split open as multiple massive earthen fists launched towards Kajinori from all sides. Naobito appeared behind his father, ready to trap him in a frame to seal the deal. Ha 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 ha. Kajinori suddenly started to laugh like a maniac. The shadows around him got chaotic and blew Naobito away. Yes, this is what a fight is like. Unless you all go this far, you won't know how much beneath me you all actually are, yelled Kajinori with a crazed expression on his face. The old man easily overwhelmed Ronta's paralysis and started chanting. Let my shadow split and multiply, let every limb become a blade, may the world drown beneath 10,000 killing arms. Maximum technique, 10,000 armed murder. A giant grotesque figure made of shadows appeared behind Kajinori. On his back were rows of arms that launched in every direction, intercepting and destroying every attack that came towards him. The Hei members looked towards the incoming attacks with horror as punches started to rain down on the entire training field around them. The technique continued for 30 seconds straight, and once it stopped, the entire field was covered in dust clouds. A giant shadowy hand waved, blowing away the dust, displaying a scene of brutally beaten members of Hei, with all limbs broken and blood spilling out of their bodies. Still, all of them were alive since Kajinori held back a little. I have still got it in me. Take them away and heal them, ordered Kajinori as his bodyguards and a medic unit came to the rescue of the fallen Zenins. I hope that rude grandson got to see how weak his new Max Mammoth piercing jet. Behind Kajinori, Naoya emerged from a shadow totally unharmed and ready to attack the old man. Ha! Muttered the old man before the water jet struck him and sent him flying. Naoya frowned. He hoped that the jet would pierce the armor, but apparently the shadow armor was stronger than it looked. Nu appeared over Naoya and fired its lightning in conjunction with the boiling water jet. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. The two attacks combined and finally, cracks started to appear on Kajinori's barrier. Hearing the cracking noise, Naoya smirked, but he noticed the smirk on Kajinori's face. Domain expansion, Nightmare Shadow Town. Naoya and Kajinori got swallowed inside the domain, and immediately, Naoya's attack was intercepted by multiple shadow dragons that tore through it and launched towards Naoya and the Shikigami. Naoya decided to use his projection sorcery to dodge the attack, but before he could, multiple shadow blades pierced through his body. The attacks missed the vitals, but all his limbs, along with his chest and abdomen, were pierced. Ah! Screamed Naoya in pain as blood started trickling down. You scream too much, said Kajinori as he gave a neck chop to Naoya and knocked him out before using reversed cursed energy to heal the kid. The domain around them disappeared as Kajinori grabbed his grandson and flung him over his shoulder. Be glad that you were my grandson, otherwise I would have done worse to you than what I did to your father and the others for your rash comment, muttered Kajinori, though Naoya was unconscious and couldn't respond. Kajinori shook his head and then looked down on his own body, only to see a cracked part in his armor and blistered and charred skin, along with some blood around the cracked area. Naoya's attack did land and broke through his defenses. If he were a bit slower, it would have even pierced through him. Another special grade in the family, huh? Muttered Kajinori with a smirk and ruffled Naoya's head.